The next 2.5 days, 8 of these teams are going to be fighting for one single slot to the online main event. And Winter, it's a bit different from usual close qualifiers because I feel like most of the times in Southeast Asia, we have maybe 2 or 3 teams at maximum that feel like they stand a good chance. At least for me, I feel like this time around, at least 6 out of 8 of these teams might just surprise us, but that just might be post-TI shuffle season things. What do you think?
Well, that's the post-TI shuffle things. I agree. Teams are kind of experimenting with different players, or some of them didn't change their rosters from the previous seasons. But it's going to be very, very exciting for sure to see what is going to happen for SEA, because the region has always been, I think, putting up a lackluster show in LAN events, and every year fans have been thinking, is this going to be the time where SEA teams finally, realize what's wrong? They finally figured out the draft. They finally figured out not to fight amongst each other. Everyone is always waiting for that one season to happen.
Yeah, maybe this could be the season. You heard it here first, folks. 2026, maybe the year of SEA, but it all starts here. I mean, apart from DreamLeague Season 27, a whole bunch of other qualifiers are happening. So you talk about an experimentation period, right? Winter, you've been in that position before where, you're coming off of the off-season, joining a new team. What are kind of the first good steps that you hope for a successful team to make? There's a lot of work to do in the upcoming months, but what are you looking out for? What are the signs of a stack that's going to do well in the long run?
This is usually the honeymoon period, I would say, when you play with new players, like not new players, but like new teammates, and there's no beef, there's no arguments.
Right.
So I think right now it's the easy part of figuring out the team. The tough part is 2 months down the road, 3 months down the road, when there's already a little bit of animosity, or a bit of losses, you have to take in some losses. Then I think those are the times where it would truly challenge you whether the team is going to be a longer team, like they will last longer, or it's just going to be it, after 3 months.
Yeah, 3 months is the practice window available for our squads here in the DreamLeague Season 27 close qualifiers. And for the first 2 teams that we'll be watching today, well, I guess it's only really applicable to one of them, right? Execration, that's the team that you mentioned basically kept their roster mostly intact. The only change that they made was changing out Lewis in the mid lane for Bob, Mr. King Bob himself. And would you look at that? Their opponents, Cuckoos, it's Lewis on that team. And I mean, Cuckoos is a name I think most of us who have been following the close qualifiers for Southeast Asia have heard quite a bit already. But for the first time in a long time, Cuckoo himself is on that team captaining it. So maybe a buff on both sides here. Is there a particular team that you're favoring coming into this matchup, Winter?
I mean, with Excretion, they play with Bob for so long, so it doesn't even feel like
it's not new. It's not new.
It's not new. It's more of like revisiting one of your exes, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
Whereas for Cuckoos, I think they didn't have DJ before. DJ was on another stack, and he was at Mongols briefly. So right now, I think this stack is relatively, new in terms of the players. Haven't really played with each other before, but they're definitely household names of SEA Dota, especially Cuckoo, DJ, Gabby, the 3 of them. I think Luis on the mid lane, he's not exactly new, but he's one of the newer kids on the block. Same goes for JG, on the off lane. I think both of them are the newer players, the newer gen players, even though they've been already around for like 6-7 years, But compared to how it works. Comparing them to Cuckoo, DJ, they are definitely new.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because a few of these Cuckoos players, I feel like you stay in SCA long enough, you end up on Execration at some point, but I don't think that was ever part of Cuckoo's pipeline, right? Yeah, I'm not sure whether he actually had a tenure on Execration at any point in his pretty successful career, all things considered. Although DJ and Gabby, of course, they've been on that very notable roster, but they've never really played together properly. I think the closest thing to that was maybe Fnatic back in the day. But we have ourselves a draft here. Let's talk a bit more Dota, a bit more about the heroes. We can talk more about the players later on. And of course, it's an all Filipino affair, as our good friend John X Fire loves to say. It's a full-on Rambulan here, and I expect a lot of brawling, especially with this Beastmaster picked up immediately by Cuckoos. Execration, they answer with a Snapfire.
Yeah, those 2 heroes are definitely the heroes that we've seen a lot at TI, Beast, Lycan, Marcy. I think Beast and Lycan are probably the best Helm heroes in the game. I think for me, Lycan especially. Maybe they don't really have a Lycan player here on either side. It's a hero that you need to be specialized with it to perfectly use the hero well. But in the first phase bans, I do want to say like the Dazzle is something not very common. The Dazzle, I think the Dawn is also not as common during TI, but it's more of like, I think how Execution likes to play. I think especially with Bob, right? Because he tends to be a bit crazy, you know, he goes in. And I think Dawnbreaker perfectly complements his playstyle. As he goes in, and then you have that Solar Guardian to bail him out at a moment's notice, you know. So I think that is probably trying to target the way Execration plays. And whereas right now for Execration, they have, in the first phase bans, they remove like Monkey, Pugna, Mars, Disruptor. I think out of the 4 heroes, Mars is the only one that you see consistently banned during TI. The rest not so much. So also mostly probably targeting at the player comforts right now. I think in the inter-regional matchups, you normally see drafting more targeting the opponent's comfort zone rather than probably what's best for the meta.
Yeah. Here's a hero that we've seen, at least, you know, funnily enough, a lot at TI, but not in the games themselves, just consistently banned out. I was going to ask you, Winter, because this is... I feel like in certain metas, we reach a point where there's a hero so hotly contested that we don't even see it played anymore. It's just always banned out. And when it reaches that point, like it has with Naga Siren, it almost feels like it's so consistently banned that sometimes teams forget how to play against it. Do you think there's any reason why both these teams let that Naga in the draft?
They probably can't play them. I think Naga is not a hero that like a new stack or tier 1.5, tier 2 team can play really well. It takes a lot of coordination. And because before the laning was a lot stronger, so it got nerfed. The Lodge got nerfed quite a bit, you know. So the laning is not, I mean, I think it's still pretty good overall in the lane, but it's just not as strong as before. So you need to play out the team fights better. And the team fight also kind of got harder because they reduced the AoE of the song. So it's harder to, I think, coordinate well to set up some combos, you know, or even save your teammates, you know. But I think overall the hero is still pretty damn good. It's very good at countering the tombstone. You see the Undying put tombstone down, you just song and go in and kill it. That's one way of using it. Or you can stop the Snapfire's Mortimer's Kiss. That's also another way of using it. And not to mention, with the Shaker being in the pool right now, you can kind of stop his combo in the team fight as well. So I think the Naga, no matter what, is going to be extremely useful here.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Winter. We were all watching TI, and you know, in that final game when the Naga Siren song came out from Snake King, I could feel everybody's hearts breaking for XG. Hopefully not the case for Execration here, because they do have quite a bit of team fight and they've invested heavily into it as well, right? They even ban out the silencer, just a very typical counter to the Snapfire Mortimer's Kisses. It's clear that they want to jump in, blow someone up, and set up the tombstone so that it's not possible for Kukuis to fight. But now with this Faceless Void and the somewhat limited lockdown that they have, I feel like Gabby is set up for a pretty free game. I mean, the time dilation is the Bristleback as well. This is looking like an excellent Faceless Void game.
Yeah, you probably have to get Lotus Orb first, I think, as your first item on Bristleback this game. There's the net from Naga, there's the Faceless Void, time dilation, and not to mention the break mechanic from Hoodwing's Sharpshooter. That is actually going to be annoying for Bristleback too in the team fights. But on the other hand, I think the lane is probably going to be fine for him if Earthshaker is going mid and Bristleback is going off lane. I think Bristol into Naga is one of those lane counters that, as Naga, you don't really do anything to the Bristol in the lane, you know. So I think that's probably going to be happening here. I'm not sure if the Faceless Void is going to dissuade it with the time dilation in the lane. I think overall it's still pretty solid if you have Bristol plus Snap. So you get a Blightstone on Snap. Sometimes you see people do that. So you have the Shredder plus Blightstone plus the Ghoul from Bristleback. That actually... Yeah, it's a lot of damage in the lane.
I physically reacted to that information. That was... I can imagine playing a little Hoodwink on the side. You gotta pray for some sort of dodge.
Normally you don't go for the Blightstone every lane, but I think in this setup, it's actually pretty strong with the Bristleback. I played this lane before, it's super good. I compared it to Snap Tide, you know. There's one lane I played as well. Like the Tide would get Gush at level 1. So
Oh
you get a
yeah.
Blast Zone.
Oh.
That is also extremely painful. But at level 2, Bristol is stronger because you have the Quill as well, which deals physical damage. With Tide is, I think, better at level 1. That's
Right.
about it.
I guess there's a lot more scaling, especially since the Bristleback's damage is going to be physical. I mean, I hate to waste the entire point that you build up here, but is there a chance that we see the Bristleback in the safe lane instead? I know the position 1 Bristleback is something Paros likes to play.
That's definitely true. Bristol into Beastmaster is I think it's quite an okay lane. You can kind of kill the ball. So it's definitely a flex pick there for Excretion. Except for the Shaker. Shaker's going to go mid against the Pango, which is a pretty good matchup for him. So right now they have to figure out, where do we put this Bristleback? Which lane is he going to be more comfortable in? Which I feel like kind of both lanes are going to be very good for him.
Fine, right? Like he's happy regardless.
I probably prefer the off lane because I want to lane with the Snap. I think laning with Undying is like a bit more meh, you know. You don't have a stun, you don't have a nuke. I mean, you have decay, but the lane doesn't feel
I get what you
as
mean.
strong, you know, with Undying.
I mean, like later down the line, you get a couple of levels. You get the slow from the Scatter Blast. You get the Cookie sending the Bristleback in. It just feels a lot more comfortable. There's the Lycan you were talking about. So the 2 Premier Helm of the Dominator buyers, both in this game. One coming out as first pick, and the second coming out as the last.
This is going to be very, very annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lycan here, so he gives them a very, very fast-paced lineup. Lycan, Bristleback with together with the Tombstone and the Snap. So they are heroes that take your buildings very, very quickly and very early. They take objectives very fast. So if you somehow get a snowball going, you do well in your lanes, and you kind of get the objectives early, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. And on top of that, because Excretion, they're on the Radiant side, so it's easier to get Roshan between 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah. So everything could go like really, really quickly, you know, for their lineup. Whereas for Kukuis, they obviously have a much more like scaling, slower pace lineup, heavy team fight with the Song, Chronosphere, there's the Beastmaster.
Sure. I mean, the way that it sounds like, Winter, is you're saying that if Kukuis somehow survive this really fast pace of Execration, as they scale later into the game, they're going to be the ones with the advantage. Does that put Execration on some sort of a timer, you think?
I wouldn't say exactly a timer. I think Shaker, Lycan, and Bristol, they are still gonna, especially Shaker. I think Shaker scales really well, but you definitely don't want to go like 50 minutes against Faceless Void. Sure. I mean, if you want to put a time to it, probably they have to try and end game before 40 minutes. I think that would be the most reasonable limit to their lineup. I think it's difficult to end the game before that nowadays, you know, with the map being so big and everything. If you want to end the game pre-30 minutes, usually that's a pipe dream, you know.
Yeah, all these TI games, man, they went the distance. Certainly a treat for the spectators, but probably for the teams, a lot of fatigue. But maybe something that they're all getting used to at this point with, you know, the current meta and the state that we're in. Of course, some tips coming out. These guys all friends. It's going to be the King Bob versus the Godfather himself, Cuckoo, who will come out on top here. Cuckoo, of course, just stepping away from Talon after a long stint there. I think this is the first time in a while that he's been sort of without an AUG in a hot minute. Definitely one of the most veteran captains that the scene still has.
I mean, this is not his best hero. I would say that's probably why they didn't decide to ban it on the Excretion side. Yeah, if I have to say what I feel like about the drafting phase, they kind of targeted him a little bit with the bans.
The Pugna, right? The Disruptor,
they
the Silencer.
His comfort heroes. I don't know how much he has been practicing with the hero because right now you can't really tell.
Yeah.
But we'll just have to see. So he's going to scout things out with the illusions. So this is going to mean that his lane is going to be a little bit, I guess, worse. It's good in certain matchups to get the illusions, but we'll see how it plays out in this lane. So they scout, they definitely have the scouting advantage here. They see the Shaker, they see the rest of the heroes board.
Yeah.
And they actually get 3 runes. Yeah. Actually, yeah, they got 3 runes. This is because of the Naga illusions at level 1. Excellently used by Kukuis here.
Well, but what exactly is so scary about the Naga illusions? Because they don't really pose a threat, right? They just...
Information, my friend.
I mean, but you just... The Naga Siren illusion has to right-click the rune. You can just walk up and press it. Like, what are you scared about, really?
But they could, well, there could be smoke behind, you know. You never know if it's just a Naga illusion or they're behind, you know. So you have to tend to take things more carefully. And you have a Lycan. Lycan's like not really the best hero at level 1, right? If you look at the left and right lineups, the Kukuis and Excretion lineup, you definitely feel like Kukui's lineup at level 1, they are much, much stronger, you know. And I also wanted to highlight that they also decided to block one of the ancient camps right now.
Wow.
On the
that was fast.
Yeah, on the top side. So deciding not to allow them to stack for the Bristol early on. Actually, both camps they block even the medium camp. So no stacking for you, no stacking shenanigans.
Yeah, and it's so easy with these Lycans, right? Because you can just send a wolf at the 53 to stack 1 camp, stack 2 camps potentially. It's not necessarily like the Lycan is going to need the wolves for the lane. He has a base damage advantage into the Faceless Void. And yeah, I don't think Tino's going to be threatened very much.
Basically, a lane where I expect the Lycan to pre-farm. I don't think he's going to be pressured too much here. I mean, one thing to note, right, with the Pangolin and Faceless Void, right, there's no apparent synergy with the heroes. That's why I was a little bit surprised that they chose to go for the Pango. They opted to put Lewis on the Beast in the mid lane against the Earthshaker. So he probably is going to be carrying the responsibility of the damage in the Chronosphere with the axe. But at the same time, you know, it's just not something that is going to be as easy as like a Chrono into a Sonic Wave, right? Just dish out the damage into the Chrono. It takes a lot of setup for this. I mean, I understand why they wanted to go for the Pango is to disrupt the backline. Like the Snapfire, the Shaker, the Undying behind, you know. It's going to be useful for that. But right now we see like Gabby already, you know, getting pressured in his lane as I feel like it should be, you know, double melee. Naga doesn't like to play with a melee hero in most cases, and you're against a Snap plus Lycan, right? Snap is one of the, I think, premier position for heroes right now, together with Footwing.
Absolutely. I think Snapfire, I've been playing a little bit of her in my pubs, just provides so much in the lane in terms of damage and trading, a great body as well. Every single time those illusions come out, just eats a scatter blast to the face and they're just all gone immediately. Gabby forced into a 1v1. That is an uncomfortable position.
It's a smart pivot by Shanks as well. Normally you would see, in some lanes you go for the Shredder, but because he knows that the Naga has opted to go for the illusions at level 1, so he went for Scatter Blast plus his Cookie. Basically, you can clear the illusions, like you said, very easily, and also gives you a little bit of kill threat here. So the Lotus is going to spawn, they're going to fight for it, but unfortunately, nothing much they can do with the double melee setup here. You know, they pushed out the lanes, but they couldn't really get to the Lotus.
Yeah. Seems like both side lanes going very well for Execration so far in this early stage of the game. Of course, like we mentioned, both these teams probably know each other very well. Wouldn't be surprised if they've been scrimming. But just off of the setup, you mentioned that the Pango, there is a utility in terms of the later team fights, right? Disrupting the backline, stopping the supports from casting spells, but what about, like, in this current stage of the game? Do you think it's a solid pickup into the Undying Bristleback lane that we see here?
I think it's okay. I mean, it's not the most ideal lane, right? Against Undying. Melee hero against Undying, usually you tend to get annoyed in the lane a little bit. But I think overall, he's going to be fine with the double jump. Usually with the double jump facet, you should be able to survive in basically almost any lane setup. I mean, you're not going to like win the lane, but you'll be able to at least, you know, secure your own farm. I think that's what matters as a Pango. And Cuckoo here taking a lot of damage here.
Tino dropping really low as well, but the balls on this man to just walk back in and start last hitting. He knows that all of the spells and damage has been used. TP coming in from the Hoodwing could catch off the Lycan. This would be a great kill for Gabby to grab. And with that, it'd be first blood. Gabby is the one to pick it up and turns around the tides in that somewhat difficult lane.
Yeah, thanks to DJ coming in there. Coming in at an important time. Just to alleviate some of the pressure here. I think as a position forward, these are things that you have to make snap decisions, you know, in the laning phase, whether you leave your offlaner alone, because he TP'd away right now, the Pango is going to be alone, and it seems like he's not going to be touching any creeps, so you have to really weigh in, right? When I make this move, whether it actually has a lot more gains, you know, for your team rather than losses. Sometimes you lose a lot more when you make these type of rotations, but at the end of the day, it was first blood, so it's definitely worth it. But Pango just has to sit tight for a bit, you know, and wait for the Footwing to come back.
Yeah, this is the off-lane experience, unfortunately. You make a play on the other side of the map means that you just don't get the touch creeps for a while. Like you mentioned, though, I think he will be fine. Double bracelet up on this beautiful morning. Don't think he's under any threat, and DJ's now back to help him out. But, I mean, great recognition from Palos and CML. They immediately knew, okay, we can bully the shit out of this Pango. He's not touching creeps. It looks like another skirmish in the top lane, but yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, first blood for the Faceless Void, helping him get to those early items much faster. That surely is very, very important.
Especially the helm, right? You want to get to the helm ASAP. The helm of Iron Will, that gives you the regen to lane. I think that this is partly why the item has been so popular on all the melee carry heroes right now. You lack an item that you can buy early to sit in the lane, you know, with the helm introduced right now, with the current pace of the game and the current way laning has been played. It just makes it so stable, right? That's why you see all these Faceless Void. Anti-Mage, for example, you know, they became from a weak laner into a somewhat decent laner, and in some cases as the AM, you can actually win your lane, you know, or actually in a lot of cases, yeah. For Void, maybe it's a little bit less unlikely because Void doesn't really win your lanes. You're happy as long as you're farming. But I think overall, this item has really changed the face of the laning for all these heroes, right? It's totally just so different.
Full commitment onto Cuckoo in this top lane. They bring the numbers. This time it's CML to make the rotation. Gabby trying to finish off that tombstone though. He knows that he's not really under any threat. They use most of the disables and he gets the gold for it. That's going to inch him ever closer to that Helm of the Dominator. Greediness, but it pays off there. Ends up being just a support, right? I think Cuckoo has done a pretty good job at being quite annoying on this Naga Siren.
He is basically what I would call the punching bag in the lane. you kind of need to tank everything.
Yeah.
I was surprised they didn't get the deny on the on the tombstone, but yeah, there's 3 heroes against 1 Faceless Void. Pathetic Faceless Void. But he somehow gets the last hit. So I think overall, like you said, you know, Naga tanks the gang. The FV is farming creeps. He got the tombstone. He is A-OK.
Uh-oh. CML trying to scout for some stacks in the triangle, finds his death instead. Lewis picks up a freebie there. It's DJ to get the last hit, and he come back with the Ceaseless Dirge anyway, but still. All these small little kills that you give over to the cause, it's just gonna amplify their early timings and help them tide over what is supposed to be a pretty difficult early game where you're trying to keep the pace as Execration.
Yeah, coming.
In comes Bob.
Well, he's gonna want to echo this. He's gonna want to drag the Ancient, so he doesn't even need to. He's gonna clear it with the Bristol. I think this is what is happening about the landscape in the mid lane right now. All this Ancient clearing heroes, and here comes the Pango is gonna roll in, try to pressure and punish Palos for coming in to steal the stacks.
Yeah, he's facing the wrong side right now. He needs to turn his back, but he just can't. Locked up by JG. Great rotation in from the Pango. Rolling all over that Bristleback and squashing the pesky Invader. Even more gold going into Lewis's pocket. So even though he does lose that stack, he kills the opponent carry. Like, I can't help but feel like some of these early slip-ups from Execration, it's gonna hurt them in the long run.
This is the meta game that's been going on for quite some time. You know, you pick an offlaner like Mars was banned this game, so you have Mars or Pango on your offlane, or Centaur, for example, and then you, especially I think Pango and Mars. I think Centaur maybe sometimes you don't see the impact as much when you're defending your own stacks, right? It's easy to punish this type of overextensions if they don't bring enough heroes to steal your stacks. I think it's good that you have this sort of heroes because the mid laners right now, Sanction, Beastmaster, or Earthshaker, they all want to clear like ancient stacks, right? I think the meta is around mid laners that can clear the ancient stacks, or mid laners that buy helm. So whenever you have the mid laners that clear ancient stacks, I think the off laner needs to be someone that can help defend the stacks, you know, like Pango, for example, you have the role to come in, or Mars with the arena. I think it makes it very, very difficult for the enemies to fully commit to steal the stack. You know, either you choose to sacrifice one hero and you get the stack, or you have to bring a lot of people, right? Like these 3 to 4 heroes, which I felt like they were a bit hesitant just now with the move, which actually resulted in the Bristleback dying. Imagine if Bob on the Shaker, he just dropped his echo and then they back off, then the Bristol didn't have to fully commit in, then maybe it would have been fine.
Yeah, CML in the top lane, gonna get chased down by Gabby, the cookie, getting him the distance, but doesn't look like it's gonna be far enough. Deluge finishes the job, and even the tombstone gonna get cleaned up by Lewis. Very, very nice. Pay your taxes to Mr. Cuckoo, please. It is his team after all.
He's level 6, so he's happy. Has his song up and ready. Nice and early.
Ready to counter-initiate and maybe bail out one of his teammates.
Nobody actually says pay your taxes to the supports. I've never heard of that.
It's usually the other way around, right? The supports are the one taking their wallet out. Yes, dear, take all my resources. I'll buy you tangles. I'll buy everything.
I'm begging for a kill, you know. I'm like,
please let me finish my arcane boots, brother, so I can give you mana. It helps you in the long run, I promise. But it's the Godfather's team, you know. Things work differently. He's the boss.
I imagine not every position 5 is like Cuckoo. Yeah, this is definitely his team. He calls the shots. He's playing Naga, so you better give him the last hit. I think Naga is probably one of the better heroes on position 5 to get kills or get whatever extra gold injection, right? Because you scale so much as a position 5, and right now we see a smoke off the dagger. It's going to be a huge one if they can actually get a core kill or maybe even steal some of the ancient stacks. Which I think, is it still there? Oh no, they already... Oh, they
cleared out most of it.
They cleared out the initial stacks, but yeah. So it's probably going to be a kill on the catapult wave here. That's what Execution would hope for.
I feel like this move is kind of being read a bit by Cuckoos though. Look at their position on the map and how they've adjusted.
Because there's no one holding the mid lane. That's why it's always... Whenever you make this sort of moves, right? So you see the Undying, he's not exactly occupying the mid lane. He doesn't have a TP though, so the move could have been better if Undying is holding mid and they move with the Shaker and the Snap. So these are the small little things that matter a lot. I think the SEA teams, they are always not very, very good at this yet, you know. They just want to fight, but they don't really plan the fight. How are we going to play the map before we create this smoke opportunity? Like, not just because I just bought a blink, you know, I want to smoke, you know. You also have to look at who's going to be shuffling out what waves and how you're going to be looking at where to move, you know. Because if you don't get the mid lane in, it's very hard to decide that. And Cuckoo, they're going to find him and he's going to give them a little bit of a karaoke.
Yeah.
How do you like my karaoke, guys?
Yeah.
Pretty good, yeah?
He is a streamer after all. I know he does sing quite a bit on his stream, so just giving them a little bit of a live show, you know? You show me your blink dagger, I show you my singing skills. Bob, not really the reveal that he wants, especially not if he gets caught out here. Gabby looked for a moment like he might have threatened to pop that Chronosphere and take down the Earthshaker.
Yeah,
but
I actually felt like maybe he could have attempted it. Beastmaster was like next to him, you know? Maybe he's not really sure if they had enough damage, because Naga and Effie, you don't exactly have like something to throw into the corner.
Yeah. And I feel like this is going to be maybe a bit of a common theme, at least for the first 25, maybe even 30 minutes until the Faceless Void gets items. The lack of damage in the Chronosphere. I feel like usually the second you hit that level 6, maybe you look for a twin gate rotation, punish the opposing safe laner with an easy chrono, and then you go back to farming. I'm not sure how much we're going to see Gabby actually get use out of that ultimate.
No, probably not. They're going to be happy sitting and farming. Because the onus is on execution, right? You have Lycan, you have Bristol, you want to be hitting your early timings. You don't want to be like, okay, guys, we're just going to sit and farm, be trading with Effie, Naga, you know.
Yeah.
I think you're kind of feeling a little bit uncomfortable if that's happening. I mean, as soon as you get the Overlord, he just got it, you should be looking to pressure the map. You want to open the tier 1 top, and it's going to be 15 minutes, right? I mentioned Radiant side advantage. So as soon as you kill this tower, you kill Roshan when it comes to nighttime, and then you play around the map. Maybe you kill the mid tower, then you wait for the 20-minute torrent. I think usually that's how things go for the Radiant side.
Yeah. Is there a risk though? Because I'm looking at the side of Cuckoo. You're talking about an early Rosh. He can come in with the rolling, come in with the raw, come in with all their ultimates. Could be a very scary affair for Execration to try and hold that area.
But at the same time, who is going to kill the dragon, right? The Overlord creep. That's going to always be the question, you know, when you are looking at all these heroes that buy the Overlord early. I mean, you can definitely deal with it with the Axe, which is coming up on Lewis in a bit. But overall, it will be quite complicated. I don't think it's going to be that straightforward, right? So if you don't get like some 2-3 man chronos, let's say at least 1 or 2 men, and there's always going to be a Tombstone and a Snapfire, you're going to be relying on the Naga to kind of cancel that, right? I think for the most part in the early game.
It sounds like a bit too much for that Naga to do though. Like you saw him and
they have what, 4 melee heroes into Tombstone? It's not, it's not going to be easy.
It's tough. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes here. 15 minutes on the clock. Let's see how exactly Execration choose to play this out. They've already taken the top lane. The Black Dragon is pushing in the wave, and right now the map is slowly going to get smaller. Someone has to deal with Tino's Black Dragon over here, and for now...
Who? But who?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem Kukuis need to try and answer. There's even a deep ward spotting out Gabby, so they have full information about who's up in this top lane. Some pings coming out though. Looks like they want to set up Echo Slam into the stun, into the kisses. It's not enough damage. He gets the time wall off and the chrono. This is not what you want from Execration, and their move goes completely wrong. They do manage to finish off the Faceless Void in the end thanks to the Dragon, but the Snapfire Cookie misses out onto the high ground, and Lewis is gonna come in and claim another freebie.
Oh, here comes the
Yes,
Wolf.
they get Gabby, but it comes at a cost, and the Wolf can come in, but the Wolf's gonna watch his Black Dragon die. I don't know whether the Wolf was really happy about that situation. The rest of the team on Execration couldn't connect between CML and Bristleback, and that ends up being a very positive trade for Kukuis.
It kind of worked out. Actually, it wasn't so bad for Excretion because they killed the Faceless Void in the end. I mean, Naga's gonna get another net here. He's gonna try to reel in the Undying.
This is
Gonna
just
come
easy.
in. No Rod also, he might be, yeah, he should be fine.
Song just to bail out Lewis.
Yeah, this is actually pretty good for Excretion. They force out Chrono, they force out the Song. And now, I think they should still get the kill.
Yeah, I was thinking that CML would be a free kill for Lewis to grab, but just not enough damage at this early stage in the game. He turns around, pops that, I don't even know how he ended up moving so fast. I thought he'd be slow to a crawl by the balls, but he just trucked on out of there. And Palos, he's keeping the motion going. Chasing out onto DJ, Bushwhack forced out at DJ, trying to scurry away into the tree line, does manage to escape. But this is the pace that you were talking about, Execration putting the foot on the gas.
Yeah, now they're gonna kill the mid tower, and I think Roshan is definitely gonna be on the table. Because you know Chrono is down, Song's down. So there's nothing to fear going for that early rush. Because you mentioned they have to be careful about the team fight on Kukuis when they're going Roshan, and with everything down, Palos seems to not care, you know, he's in the high ground. What the hell is going on?
Palos, that early SNY, but he might have gone a bit too deep. Getting rolled upon now. Do you have the damage on the Kukuis to finish him off? Soulrit, gonna top him off.
Oh, nice
Deluge
dodge.
as well, the slow, the dodge, the Snapfire Cookie. The last bump, it's not gonna be enough. The stun comes through and the sharpshooter misses. JG, he can't get that final swash off in time. And in comes the Lycan Wolf with the Prowler. That is a lot of damage onto Kukuis. They are just at your tier 3, at your front door. Knock, knock. Execration's home. Time to get everything that we drafted for. 3k gold lead up. And Execration, this is all part of the plan.
Execution definitely playing to their strength right now with their advantage with their heroes, and totally abusing the fact that you just use Chrono and Song, so you're basically like having only 3 heroes being useful. Yeah, that was some crazy play, you know. I think most of the teams would just taken the mid tower and went for it. Not go up the high ground, kill the enemy mid with the Bristol, and then run around, tank a bunch of roll damage, and then basically kill them. I think that was like a play that you will only see in Southeast Asia. That's why we are the best at chaotic Dota.
Absolutely, but now Kukuis, they have some of the ultimates back available, namely the Raw and the Faceless Void Chronosphere. They want to try and put it to use, maybe delay this Roche. If they can just buy themselves some time, Roche is going to go to the bot lane, and that might give Kukuis an advantage given that their outpost is nearer to the Roche pit. Doesn't look like Execration they're in position to get this objective anytime soon.
It took too long. I think when they decided to go for that play, it means that they would have already considered the fact that they could take Roche with the Chrono being on cooldown. Now everything is back up, so you have to try to rethink your situation right now. Do we actually wait for 20 minutes, kill Tormentor, or do we wait for another poke? You know, Palos is going to try to force them to poke and maybe bait out some spells. You know, he's going to do it again. He has his Lotus up, so he feels invincible right now.
Oh, I love this item build from Palos, going for the status resistance and the Lotus. So a purge, and whatever you can't purge, you're just gonna be stuck in that gap a bit longer.
Yeah.
30 seconds to try and take this Roche. You think they can do it?
It's going to be definitely possible with their heroes, but whether Kukuis can bring heroes here, you know, they definitely have the firepower with the Chrono. I mean, there's Chrono ready with the roll, with the Beastmaster with X, so they're definitely
Hold that
thinking
thought.
about it.
Faceless Void, he's in a prime position. Is he
Oh,
gonna
no.
jump in time? Gabby a little bit of hesitation. He was waiting for his team to be in position. That ward is gonna spot out DJ, but they're already gone. Bob in though with the Echo Slam, holding the Pango in place, but this should be a very easy swatch and a roll away. I think he has more than enough move speed to escape, so they don't manage to get anything, but they did get the objective they were gunning for this whole time. A little bit late on the clock, but still making it happen.
They're gonna move to the Tormentor right now. I think this is still going according to plan for Execration's lineup. Kill Roshan before 20 minutes, get the mid and top towers, and get the Tormentor. I mean, if you can somehow get the shot for the Undying, that would actually be wonderful.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's everything lining up very nicely. I mean, hell, that will be the ideal situation, but the Fire Snap Cookie shot for the Snap Fire, the additional distance is going to go a long way to escape from the members of Kukui's way. Oh, he bought it.
Yeah, I think it's quite common for players to buy it
yeah,
because it's
that's true. It's so
like
good.
I think it's like a Midas in a way. Because
Yeah, it's a farming tool, right? It clears the creep wave in one spell.
So it gives you mana. You don't have to use 2 spells, because before you get the shot, you have to use 2 spells to clear the wave. And with the shot, you only need to use your cookie. So it gives you a lot more, obviously, mana. So you can push out waves and join the team fight without feeling that, oh, maybe I have to buy more clarities or whatnot because I won't have enough for my combo, you know? So they get the shot and CML gets the shot. So that is perfect. So they have a save onto the Raw or the Chronosphere, and now Pango is gone, man. He is dead.
I don't know what he was doing there. It was a bit of a weird setup from Kukui's. It almost looked like they wanted to try and contest the Tormentor,
I think
but
they were definitely talking about contesting because the FE was also nearby, you know, so you don't stay in an area as a carry unless you are going to fight, you know. And because of that, they lost the Wisdom Shrine as well, 21 minutes, and Gabby going to get run down by Palos. This is the timing where the Bristleback is absolutely a menace in the game, right? He's the raid boss. You have to throw everything you have to kill him. I'm not even sure if he dies that easily, you know.
He would have to be like broken and then facing the wrong way, and
there's no obvious combo into the chrono. Like you chrono, then you're just hitting, right? You don't have. I mean, sure you can use your sharpshooter.
Oh, Palos. And like you mentioned,
Well,
he's not scared of a thing. Forced to use the song just to disengage Kuku. Lewis is still gonna fall to the kiss. They couldn't cancel it in time, and the long range fissure, Kuku's gonna be in trouble as well. They get the Godfather, and I mean, when you come for Lewis, you get a freebie while you're at it. Kuku gonna drop as well. And maybe this was all part of Execration's plan. Sure, the Naga Siren is such a strong hero in this current meta, but it doesn't really do much for you in terms of preventing this pace that Execration are playing at right now.
I told you, this is the reason why the SEA teams don't play now. They don't know how to play the hero. They don't know what heroes they need to draft around it. Because with this Naga FV, right, it's so slow, right? Your lineup doesn't provide any damage into the chrono. And now another pickoff onto the Pangolier. Echo Salami used another call down. The Pango was just trying to push out the dead lane. Got caught. And I mean, this is the power of Shaker when it comes down to the mid game. You're very, very good at shuffling waves out with your shot.
Yeah.
And whoever tries to counter shove the wave out, you can always kill them with your echo. Because you do so much
the
damage.
setup is so easy.
You do so much damage with the innate everything else.
Palos in the bot lane. He does have an Aegis though.
Wow.
We'll lose that first life. The rest of the team's coming over. Not really sure how that happened. They didn't even use a Raw. So Palos just loses that first life, just kind of vibing down here. The rest of the team will come and back him up. That was a little bit strange, but you know.
I'm not sure what kind of vibe that sends to your teammates. Oh guys, I'm dead. What did they use to kill you? And you answer nothing.
No, they kind of just, you know, bushwhack. They bushwhack down, guys. Bushwhack down for 7 seconds. Rolling Thunder being set up. There's a Chronosphere. This could be the turnaround fight that Kukus were looking for up onto the high ground now. Palos being pulled in. The Fissure gonna break up the fight. Gabby still looking for an angle, but Tino shape-shifting now and looking for the back line. They'll hold down the wall, but Gabby already taking so much damage. Chronosphere just holding them in place. Now they need to try and retreat, but Shank's in a perfect position on the high ground. Lewis can't reach him, but maybe they found Bob. The shot. Tombstone gonna grab him into safety, and Bob's gonna come right out for that kill. Atos to hold him in place, but where's the follow-up damage? It just doesn't exist, and they won't even get the last hit on Bob. The Soul Rip coming in. They get just about everything but the Faceless Void, and Kukuis, they are left with nothing on the board. It's a 17k gold lead. That was a disaster.
The game is close to being over right now. I think they're gonna lose so many Vexes, at least 2 sides. I'm not sure, maybe even 3. Probably just 2. But yeah, that was like a really big disaster. It definitely showcases why they didn't have damage into the chrono. They dropped a chrono on, I don't know, 1 or 2 heroes there, and they couldn't just kill them, because their heroes just can't output damage into the chrono. And Execration took full advantage of it with this Lycan plus Bristleback lineup where they just don't care. It also started with an excellent Tombstone save, on the Shaker by CM there, which actually kind of set the tone of the team fight after that.
Almost got that kill onto King Bob. They got the catch on the back lines. Looked promising for a moment, but how quickly it all falls apart. And speaking of falling apart, the building's crumbling. Thunderhide on the high ground. Just try rolling Thunder to defend, but that can't feel good. Just can't really get any kills right now on the side of Kukuis. How do you set this team fight up? How do you try and find an angle? Doesn't really seem possible right now, Winter.
They don't have items, they don't have damage. It's going to take so long for them. They're going to need like what, BKB and Bees, they need, I don't know, Manta and level 20. They definitely need level 20 on Phases Void with the talent. Yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go,
Yeah, I don't know how much more of a road they're going to have. Execration, they are in a great position to try and close out this game, getting all their major items. Even the Aeon Disc being queued up by Bob, he understands that they only have 1 real round of burst, and other than that, the rest of Execration will overrun them if they can't immediately get the kill. So I like this itemization a lot. Looks like Cuckoo, he might be in a little bit... Okay, well, a little bit is an understatement here. Just gonna get run down by Palo. Sister Shroud doing its work though, the best neutral item in the game, some pros have said, and that's actually gonna allow the Naga Siren to walk away scot-free.
Okay.
What a stupid item.
Somehow he didn't die.
Yeah.
He looked
the Sister
dead
Shroud, man, it's just evasion. He dodged like 3 bristleback hits.
He looked dead on my screen, for sure.
Yeah, same. I don't know. Solar Crest, the combination of all those things.
I mean,
Well,
it still doesn't really change the predicament they are having right now. I mean, the game is still really, really tough. They have to try to somehow buy time for their lineup to get online. But Execration, they are definitely looking to end the game right now. I mean, with the Aeon Disc in the backpack, for the Shaker, as long as he doesn't die and he's gonna find the Void, casually just giving him the Echo.
Yeah. Goodbye, Gabby. That's your Faceless Void out of the picture. 45 seconds, and surely that means that you can run up onto high ground, but not sure how Execration want to play this just yet. Looks like they're trying to connect. And again, talked a little bit about the Aeon Disc from Bob already, but you can see the idea on Execration. They're all on the same page, right? The Blink Dagger for CML for those Blink Tombstone saves. He understands exactly what needs to be done here. All he needs to do is to bail his cause out of any sticky predicament, and they can win him the fight.
To get Aether Lens at some point, because if you get a good chrono in the middle, you can't reach with the Tombstone outside.
Yeah.
So you need a lens for that. But let's see, he might not even need to do it. Cuckoo setting up the tone with the song. But what can they do? Where is the damage? Where is the chrono?
What?
He's still dead, my friend.
He's just coming back. What was that song about? It just puts you in a compromising position. Cuckoo goes down. DJ needs to fall. Burning away to the fireball. There's the chrono. Onto 2. Starting to do the damage onto CML, but he might be able to save himself with a grab ally. He still has the tombstone, and they just can't get the kill. Another beautiful fissure. GG is called Gabby. He throws in the towel, and in an age of Dota 2 where games go to 50 minutes, Execration completely flattened Cuckoos in half that time. 30 minutes on the clock is all they need for this high-paced lineup, and Execration coming up 1-0. Very, very dominant game.
Yeah, that is just the power of their lineup in the early game. I said usually I don't want to say the game must end before 30 minutes, but they somehow ended the game before 30 minutes. So what a wonderful showing from Execration. They definitely showed the power of their lineup. The Lycan, Undying, Bristleback. I think Undying is not a very common position 5 hero, but they definitely made it work. And for Kukuis, they're going to have to rethink their overall strat. Right? I think the opening was okay with the... they had the Naga Hoodwing plus...
Beast was the first pick, I think.
Yeah, with the Beast. And wanting to shift the Beast to mid lane to deal... to get just like clear stacks. I think that was a fine idea in this game. It was just the other components, right? Even with the Pango trying to defend the stacks, but it was just the Void pick just fell out of place, because it doesn't really give you a lot of synergy with the Beast and the Pango. And on top of it, you don't really work well with Naga in the lane, right? So these are all the things that are lacking in the draft. And you could see, in the lane, he didn't have the best start. I mean, he had an okay start. I wouldn't say he had a bad start, because DJ came in to get them a first bird. But overall, you see a lot of lacking in terms of synergy with their heroes mainly because of the chrono. I think that if the Void was something like maybe a range hero that can do damage, Luna, for example, or Terrorblade, I think Terrorblade would have been something quite common. A lot of teams are using Terrorblade against Bristol because they saw the Bristol pick early. Because you have a lot of armor and Bristol does mainly physical damage, so he doesn't do a thing to you. I think those are the things you need to really, really consider. It's very, very important that you have the right lane setup for the heroes, and you have to have synergy between your cores. That is something that I think a lot of the SEA teams, whenever you watch them play, they have problems with that because players just want to play what they want. I think it's quite a common thing. You interview them, oh, why did you pick that hero? Oh, because my mid laner or my carry wants to play that hero because it's his comfort hero. And they're not really paying a lot of attention to, okay, does this pick actually work with my overall composition, right? Does it work with the lane setup? Does it work with the lineup? Does it work with the other cores? What do we need? So those are the things that I felt like it wasn't there, with this Faceless Void pick. And I don't even feel like they made a lot of glaring mistakes. I mean, sure, there are some small little mistakes, but when you lose the game off small little mistakes, it means your draft has issues.
Yeah. Absolutely. We'll see whether Kukuis can fix things up. Might be a level 30 Faceless Void, but I can't imagine Gabby felt very comfortable in that game. Hopefully a better situation, hopefully a bit more competitive. We'll find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
If you've been in Derby, it seems the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true that I never was known to lie. If you've been in Derby, it seems the same as I.
I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches a fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 27 Close Qualifiers for the Southeast Asian region. My name is Perm Sneeze and I'm joined by Winter as we take you through Execration versus Cuckoos. Game number 1 was a bit of a breeze there for Execration. I know Mr. Leon Arthur, coach of Execration, rubbing his hands together very happily after that one. They drafted to play fast, and my god, play fast did they. 28 minutes was all that it took for them to dispatch Cuckoos. And Winter, you were saying that a large part of the problem wasn't even Cuckoo's gameplay or anything, just really came down to the draft and some major holes in their strategy.
Yeah, I felt like the lineup just didn't really have a lot of synergy with the Faceless Void pick. That one pick just didn't really sit right in the whole lineup. I think that they just needed to change that, figure out what type of carry, they wanted to pick, and maybe, just make adjustments to it, because it's either that you set up the draft for the carry, or you pick the carry first, and then you pick parts that are good for the carry. I think those are the two ways I would see it. And the last game, they opened the draft with the Beast, and Beast is like a hero that you kind of need to set up for him. I think the Pango was good. It was a very good idea. You defend the stacks with the roll, but then the Faceless Void, I'm not sure where where to put the Faceless Void,
I mean, when the Faceless Void did get picked up, I don't know about you, but I was thinking, hey, this isn't too bad, right? All they're missing is damage in the chrono. But then maybe by the time the last pick came around, they had too many things they needed to do with the last pick.
Yeah. If they would have picked the Quap at the final section, that would have actually been fine too. Because the Quap would have given them a lot more firepower in the early game to play with the chrono and the Beastmaster Raw.
Yeah,
So
and it's fine into the Shaker, right?
Yeah, so you go Helm in with the Beastmaster early, you pressure the map, and you have a Quap to back you up. I think the reason why they want to do that is because of the Bristol into Beast matchup. They feel like it's going to be difficult for you to get a head start on the hero, because Beast is like, I think, one of those offlane heroes where you want to get off to a good start, get off to a good lane matchup, and
for sure.
make sure you snowball with your Helm timing, and then you pressure the map. That's probably the reason. But I felt like they were kind of caught in two minds, right? They either choose to counter the opponent matchup, or they have to pick a hero that synergizes well with their lineup, which is sometimes can be a very tricky call, to make. It's easy for us to say it after watching the game, but at that point, those are things that they're definitely considering, like how you're building the draft. That's why it's not an easy thing to do. Drafting is like, you need an extra person handling for you. And whereas for teams like Kukuis, where you're just like a stack that's newly formed, you don't have that extra person, right? So you tend to have, I think, more problems dealing with it. And right now in this game, they have opted for a completely different setup. So they have the second pick here. They have Silencer as a response to Puck, one of the better supports against Puck. Then they have a Storm, which works really well with Silencer. So I like the idea between the sequence of picks here.
Yeah. Also, this was like some concept that I believe I must have watched it in some of those Seb videos that he was talking about, the TI meta and everything. How Silencer, typically Puck would be great into Storm Spirit, or any Spirit for that matter, but you pair it with a Silencer, suddenly the matchup is turned on its head. Now, Winter, one thing you really like to talk about is the mid lane trio, right? When the power runes come up, obviously a very important aspect of both Puck and Storm Spirit's early game. Do you think this Pugna task is good enough to kind of overpower Muerta, Storm Spirit, Silencer as a trio to trio?
Yeah, for sure. They have damage. They have stuns. I think stuns are definitely something that you definitely look at, because you need to stun and secure the rune. And if you look at the Storm, Muerta, and Silencer, they also have kind of like I don't know if it's a soft stun or a hard stun with the fear, right? You have some sort of disable, but not as good, I would say, as a snowball shot, right? The setup seems, I think, a lot stronger. As you imagine, there are two heroes in the river. Either the Pugna or the Tusk, they both offer a lot more, I think, than the Silencer and Muerta. And on top of that, if you're taking a 3 against 3 and the Pugna ward is down, I feel like
they're done.
In most
Cases, like,
cases,
it's not happening.
You're not winning that fight, right? So, yeah. And to defeat the Pugna, you have to find him and initiate him first, so he doesn't drop the ward. But that's going to be a hard task. And now they have the Storm plus Dawnbreaker duo, which is, I think, going to help them play aggressively with the Global a lot. And it's something you pick with Global as well, because the Global is the counter to the Solar Guardian. And now you have everything. Execution they have opted to go for the stable Sven. This hero has been one of the, I think, most stable carries in the meta right now. I mean, when you're talking about carry picks, it's always going to be a debate between, do I pick the Sven, do I pick the Ursa? It's mostly melee heroes right now. Do I pick? I think the range hero is like Troll. Probably the teams really like Troll. Is
that counted as a range hero? I feel like he's a bit here and there.
Yeah,
right?
he's a range in a lane. I think the why you are talking about the range melee aspect is because mostly you are talking about how well you can do in a lane in specific matchups. So I think that's the main consideration. I mean, the Sven with Pugna right now is pretty strong, because whenever you talk about Pugna likes frontliners, right? So it's always going to be either the Sven, the Ursa, the troll, those heroes, they stand in front and then you just heal them, So it works wonders with those combination. And now with this Sven, so you need like an aura last pick, I think, for Excretion to enable the whole entire lineup. So they remove Pango and Night Stalker, which is kind of the counter to the Puck, which I felt like not the best use of the last two bans as well, but we'll see.
Yeah, I kind of get the Night Stalker though, because you talk about somebody who needs to build the auras. The one thing that's missing from Execration right now for me is somebody who can give vision to the Puck and the Sven so they can jump.
Yeah,
right?
but at the same time, if you're a body, you're kind of doing that, right? If you buy auras, you stand in front. Like you're a centaur, you stand in front. I think you are already inherently okay. So it's gonna be a Darkseer. So one thing good about Darkseer, right? So you're also considering, say, what do they pick as their last pick into the Sven, right? So you want to pick something that's good into it. So they remove the Razor and Ursa, which are both good matchups into the Sven. So the last one is Medusa. So guess what? I picked Darkseer. So how do you pick your Medusa now? So either you still pick that, considering the fact that it's good against Sven, but then you are taking a loss, right, against the Darkseer. Or you pick like some anti-mage now. Anti-mage will definitely win the lane against the Darkseer, but he's going to be weak into the Sven. Like there's going to be certain phases in the game where the Sven is just going to like 1-2 shot.
Like two-shot you, right? Yeah. Like just 2 hits,
but
you're
then
dead.
Eventually you're going to be strong enough to win the game. Or there's another pick, Lifestealer. I think Lifestealer is also, I think, maybe an in-between compared to the AM and the Medusa, where you are good into the Darkseer, but decent. Not that great into the Sven, but decent. It's because you can get the Aghanims to kind of to go inside him, in the team fights to dodge him and to make sure that you kite him around. So that's the other option. And then you have the Lifestealer Storm Spirit bomb with the global of the Solar Guardian. So that kind of maybe could work. Or you have to...
you heard it here first. If you're dealing with a big, strong, muscly man and you need to defeat him, the best way is to get inside him.
But
that is exactly what you said, Winter, word for word.
Okay, true.
Scribe it.
I want to dodge it now. Just pick troll.
Okay, there you go. I think back when Sven was the tippity-tip top of the meta, it was always troll, right? Just because of that mischance. Sven hates buying MKB. And it's great in the lane. Compared to the Faceless Void, this last pick feels a lot stronger.
This is something that they are trying to definitely consider or find the balance between the Darkseer and the Sven, right? That's why the Darkseer pick was very good. It kind of blocked off certain heroes. I think especially the Medusa. The Medusa would have been perfect, because Medusa against the first 4 heroes of Excretion, it works really, really well. Those heroes don't do anything. The Puck, now what is he going to do against Medusa? A tag team on task? Nothing, Puck, nothing. So the Darkseer was definitely, I think, a very well thought out pick by Excretion. And Kukui's response with a troll to kind of counteract the Darkseer lane and also kind of deal with the Sven in a way. But I don't feel like it's like a solid all game solution. I think there's still going to be points at a time where the Sven is going to be a threat to you, right? You get two-shotted, and then you're like, what? You're going to rely on the Dawn to save you, which I think sometimes can be not so reliable because it could happen really quickly with the God Strength and you just get two-shotted or something. You don't get a chance to react, especially with a task initiating on you with tag team.
Yeah, this could all happen so quick for Execration. The burst damage, physical damage is definitely there. Now, Darkseer, you are talking big about this pick. You're saying this is a master stroke from Execration. But I still wonder whether they have enough information in these fights to get those immediate pick-off jumps, right? The troll, especially I'm thinking in situations like in the mid-game when you're both smoked out looking for a skirmish, who's going to break that smoke first? You can immediately throw out the global, the Dawnbreaker out.
There's like Puck to scout, right? Because you mentioned you need to find information in the team fight. I think Puck is excellent at scouting.
Sure.
And make sure you're playing into global, but you could always pivot your build, get a use early, then it kind of solves the global problem. Okay. I think that the threat of the vacuum into the, 3-4 man stuns from the Sven is still there. You're gonna die like in 2 seconds.
That's true. I think we're talking so much about the Darkseer, I immediately think, the wall illusions, how are they going to interact?
Sven, brother. Darkseer Sven.
You're right. It's gonna get a little bit nasty if they're not careful. I think Kukuis, of course, they just qualified through open qualifiers yesterday here. They had a pretty easy journey, all things considered. Kukuis is back to streaming. A spicy all chat coming out. I mean, it's funny that Paolo says that because just a couple of months ago, he was on Kukuis, he was streaming as well. So
it's what we call the holiday camp, right? So you take a break. No, you're not in a proper team, so you go to that Kukuis break camp. You know, all the players that kind of didn't really get a good opportunity in the shuffles usually end up in the Kukui stack, right? So you stream, you have fun, you shit talk, but at the same time you're also playing, right? And you're gonna be winning the O queues and getting into the C queues, and you're gonna be trying to hurt or break some teams. You know, you're gonna have to decide. Okay, is it time for streaming or is it time for actually trying to practice and win the close qualifiers, and right now it seems like they're in a good spot, they're in, I think the overall lineup this time for the Kukuis stack
looks pretty solid, right?
Probably one of the most solid lineups.
If you slap these players together, you tell me this is the new talent lineup, I wouldn't even be surprised. Like, this is something that is very realistic, right? Gabby, he made that decision to step away post Blacklist, and he's been sort of on that streaming content grind. I don't know if there are any streamers other than maybe Kuku himself who are bigger than Gabby in the Philippines. He is so popular. He's a hilarious guy, and I mean, but if he did come back, this stack would be a pretty solid team supporting him to come back to. So maybe something to look forward to. But for now, still dreams unrealized in the early stages of the close qualifiers here. One game away from dropping to the lower bracket early on. Not really where you want to be. Some early pressure already being put out onto Tino. That's kind of what you want to see from the Troll Warlord, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to offset the lane matchup of the Tusk into Silencer. I think whenever you're playing Silencer, this Tusk hero is like a threat to you, right? Especially when he gets level 2. Because you're a low armor hero, you're slow, tag team plus shot block, or even a snowball at level 2, you're most likely mincemeat, right? In most cases, especially when you have Iron Shell on you. He's taking the long walk because he didn't block the camp, so he needs to dodge away. So he has to avoid the camps and eventually returns to the lane. But this is why Troll is good into this Darks here. You kind of can tank certain waves and you have a lot of kill potential with your slow and your whirling axe in the lane, That's why he's, I think, has a lot of lane synergy with the Silencer here. Compared to last game, right, they had the Naga plus Faces Void, which doesn't really feel like, okay, this is not really that great in the lane. So this game, I think they kind of took they figured out that was the problem, so they took a different approach, which I kind of like.
Bro, they both look at each other. The Faces Voice look at the Naga and her 3 illusions. The Naga and the 3 illusions look at the Faces Voice. It's like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, what's the plan?
It's not just the lane, right? In the team fights, they're also looking at each other. So do I song to start for the chrono?
Yeah, do you want a chrono, or do I song after to help you when you do no damage in the chrono and then they are like close to killing you? Like, how are we setting this up? Look, we can put game 1 behind us. I'm sure that's what Kukuis would want as well, because they are looking a lot more solid in this game number 2. I feel like the draft makes a lot more sense, right? The Troll is going to be that front line, and then you have the Storm Silencer to counter-initiate along with the Solar Guardian if needed. How does this game's complexion differ to the previous game? Are there any sort of teams that are looking to play a bit faster? Are they both just looking to get their major items and team fight it out? What are the milestones that we can expect?
Very similar to the last game where Execution has a timing lineup. The Darkseid Aura plus the Sven 20 minutes, you have Dagger, and then 23, 24, you have BKB, and then you're going to be fighting around those times. But at the same time, they also have very good scaling this time. I would say way better scaling than last game. Last game, they had Bristol back as a carry, so they definitely had a shorter window of ending the game. But this time around, I don't feel like they're too worried. Late game Puck is Menace. It's very scary late game. Sven is still decent late game. And Darkseid is also like one of the, I think, harder scaling offlaners, right? Because of the wall, you always, like the stronger your enemies get, the stronger your wall is gonna get, But at the same time, Troll is like not the best wall hero, I would say.
Yeah, doesn't really get a lot out of that illusion. CML being blood grenaded. The hammer slightly off the mark though, and the siphoning ward healing him up quite a nice bit. So not really under any threat at all. So far, CS-wise, looks like Kukuis are doing a lot better than last game.
It's going to come down to, I think, how well the lane start. Okay, they're gonna finally get the pick off here because they were out of resources. The Sven doesn't have mana for unless he pop his stick to help his support there, but he decides not to do it.
Yeah, why would he do that? Psh,
Yeah, why?
who
Why
cares?
would I?
Who cares?
You
Why
know
would I
why?
use my resources?
You know why? Because I need him in the lane to farm. But at the same time, I could let him die, and then he goes
Solo
back.
EXP.
I get solo EXP, and he brings me my item, so I don't have to wait for my career. He could be my career. So
Yeah.
why not?
Oh, sorry, I didn't press my stick in time. Forgot I had it. Yeah, that's what you say in the team comms. But really, we know the real strategy, Palos. But don't worry, no shame in it. You know, you do what you gotta do. You carry the game later. The partner thanks you anyway. How about this mid lane? We haven't really talked about it yet. Storm versus Puck. I mean, overall, I think in isolation, Puck probably gets the better of Storm just because of the silence and the Dream Coil. But laning wise, is it also a little bit of a struggle for the Storm?
I mean, I think it should be a little bit Puck favorite. So I think this is quite normal. Because with the phase shift and Puckish in it, this hero is just... Yeah.
So annoying, yeah.
So
It's,
annoying. I mean, he's a hero where in certain lane matchups you could see the abuse, right, with the Puckish. So you keep regaining HP and mana. See what he's doing here. This is so annoying.
Dude, it's stupid. He's just using it off cooldown. It's like having a little heal off cooldown.
Yeah,
it's kind of
but
crazy.
when it comes down to the team fights, right, I think that's what matters, right? With the global, they could kill him through whatever shenanigans he's doing. As long as you just catch him when he's not in phase shift, he's gonna die for sure, you know. I think playing against Puck, the thing that you want to have is you kind of want to force him to buy a defensive item. But usually when you see Pucks go crazy, they don't really have a counter in the game, and they can kind of get their Parasma early because they don't have to buy any defensive item, right? I think these are the reasons why Void Spirit is also picked against Puck, right? You kind of force him to buy defensive items because you attack silence. So in this game, I would expect the Puck to at least get a use at some point, so that's going to slow down his timing quite a fair amount. But at the same time, you know, late game Puck is going to be very scary, you know, if they somehow manage to get there. I mean, we talked about the vacuum with the stun, but also, you know, the vacuum into the Puck coil, that could be deadly, you know, late game.
Yeah, you get the eggs, you get the shard, and then you just pump it out so
Pew,
many
pew.
auto attacks.
Everything dies.
I think the craziest thing about Puck, like, it doesn't really look like he's doing a lot of damage. Speaking of damage, into the mid lane, 3 members in here, beautiful dead shot pushing Shanks away though, and they're actually gonna get the kill on the Tusk first. Lewis manages to claim that kill before going down himself, so Execration get what they came for, and they might not be done just yet. The calling coming down to prevent Bob from casting any spells for now. He's still dancing around on the backline. Another beautiful dead shot. DJ, he's been on the money of these so far, but I'm not sure whether it's gonna be enough. Bob now dropping low, still needs to cast some of these spells. The Arcane Curse and the Last Word might just tick him out there. Nice phase shift to dodge out that damage, and even had a Fairy Fire to boot. So he was still gonna be fine. Bob playing very nicely there and taking an advantage for his team in the mid lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is what we call a Pinoy Puck. They are the best Puck players in the region for that particular reason. You know, they really know how much they can go. And Bob is coming back in. He's gonna secure the last kill on Coco, I imagine. And is he gonna be able to survive this?
Ooh,
Doesn't land the dead
dodges
shot.
out the way.
Oh,
Last auto
phase
attack.
shift.
He is phase shift. Okay.
They needed to land the dead shot. That was not an easy dead shot to land because he was
No,
not
that
near
was-
trees.
Dude, look, DJ was landing crazy dead shots that entire mid engagement. I think I can forgive him for not landing that last one. That was a hard one to arc there.
Yeah.
But just off of that skirmish alone, huge mid lane advantage for Execration, right? The Lewis Storm, they ganked him right before level 6. That's exactly what you want to see. And Execration, I mean, they can potentially look for more plays with this.
Yeah, Bob is definitely saying this is why you got kicked, Lewis. You know, I'm the better mid player.
God, you relax. What the hell? That's crazy. Too soon, man. It's not even like the NBA. It's just lower bracket for now. They still got a chance. It'll be a crazy comeback arc if Execration somehow knocked down Cuckoos to lower bracket, and then later down in the bracket.
It's the morale, you know, the morale
Okay.
victory. You get the upper hand, you kill him. We
Yeah.
talk about the 3-3. He gets level 6 first, so he kills him. That's gotta feel good, you know.
Absolutely.
I was kind of
What the-
expecting some spicy all chats, you know. But
Or maybe a tip or so, right? Like, you just kind of like really dunk in on him, but they're keeping it civil for now. They had some juicy all chat at the start talking about CS2 1v1s for some reason. Not sure what that was about. Probably another inside joke on the big old friend group there, but Yeah, early advantage, even though that mid lane skirmish went so well for Execration, they are still not really trucking ahead. That's largely because we've been watching mid, but the side lanes have gone very nicely for Kukui so far. In fact, they might just get Gabby another kill out here in this top lane, if not for those beautiful shards. I mean, that just means that Kuku is going to be the one to claim that with the last word, but still, that was a good try from Shanks. Still doesn't save him though.
Yeah, this is the throw against Darkseer counter, the lane counter matchup. It definitely pressures the Darkseer quite a bit in that lane. But Darkseer is also, at the end of the day, not the worst hero to start off from the back foot, you know, because you can clear stacks, put Iron Shell and then recover, and he's already clearing a couple of stacks here. And I think once you get the Helm, it's not the end of the day, you know, for Darkseer. You can just use the Helm with the Iron Shell. You basically send the creep to the lane with Iron Shell, push out one wave, and then your hero is farming another jungle camp, you know. So it's very, very efficient. He's, I think, probably the best farming hero with Helm in the early game. Like the way you abuse it, I think Darkseer, there's definitely no rival to Darkseer in terms of efficient farming.
I will say that losing this tier 1 top this early on is probably going to be quite difficult to manage though. They throw a wall out onto Gabby, trying to force out the ultimate. Snowball to buy some time, but he's going to come out straight into a very angry troll who just wants his hit. Nice little curveball into the troll, silencing him up. Here comes the Solar Guardian though. Can't land the connection onto Bob as he slips out of there. Looks like CML might be the target instead. They're looking to swing the hammer. Can't really get the connection. This has become a bit of a messy fight. Bob, Silent Stop still using the puckish to dodge out and heal a bit of damage. Finally, the hammer comes in and JG gets the kill. So a bit of an extended skirmish here with both teams poking and prodding. All they really lose is the support. But if they can get Bob somehow, that'll be huge. No, just stepping away.
And there was definitely a lot of confusion there. Like they didn't know if they were gonna go in. The Dawnbreaker sees the decrep, and he doesn't want to use his Starbreaker, so he backs off a little bit. So everything was kind of uncertain. So it was a lot of poking and prodding, right? With the initial coil, then the Dawnbreaker kind of maybe jumped the gun a little bit with the Solar Guardian because the troll wasn't really in any danger of dying there, and then they kind of like go back and forth a little bit. But I think we're gonna see a lot of that. You know, like teams are gonna try to poke out the big spells and then go back and then reinitiate. There's always going to be this in and out sequence coming in, you know, especially for the puck. And Tusk is going to be able to do that when you get your dagger, right? You go in, you try to punch someone, and then you snowball, you dagger out, you know. It's going to be a lot of poking and prodding in the team fights to try to secure an upper hand, right? You need to create chaos so that Tino can get a big vacuum into the Sven stun. That is what you're hoping for. And whereas if you're on the Kukui side, you want the Storm to ball in, Global Sirens, immediately kill someone with the Solar Guardian. That is like the biggest combo, right? And ideally a core.
Ooh. Oh, the Fairy Fire!
That was cool.
The Fairy Fire! Gabby held that one on to the last moment.
He actually would have lived anyway, even without Fairy Fire. Because
You think so?
He had the bonus armor from the Spark
of Courage. Yeah,
So
you're right.
He would have lived regardless from the last strike click, but that was close.
Yeah.
So coil
Good
is
try there
down.
from Bob. Mid lane, level 6, Global Silence available. Bam! Doesn't land the connection just yet. They don't even want to use the
What? They're not
ult.
going?
There it goes.
Okay.
Cuckoo. It was holding it on to the last second. He was seeing whether he could save it. Well, he just needed to secure the kill on Bob there, getting Lewis a much needed sort of injection back into things. And I mean, this game number 2, the early game, I think game number 1, Execration, they let some kills slip, but it still felt like they were trucking ahead. Now Lewis.
Whoa. That's not your
whoa. Brother, I guess he's just setting up for the Solar Guardian. They know Palos is alone down here. CML trying to run over to help his Sven, but it's not going to be in time. And somehow that crazy ball lightning play into complete darkness works out for
There's
them.
no way he knew he was there, right? Like, how did he... I think he discovered him by accident.
Maybe we missed a ward that just expired or something. I'm not too sure. But either way, works out there. Lewis looking phenomenal now on the Storm Spirit. Just making things happen.
Yeah,
And
that's just exactly like you walk down the street. Hey, somebody dropped a $100 note here, you know.
yeah.
I have no
Why
idea
not?
who, but I'm just gonna claim it as my own. You know, that's what happened to the Storm there. Lewis just picks up a freebie accidentally. And that's gonna be a big one, you know, because the Sven was kind of balling out of control, you know, so that's gonna like slow him down a little bit. He's still top of the net worth, almost 7k at 30 minutes. But that is a big kill.
It slows him down for like what, 30 seconds, like, and then he's straight back to farm.
It's still something, you know.
Okay,
every minute counts, every 30 seconds counts in a game, you know. If
True.
you don't get your dagger 30 seconds quicker, it could mean that you lose out on a big kill, you know. So do not underestimate the power of 30 seconds.
Okay, sorry, Winter, sorry. I mean, you talk about 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
You see, if you
He's
give
not
the
even
troll
gonna last
30
three.
seconds, his team would have been here. That's precisely
that's
what
true.
happens with 30 seconds.
He needed to buy 1 minute in that case. 30 seconds wasn't enough. The shot's gonna come through and lock up DJ. They're gonna try and turn around on the fight though. Palos losing quite a bit of HP. He needs some help. Global Silence comes through, preventing the heal from the Pugna, but the D-Crab was there in time. Now you need to heal up Palos. Nice snowball save. There's a Blade Mail though. Lewis waiting for his time. Tino coming in as well, but Palos gets pulled back into his death. They're trying to finish off Cuckoo to the side. Bob getting himself a double kill, and looks like they punched up JG and locked down the Dawnbreaker as well, trying to stop the body blocks there. Lewis still balling back in. Shanks is very low and out of mana. Another beautiful D-Crab, but Gabby, he's now back in the fight. Ready to swirl those axes, and Tino, all the auras in the world ain't gonna save you from this. Solar Guardian coming through, saving Lewis. The last ball lightning on the nether wall will kill him, but Gabby looking to clean up big time. Shanks somehow still alive through this all, but Bob is the real winner of this entire engagement. It's him against JG now, the last two men standing, and DJ waiting around the wings to try and surprise him. Bob, he's not gonna risk it this time. But what the hell was that? What a messy fight. 4 apiece dead on each side, and the only members to survive are JG and Bob.
You say messy, but it was a calculated fight by Excretion. Because they know that the global was down, and they know that the Solar Guardian was close to coming up. So, you know, I think it was a really well-timed fight by Excretion. Using the Sven, bringing him in the smoke, and just taking the initiative, you know. I think that was on their part very well done. Whereas for, I think, Koku's side, they still managed to kind of held their ground there with, I think the Solar Guardian came off cooldown very, very late into the team fight. But yeah, I mean, they would have loved to have the global up, you know, initially to kill off the Puck there. It was so close to killing off Bob there in some of the engagements. But yeah, Puck gets, I think, the biggest win out of all the cores on the Excretion side. DJ, again, you know, he's gonna run into heroes.
Going ethereal though, beautiful shots. Okay.
Oh, that is the shard, upgraded shard.
Yeah, did I miss something? He just bought it.
He just bought it? Oh.
Yeah, he just bought it. The Tormentor's not even up, brother. How could he? He just bought it. Okay.
I mean, it's also like a farming
Are you gonna
shard.
say it's a farming tool?
Yeah, it helps you farm, and at the same time it does damage and it slows, right? So I'm not
guess
gonna
so.
lie, it's not something I've seen a lot.
Yeah,
Or at
exactly.
all.
I'm trying to.
Because usually you just rush dagger.
Yeah, but I guess in this particular game, you don't necessarily
It's good
need the
against the
dagger.
troll. I guess you trap it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you
it
could,
makes him have to walk a bit longer around, right? The kiting potential is definitely there.
I mean, you could say he doesn't need a dagger because of the goal, but you still want to have it no matter what.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
The blink save is just.
It's too good. Yeah.
It's too good.
I mean,
And I
maybe it's
like
because
his,
of this,
I
right?
like he's getting the use first to against the global silence. And
Yeah.
that's usually what I do as well against the silencer.
Okay,
Relax.
Shanks, he's buying a lot of.
relax.
I know, but he's pulling off some sweet moves. You know, you gotta show appreciation.
He's trying to stop him from getting the galvanized stack. That's what he was trying to do. Come on, take the kill, support, take the kill, you know.
Yeah, DJ, you know you want to, but DJ, he's been in the business long enough. He knows the rules. Don't take a kill unless absolutely
Wait,
necessary.
what? No. You know, in
What?
SEA, when you're playing with DJ, you let DJ take all the kills.
Okay, I don't know about whether that is the case in current DJ. You know what I mean? Maybe last time, like maybe 2-3 years ago, maybe even longer than that, you're like, yeah, give DJ all the
remember
network.
the Rubik days, you know, he's playing Rubik and you're like, okay, just take the kill, just wait for it, you know, you carry the game.
These this is a different time. It's a different time for sure. DJ, I think he's been a player who has always been talked about as the very, you know, one of the Southeast Asian legends.
He's the pinnacle of position for, I think, players, you know, like you would want to be like him, you know, if you're aspiring to be a world-class position. Okay, look at DJ, you know, and here,
Hold that thought. Solar Guardian coming in to punish Shanks again. Troll. He's gonna very easily be able to survive that one. That's a Tusk out of the picture again.
that is a good
More
poke.
intelligence being taken away.
that's a good poke. So now
Yeah,
with
you
the
think so?
Dawnbreaker ulti down, you could definitely consider your next move, right? Do you actually go for something like a Roche, or do you make a smoke player? I think these are things that you always try to do when you're playing into multiple big spells, right? on an enemy lineup, global plus solar guardian. So you're gonna have to try to poke and prod and force them to use it. And I think taking casualties is okay if they're on the supports.
Yeah. Yeah, just the necessary sacrifice. You know, it's a bit different from your pub games, you know, when you run it down in your feet, that might not necessarily be a
bro,
good play, but I promise you, Shanks, he knows what he's
I'm not telling you to do it in your pubs, okay? I'm not telling you to do it.
Yeah, no.
Because your teammates, guess what? You know, when Solar Guardian is down, you think they're gonna go attack
No,
the enemy.
no.
They're attacking
Dude,
jungle creeps, you know.
Yeah, this dude is farming a croaker with his Midas, okay? It ain't even the same thing. DJ, he's very close to danger, but I don't think he knows it. Palos, try to find an angle, an immediate pierce the veil though, that's gonna bail him out. Still gonna try and chase. Troll is around the corner though, but I guess without the Solar Guardian, they just want to dodge at all costs. Still trying to find the chase down. DJ, pierce the veil out. Gabby's gonna try and look for a fight though, start swirling those axes, doing the damage. Cuckoo is around the area as well. He got a global silence, but the puck already jaunting out of there. And I guess another casualty that's like kind of okay, because you know, if you only lose supports during this downtime without your ults, it's not actually that bad. Looks like Cuckoo is there looking for a fight.
Yeah, maybe it was close to being up, you know. Solar Guardian, I like that he actually TP'd, because he didn't have Solar Guardian, right? So he TP'd the actual hero to try and take the team fight. That's something I admire a lot, because a lot of players would just, Solar Guardian cooldown, bye-bye guys, I'm not gonna show up, you know, but he tried to go still. And
Oh, smoke breaks. Yeah, Lewis a bit
He didn't get the jump.
short on that. Yeah, they saw the puck for maybe 1 or 2 seconds, but maybe their eyes were just tracked somewhere else, trying to contest that Tormentor. CML might just be the price to pay for that shot that he just got though. Going Decrep, going Ethereal for now, but Gabby will be able to chop him up very easily.
You know what it was, Mike? It was because of the fact that the puck just got used, right? So they ran into him, they clicked on him, and he just got the use. That's why they didn't go on him.
Right, they're like, even if we instantly silence, he's just got to use it off and then jaunt immediately,
you have
right?
to
It's like not worth.
force him to use himself, but they couldn't. Because if you cast global when the puck is used, he will come down and silence. So he cannot actually get out of that, you know. But they didn't have any like early orchid or something to force him.
Oh, what a setup here. 21 minutes. Solar Guardian coming on. That's the Ags. Again, Shanks having to sacrifice his life just to get that ultimate to use.
It's getting very low, but he's going to be alive. The whole team actually TP in except DJ. So you know Gabby is definitely the boss here. Saving private Gabby here. Everyone TPing in. So like, once again, you know, Execration managed to poke out the Dawn. I really like how they are utilizing the supports to just trade off this big spells, and I mean, unfortunately for the task, you know, he's gonna be dirt poor doing this, you know. That's why I felt like the shot would actually hurt him a lot more, because he's not gonna be getting a lot of space on the map, right? So that kind of defeats the purpose of getting the shot to clear waves.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, it's it's a slow, so it helps you fight.
Hear me out.
You need the dagger and use.
CML? Oh, that's a nice Tumbler's Toy and Glimmer Cape over the tree line. But yeah, I mean, if I'm just putting myself in the shoes of Shanks, right? If I'm a hero that's just always dying, as speaking of dying, Cuckoo, nice Glimmer Cape. Atos to hold back Palos. Cuckoo is going to some. Just kidding.
Nope.
Just kidding, guys. Haha. Funny little joke.
Yeah, just because he has
completely
the sister shout, so you just expected him to survive or what?
No, I just didn't see the other heroes wrapping around very conveniently. I thought it was just a one-off thing. Both supports gonna go down. They pop the God Strength, but unfortunately for them, Roche is in the bot lane, so not really sure what objective aside of Execration I gotta try and get with this pop of the Sven ult. No, I was gonna say, I think Shanks, you know, the fact that he's dying, he got that early shot because of an early game advantage that he got, and that's like an early investment, you know what I mean? It's gonna pay you back in the long run, because you can farm creep waves.
He would have had his use, right? He didn't buy it, but yeah. But either way, they are still in a pretty good spot in the game right now. So Sven is ready. I guess he's ready to get Roshan with his next God Strength. He's gonna be level 20 right now. I mean, this is gonna be just a classic Sven timing, right? With level 20, you get the slow resist, and he's gonna be running people down. And the troll is going to finish his Aghanim, so that's going to help with the decrep, so you can remove the decrep with your axes. I think, and the surge as well. So those are the two things you want to be dispelling. I mean, the Warcry is kind of okay to dispel with, right? When Sven doesn't have a shot, so it's dispellable. I think that is also probably kind of useful in the game. So I would say it's an excellent choice here by Gabby going for the Aghanims.
I mean, as this game goes on, I feel like we're finding more and more reasons why this troll pick was just such a great last pick. Unfortunately, it hasn't really panned out for them, at least in this current state of the game. It's been quite back and forth, but like you mentioned, Execration, they've done a great job at just forcing out these ultimates. The game plan for Kukuis is to just have that perfect setup. The Storm goes in, the Troll goes in, the Global Silence, they kill a couple of heroes, but Execration haven't been giving them that opportunity.
Yeah.
And now Palos, he's the big boss looking for a target. Might just find JG here, pops that God Strength, in comes the stun, Shanks, there's the snowball as well. Don't think they can get the distance away, JG. That's the shots, that's the punch, and that is the kill. A dominating kill streak going the way of Palos. And would you look at that? A tier 2 tower to clean up while you're at it.
Yeah, that is a very, very big kill. Whenever you're playing the Dawn is the first hero you want to kill for sure. You don't want to go on her teammates so that she can use her Solar Guardian to counter initiate. And now, guess what? We have Yules on Shanks, so he has a way to get out of the global. And unfortunately, there's still the calling to worry about. They can just layer the calling down when you use Yules on yourself, So it's still possible to catch the Tusk in the team fight. But yeah, I think overall, Kukuis are gonna need more items. They need more time. They need the BKB on the Storm. They also need the BKB on Troll. They also need the BKB. Actually, the Dawn kind of also maybe needs it later down the road. I think
there's a lot of sticky stuff on the ground and like all these ion shells.
But
and
at the
pop
same
spells.
time, it's so juicy, right? To get Refresher off. I think Refresher Academy is like always the build now. So he's gonna do that, and then after that, maybe it's gonna be like a very late BKB. So you get the shard, and then you have your Hex. But the reason why Hex is good is because you have Refresher, so you have double Hex. So it's always a consideration: do I want to get Hex on Dawn, or do I get even more team fight? Right? If you need more team fight, you get the Shiva or AC. Those items are very, very, especially the Shiva. It amps up the Storm damage a lot. But at the same time, if the Storm is getting it, then you probably don't want to get two. So it really depends, But the main thing is they have to go late. They want to go late. And now they're going to smoke with the BKB timing on the Storm Spirit, trying to look for a pick-off here.
Yeah, I think that was spotted on a ward though. There's a very nicely placed ward near the mid lane.
Yeah, they saw it.
Yeah, because look at the way they're immediately adjusting. The way that the Pugna is moving, if he walks past that Observer ward in the top lane, it might give Kukuis the knowledge that
he is going to be the first hero that I want to kill. They want to jump the Pugna, global kill him. That's it. He needs to die first. If he's not dying, I think it's going to be very tricky. Sure, you have the axe to dispel the decrab, but he's also the heal, right? Like if the heal is going on, then it's going to be also a very annoying thing to kill his teammates through the heal.
Oh dear. I see a hammer in the mid lane. They know JG's around. Not sure whether JG noticed, but the bitter chill on the creep wave. It's gonna be a bit too late. Again, they find the kill onto JG. And this is just rinse and repeat. They did this 2 minutes ago, Winter, and it's happened again. Storm Spirit gonna zip in, though. Palos on the sidelines. Might just be punished. The Global Silence coming in. Can they save him? The Sven in some trouble. Lewis doing quite a bit of damage, but clearly not enough.
Not a good wall.
The Aura's keeping him alive, and the wall holding him in place. The buyback, Dawnbreaker coming through, but just can't find Palos. Manages to slip out of trouble, and they haven't been able to kill a hero just yet. It's probably just gonna be CML that they have to settle for, and that's the only thing that they get. That was a Dawnbreaker buyback, almost all your ultimates, and you still don't find anything but a position 5.
Bob is not done. He's still lurking around the area, using the ward to his advantage here. But I think that all started with the Dawn, right? I actually don't even blame the Dawn getting caught because he has a sentry in the lane, right? So he definitely doesn't feel like there's a vision on him. And then he gets jumped. I'm pretty sure he's
like, where the hell is this wall? Like, how did they know?
There's a sentry in front of him. But he doesn't. When he goes back to the replay, he's gonna realize, oh my god, that's so unlucky because the ward is just like 1 hit away from the sanctuary range. That gave him that false security that he could push out that wave, right? This is why Dota is such an amazing game. So small
really
little
is.
margins, the small little things. And sometimes when you watch it, right, you would miss it easily, if you're just not giving players enough credit, Like players are...
it's so easy to point at him and say like, oh, the Dawnbreaker dies twice in a row, but there's so many things that Execration did to set that thing up.
When you look at things closely, okay, you understand why he was actually farming there because he had a sentry. He thought he was...
I thought for a moment there he would notice the Tusk innate popping on the creep wave, but huge
big
vacuum into the stun. Are you serious? Oh my goodness, that was perfect. Who needs a vacuum with the Sven stun if you have your own? two supports immediately out, and JG gonna get swiped down. The tips come through. Tino definitely deserves that one. And with that, they've just carved open a free Aegis for themselves. I mean, talk about the Darkseer last pick being a good combination. Question mark. Own it, Dodo. Not sure what that's about, but man, Tino really stepped up big time.
It's a sweet play right there from the Darkseer. I think that is something that every Darkseer player dreams of, so Tino definitely made it happen there with the Helm Creep. Vacuum into Helm Creep stun. That's something you don't see a lot anymore. But glad to see
onto
it.
the back line as well. And the timing of that was just so unfortunate. The troll was in the front, but he manages to just break the smoke at the back from the high ground, get a max range vacuum, it feels like, pull in the 3 ranged heroes all to their demise.
Why the Dawn was in the vacuum? That was strange as well. I think he was just so scared, after 2 times dying when he was pushing the wave, he just decided, it gets to you, like, why are they ganking me? Because as Dawn, usually you don't want to be in the smokes, usually, unless you have a Hex or some way to start the fight. That's why it was also really strange that the Dawn was in the smoke. I think things get to you, you die twice in a row, and then the sentry doesn't see a wall, and then you're like, what the hell? How do they know I'm farming? Where am I farming? So you tend to second guess yourself, and then you decide, okay, I can't let it happen again. I join the smoke, and then that happens. You're like, oh no. But right now, like, the Troll is not buying BKB, so he bought a Basher as well, so your team fight is not going to be as strong. You need like 3, I would say at least 2 BKBs on Storm and Troll to be able to take the head-on fight. So things are definitely very, very complicated right now for Kuku's. Execution is pretty simple. Sven in front. He's the tank, he's the tower hitter, and then Darkseer is going to be setting up the nice little combinations, or nice big combinations with the Sven stun.
Yeah, Bob just poking away right now, dancing around the supports. He knows that even if they use the global on him right now, there's not a way they can kill him. Gonna try and set up on the Sven. It's the Aegis on the puck though, so Palos is still susceptible, but by God is he tanky. He barely did half his HP with that full commitment. And we'll take it down the Nether Ward and suspend this push for now. I don't see any reason for Execration to leave though. They didn't really need to use anything. Just continuing to poke and prod at Gabby, get him lower and lower, put him in an awkward position.
They want to wait for the Dawn and Storm to jump in and come in with the global, and that's what's happening here. They're going to try to poke, but they're really, really patient. They just use a Glimmer.
They're just really just biding their time, playing around the Nether Ward. It's so hard. The vacuum and the stun, both supports again caught out. This time the Pierce the Veil comes out in time, but the Solar Guardian forced to be used on saving the supports. That's not what you want. Storm gonna come in. They don't know whether the Silencer is buyback, so they are wary of that global silence. But in reality, we can see that that's not something that Kukuis have available to them. Easy for Execration to just play this slow though. They get the stun out onto Gabby. Where's the follow-up stun? Punch up into the sky. Can you get the ult off Gabby? Manages to start swinging these axes. Dispels himself from the decrep. And CML now in some trouble. On the front lines. Oh, JG. He just gets destroyed. And GG is called a final vacuum just to mop up the dirt on the ground. DJ is gonna go down, and the only person to survive is Lewis, the former Execration mid laner. They'll show him some mercy, but none shown in this overall series. Execration take the 2-0 with ease.
Yeah, very, very good from both games, for Execration. I think they truly understood their timings. They played, I would say, 2 games of timing lineup. They hit their auras, they hit their dagger timings on their cores, and they just went. They were able to, I think, wrestle control of the game. I think this game is a lot more complicated than the last game. It was a lot slower, but they still showed, I think, really, really good team play and macro play with abusing their aura items. I think this game, the main difference is they played around Bob a lot with, I think, the part where the game got completely ripped up is the mid lane, right? The puck killing the Storm when he hit 6 first. I think that kind of set the tone of the game. They killed him, they took the tower, and the puck was kind of destroying. After that, he was running around ganking. I mean, the lead wasn't even that big after that, but it was just really difficult to play. Because Kukui's lineup, they really rely on the Storm to function. Because Storm is the main jumper with the global to back up and the Solar Guardian, right? And they kept getting jumped instead, so they had to use the Solar Guardian defensively, and they couldn't really set the pace of the game for the Troll to be involved. I think that was primarily their downfall. Execration did a good job. They understood Storm was the hero to shut down, and boy, they did shut Luis down this game.
Yeah, just kind of maybe a bit of a taste of, knowing the player, knowing what he likes to do. Of course, they were teammates not too long ago. So playing on these frequencies and tendencies, Execration, they're going to move on in the upper bracket to face off against the winner of Ivory and Yangon Galacticos. I believe that is still happening over on the Clarity stream. If you're watching on Twitch, there's a bunch of qualifiers happening right now for the rest of the regions. I think apart from us, China is also happening. That's on ESL_Dota2 Void and ESL_Dota2 Mango. So while we take a bit of a longer break until our next match, you want to hop over there and catch the rest of the Dota. But for us here on this stream, it's going to be, I believe, a bit of a longer break, 1.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check that.
2.5 hours, brother.
No, 2.5. Oh, okay. It's gonna be a while, but I promise you, it's worth the wait, because when we come back, we're gonna be watching Team Nemesis up against Reconics. You don't want to miss it. But for now, stay tuned to the other streams. We'll be back in a very, very long break.
But to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around beneath. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself,
though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. Eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had two horns, sir, that reached up to man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, my lads, it's true, my lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches a fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Cod fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, ho, the bowls of London. tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon mancherà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in his beach shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and poo the gowans fine, but seas between us braid here old sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just what I've been waiting for.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is falling.
Out of my way.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Incoming! With flair. There it goes.
Dire are scanning.
Relax. It's okay.
如果呢？又能怎？如果呢？又能怎？
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Uproot and after them. I'll take that.
Speed my return.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
如何呢？又能怎？如何呢？又能怎？
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath and flow, healed your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearin about the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid he rode sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be.
All right, folks, I know it's been a while, but it's time to wake up because we got more fresh, exciting Dota on the menu here at DreamLeague Season 27 in the closed qualifiers for Southeast Asia. My name is Purposneeze and I'm joined by Winter as we take you through our second series of the day. It's going to be Reconics versus Team Nemesis. Now, Nemesis, they had a showing at TI, right? They went there, they didn't really finish anywhere, above expectations, but they had some pretty good games that I think shocked quite a few people. I think people who weren't so familiar with Southeast Asia probably didn't rate Nemesis very highly, but in their first opening series Swiss stage, they were taking heat off Falcons, and of course, Falcons, the eventual champions, kind of surprised quite a few people. But on the flip side, we have Reconics, an all-Indonesian stack that have been playing together for quite a bit, recently adding in FBZ and In Your Dream. So this is going to be a fun one to watch, I think.
Yeah, most likely. Any SEA game is unpredictable. You never know. The team might go to TI, one team didn't even qualify, but doesn't matter. When it comes down to the inter-regional game, anything can happen.
That's true.
It's very unpredictable. I think for Team Nemesis, they had a change so far. So they replaced Ares with Ponyo, which is rather interesting. Didn't really expect them to go away from the full Pinoy, squad, But usually they tend to prefer one nationality squad because of communications, easier to talk to each other. But sometimes they think it's not enough, So this time bringing a newer captain. Ponyo is no stranger to the scene. He's been on Talent and a couple of other teams, been playing for a couple of years already. So he's going to be eager to prove himself. He's going to be able to lead them to victory as the new captain.
Yeah, I certainly hope so, because I've been a fan of Ponyo's for a while, ever since he first debuted in a bigger way on Talon. He was paired up with Akashi as well, and that was the Talon roster that had just come off of, having 23 and some of these more notable players. They had all that drama with the old Talon roster moving to Aurora, and then there was this whole shake-up in Southeast Asia. All these fresh faces on Talon, and ended up actually showing up Aurora in a lot of these situations. So Ponyo and Akashi were part of that initial set of players. So, you talk a bit about the communication. At least in the lane, they will have been familiar playing with each other before. Not really the worst first, and I think between Raven, Jing, and Mac, their English is pretty solid as well, so not really a concern there. On the flip side, Reconics, I know that this is a project that is run by their coach, Sundar Buell, so might not be a name very familiar, but he's been a coach in the scene for quite a while now, and a lot of these players he's been grooming. So prior to this season, I believe it was DB and Womi who were in this team playing position 2 and position 3, and now they've kind of switched things up a little bit. Jikroy still retaining the sort of position 1, but In Your Dream now playing mid, and FBZ brought in after, I think, a little bit of a hiatus, right? So definitely an increase in firepower. We'll see whether that gives them enough firepower to take down Nemesis, who I will say, as much as you're saying is unpredictable, Winter, I think they're probably the favorites coming into this matchup.
Yeah, they're probably going to be coming in this as favorites, but like I said, anything can happen, and it's going to come down to the draft. You know, a lot of the games nowadays, because players are, I would say, very closely skilled in terms of skill. It's no longer 5-6 years ago where you can outskill your opponents. So it comes down to a lot of strategy. It comes down to a lot of macro play, and a lot of other, you know, team-based stuff. You know, like synergy and whatnot. And Team Nemesis, they're going to open up with a Monkey King, a hero which I expected to be dropping off a lot. So I didn't really expect to see this hero here, probably because they have this hero on a flex. And I'm not sure if they play it on support. If they play it on support, then it will be really understandable why they are first picking the hero. Because I think as a core, the hero doesn't have as much value as before. But 9 class has showed that this hero is still one of the best supports around with the Helm of Dawn build. And Rakonic's going to go for the Beastmaster, which is kind of a decent counter to Monkey King, because you can chop off the trees and bring him down and catch him.
Yeah, what's it like though for the Monkey King position 4? Because we did see 9 class play it a little bit, but I think 9 class is the type of player that defines his own playstyle regardless of the hero that he's playing, right? He more so molds heroes into that.
It matters. They don't win as much
okay.
when he's not playing Slug and Monkey King. So sure, you can say his playstyle is very unique, but when it comes down to winning games, not every single unique hero that he plays wins his team the games, you know. So it really also comes down to either what your team is going to be able to play around with, because at the same time, when you have a big hero pool, it doesn't mean every single hero can work with the team. So you have to select the ones that work with the team.
Yeah,
so for 9 class at TI, it's mostly Slug and Monkey King that works for them, you know. So right now, I think people are already quite familiar with him, and maybe he has to bring up something else, you know, in the upcoming events. But right now, Monkey King support, I think, is still pretty good. I think I would say that out of all the range position, all the position force which are range mostly, Monkey King is the one of the few that you melee heroes that is really good as a position for.
Yeah, I would agree. And also, you know, you talk a bit about 9 class and him popularizing being the most prolific Monkey King position 4 player. Jing has been running that, you know, even way back when, like a couple months back. I know this is a hero that Jing likes to play. So it fits his playstyle. He kind of is also pretty annoying in nature. He just loves to be obnoxious. I mean, back in the days where he was playing a lot of Bat Rider, stealing stacks, hiding behind the tree line, catching people out. This is a scary lineup starting to brew here, though, for Reconics. Disruptor, Beastmaster, just a lot of vision control and chase down potential. If they get off to a rolling start, it's going to be painful for Nemesis to try and keep up.
There is no running from
There's
the Disruptor.
No running. No, you're not going anywhere.
But you don't have to run if you win your lane, you know. Disruptor sucks
True.
if you have a bad early game.
So what is the way to defeat a Disruptor? When you see it pick this early on, are you just all-inning on the early game then? What kind of is the response?
Abaddon right now. Abaddon shield the Thunder Strike, so you actually have a good laning phase. I think these spells are pretty strong right now against Beast and Disruptor.
Okay.
The Raw plus the nuke from Disruptor.
That's true.
Abaddon's overall pretty nice pick here. If you want to show one of your cores, if you are able to play him on offlane and carry, I think that would be a nice pick. Yeah, mainly against Disruptor, you need to... It's the early game, because if you don't punish him in the early game where he's weak, then he's going to glimpse you all the way back to your
This
base.
is interesting here. The Bad Rider coming out this early on. Another Jing special. So already picking two heroes that could be run in position 4. I know, and this is crazy, Winter. I know we saw some Bad Rider position 3 in the open qualifiers, but I don't think that is real.
They play on mid too. I think I know Mac plays the hero, so it might not be a favorite of a lot of teams, but I think it's something that they are comfortable with. I feel right now with their draft setup with the Warlock, it's going to most likely be Monkey King support. Bad Rider is going to be
like a core of some
most
sort.
likely a core. I think as a support, he's not that good anymore, so I don't expect the Bat to be a support. I think the idea here is to have Bat and Monkey King in the lane. So this is going to be the off lane to pressure the disrupt. It's a kill lane.
Wow.
Monkey and Bat with the... So you go Arsonist on the Bat, right? As usual as a core. And
Right.
You just sit in the lane and you do a lot of damage. So Monkey King is your setup. And Bat Rider doesn't like to buy Helm of the Dominator, right? Guess what? Your support is going to buy it for you.
Yeah, I guess the one thing missing between the both of them is you don't really have a reliable aura carrier, which feels like such a useful tool to have against a Beastmaster ball up and run at you lineup. But the Warlock is going to provide quite a nice bit of counter initiation potential. You know, wherever you drop the Static Storm, wherever you roar a target, in comes the Golem to break all of it up. I really like what Nemesis have brewing right now. Although, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how I feel about this core Bat Rider. I know Arsonist can pressure towers, but surely there's a reason why we just haven't seen this hero at all at TI and now it's coming out. Any particular reason why other than the kill lane for the Disruptor?
Most likely kill lane. I think this hero has some potential as a core. And we saw XSS played a couple of games at TI. I mean, it could work. It's not the most popular. It's not the top off-lane hero or core hero. But I think in the right setup, it could work. And maybe for Nemesis, they view it as a value pick because they have two players that can play on mid and carry. So they feel like we can just adjust depending on the lineup because they are going to be on first pick, right? So they have to show out their draft before the enemy can decide their last pick. So they could keep things open if they find the right heroes and decide later whether they want to run the bad mid or off lane. And right now for Reconnects, they also have to kind of answer this bad Warlock. This Abaddon is still really, really nice. Okay, they're going to go with the Gyro. So they are going to help the Disruptor. I think Gyro is one of the best heroes with helping Disruptor in the early game. Because Disruptor is weak until you get level 3, level 4, you know?
Yeah.
So you need some help in the early game from the carry. Like you want someone that has some stun or someone that can bypass the early levels by using flat cannon, right? You just push out the lane and pull so you don't get bullied at level 1, level 2 because you're so weak during those stages of the game. So Gyro is perfect for that.
Also really hard for the Monkey King to just walk up to the Gyro, whereas like maybe any other range carry, you walk up with the Monkey King, get a couple of Jingu stacks off, and then, you know, it's easy to bully them back. The Gyro's just going to make you eat a full Rocket Barrage, and that's not something the Monkey King can deal with.
It's very difficult to pressure the Gyro as Monkey for sure. And they're going to be very aggressive with the Bounty. I like Bounty with Disruptor because of the Glimpse. You track and Glimpse.
Yeah.
And you also work well with the Gyro because you track and then the Flat Cannon is going to hit them in the team fights, which can be very, very deadly. And not to mention, in the early game, I think this Bounty Hunter and Disruptor kind of has a lot of synergy, right? Bounty would provide a lot of stability in the early game. You can roam. Because Disruptor, again, he's weak, so he kind of needs help from other people. And Bounty, because you're invis, it's easy for you to either gate gank or TP gank, So we'll see what he decides to do. And they go for the Bristle on Nemesis, which I think this is the idea of the lane matchup against Beastmaster. You do not want to give him a good start. And Bristleback kind of deals with the ball, and hopefully you want to steal his stacks, if you can actually kill the tower and run into the Ancients. That would be the dream for Bristol.
This is exactly what we saw the previous game as well, right? It just wasn't the Beastmaster. They ended up last picking a Pango to deal with the Bristle, but I was gonna say the Bounty Hunter pick is pretty smart because apart from the synergy, if it's a Warlock in your lane, he ain't gonna stop you from like pulling creep waves, roaming away. It's not like you can really do anything to pressure the target. So the Bristleback kind of does all of that on his own, right? You pop a couple of goose stacks on the beast, he literally cannot walk up. If not, he dies.
I mean, just overall, I think the Warlock Bristleback lane is designed to kill the boss and de-push out the lane so that you can, control equilibrium and just get levels, And not exactly control equilibrium. The idea here is you just keep pushing out the wave and you pull and you clear the stacks, right? you stack your small camp or the medium camp, and then you can clear. So you're trying to win the lane by getting more XP, right? It's more about the XP wall and getting the Lotus.
Yeah.
Because for Warlock, it's all about hitting that incredible strong level 6. You want to get it at a good time. Obviously, if you get a kill in the lane with your Black Grimoire, that would be even better.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can't ask for everything, right?
Yeah, that's that's maybe pushing it a little bit. But how does the so if you're saying the Bristleback's going position 1, how does that match up into the Gyrocopter? Is it a good carry to carry matchup?
It's okay. I think it's okay. I think it's not like, oh, you can't fight the Gyro late game. I think there's definitely a way to fight the Gyro, especially with the seeing rate. Late game, you have a lot of items. I think if you're both stacked up with 5-6 slots, the Bristol can definitely take on the Gyro in the team fights. I mean, the issue for Bristol is not about damage. This hero gets kited in the team fight. Gyro, how are you kiting the Gyro with the flat cannon? You just can't, right? But for Bristol, there's like 4 staff and everything. You can glimpse him, raw him. There's a lot of ways to avoid him in the team fights. So for Nemesis, they are going to need something that creates the opportunity for Bristol to hit heroes. Ideally you want team fighters that have stuns. They already have some, Monkey King and Bat. Warlock is decent as well.
Yeah, you need a bit more control to keep the heroes within the Bristleback's area where he can do damage. I'm now wondering whether we are actually defaulting back to a Monkey mid and a Bat Rider 4 instead, because the last bans coming out from Reconyx are a Razor and a Terrorblade, and I understand that those are great counters into the Gyrocopter, but...
I think it might be Bat mid because they're banning out the Puck and a Bat. Maybe it could be a Bat mid and they pick another Aura hero, another hero on off lane.
We'll have to see. It's the Kanka.
Okay, this is...
yeah, what the hell is going on?
I mean, it's a good matchup into the Gyro.
Sure.
I think traditionally, Kanka has always been nice against Gyro because of the boat kind of nullifies some of the... or it blunts some of the Gyro's burst damage in the initial phases. Because Gyro usually in teamfights, he comes in, flag, and drop cooldown, right? So he does a bunch of damage, AoE damage, very quickly.
Yes.
So with the boat, it kind of nullifies it, blunts it, and then it allows your teammates to get their defensive items or get the spells off, and it would make a huge difference in the team fight. And with the Kanka, I feel like right now, it's probably going to be mid Kanka. Max is going to play this, and the offlane is going to be the Bat and Monkey. Although it technically could be soft around, but I doubt it.
It could be also this weird thing where it's like Bristleback off lane and then Monkey King 1 with the Warlock, because if even though you want the Bristleback matchup with the Beast, if you feel like the Monkey can just have a free time against Beast, then you can get some early aggression out as well. Storm Spirit is the last pick here. That's going to be your dream hero.
This is a really good Storm game. There's very little hard lockdowns for him, except for like Lasso. Actually, you're right. They are indeed doing something else.
Yeah.
It's going to be mid Monkey King with Barrier.
Carry Kanka is what we have.
Off lane Bristol. So I guess they are trying to... What are they doing? I mean, Kanka is also really good against Beast in the lane. Because you splash and you kill the ball. So Beast can't really pressure you. And the Kanka is also good against the Disruptor. You X the Glimpse target. And he also kind of helps... a rich Kanka will kind of also, I think, somewhat does... You can do a lot of like damage in the team fight. Maybe that's why they feel like they need something that can hold the early game for them and also scale at the same time. I mean, obviously, he's not going to be scaling as hard as like the Gyro. But the Kanka is going to, I guess, enable their overall lineup. The idea here is to have like very, very strong team fight. You have X-Boat with the Rock to follow up. So that's already like crazy amount of team fight. So they are trying to overwhelm them with the catch of X-Map.
I think it's a pretty cool concept, although, like you mentioned, this is going to be a pretty free in your dream game on the Storm Spirit. This is the Storm Spirit game that people dream of, honestly, and he's going to have the pleasure of trying to make that work in the mid lane against a Monkey King. Not necessarily the easiest matchup, because the Monkey King has quite a bit more range than the usual melee hero. We have to see how it all plays out here. Nemesis versus Reconyx, coming off of maybe not too optimal TI finish. I think we heard from Akashi in some of the TI content that, they were at least hoping to try and make it out of the group stage. It wasn't the case, but now with the change up, like you mentioned, Ponyo, the new addition, the captain, coming in to replace Eris, maybe this could be a new era for them. And it's only upwards from here, right? The first time you sort of form less than 1 year, you already make it to TI. Sure, the finish isn't the best, but, you know, there's only improvements ahead, hopefully. And, I mean, they're kind of cooking, right? This draft is very unique. It's very interesting. It's a bit different from what we're used to seeing, at least in this current meta. Maybe it can catch Reconics by surprise.
I think mostly the Kanka. I think everything else is... Okay, maybe the support bat is also kind of weird.
Yeah.
It's not very common. But they definitely do have their own playstyle with Jing. Like, he's a bat specialist, right? So he probably knows that he can give his team a little bit more of with that experience that he has with the hero.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Winter, you talk about Jing being a bat specialist. You mentioned that you were watching quite a few of the Reconics games. These players are all on their specialty heroes. FBZ's been playing Beastmaster Mars for like God knows how long. The only thing more prolific for him is Timbersaw. You got Dalul on a Bounty Hunter. That's a favorite of his. You got Jikroy. I would argue to say that Jikroy's best hero is the Morphling, and very close after is this Gyrocopter. So they're all on heroes that they are supremely comfortable with. At the low, even being so annoying to just stop that creep block from happening. A small margin is going to make a big difference in this mid lane.
Yeah, going back to your comfort heroes, I think it's something that a lot of the SEA teams really like, you know. I think during the inter-regional games, usually they still work, but whenever you play against the better teams, it's not just about the comfort, you need to have the more ideal and efficient strategy. And coming back to the game, you know, this Storm Monkey King matchup used to be quite Monkey King favored. But nowadays, after the nerfs, I think Storm actually fares pretty decently. And bot lane, right away, you know, bringing 3 heroes down to secure the lane, you know, they're wanting to ruin just the Bristleback's early game, making sure that Bristleback does not have a good start here.
I mean, this was all planned for, right? The fact that Jikroy went for the afterburner facet, now the body block onto Jing, nice flame break onto the low ground, gets him out of trouble, but this early game start is already really tough for Raven.
Yeah, this is precisely what they need on Bounty Hunter Disruptor. You know, if you can get a good start on Disruptor, like we already briefly discussed, you are not going to be running away from them, and because you're left alone on the beast, FBZ is already trying to create something out of nothing, using the ball to full wave and, you know, dragging and disrupting the creep equilibrium, trying to get whatever he can in the lane. As long as he survives in this lane, I think he will be okay with the trade. And Beastmaster, although not the best hero to kind of start from behind, he's like a hero that you want to be snowballing, you know, you want to be winning your lane. So not a very usual sight, you know, for a Beastmaster.
For sure. I mean, we have seen in the past some of these Beastmasters, even when they fall behind in the early stage of the game, they just max axes and they come back to the triangle where there's like a bajillion stacks for them. That's definitely something that could be up the alley for Reconics here. But for now, they're just fully focused on ruining Raven's game. Like, this Bristleback has not been allowed to touch a creep. He's 0 CS right now.
Yeah, Bat is going to pull and give him some creeps in the next couple of moments. But this Bristleback is a hero that I would say that you also kind of want to start out well, get early level so you can clear stack, and he is going to be, yeah, he's going to be really poor here based on what's happening, and Jing doesn't really connect on the pool because there's a camp there available, and at least they're punishing the beast, they're killing the Beastmaster, which I think they should be quite happy with, because if you look at both heroes, right, Beast and Bristol, in my mind, I think that a poor Beast and a poor Bristleback could be more useful, because you can still tank in front, you know. And Beast, if you don't have a good start in the early game, you're not pushing towers. So what are you doing? You're not even defending towers, right? So you're just playing as a catch-up carry hero. Because Beast is kind of like a carry hero in a lot of ways. You are taking stacks, you want to farm triangle, get ancient camps. And if you don't have a good start, so it means that you're just going to be doing more of that, you know. But Bristleback, you can show up to fights, you can tank for your team, you can defend towers when you get your first few items if you want to get a Vanguard. So the hero is, I think, overall more useful from behind.
Okay, well, we'll see just how much both of these offlaners can recover. Maybe the teams will also just, you know, try and create space for them. After all, we do have two very active position ones between the Kanka and the Gyro who can just kind of double up as that pseudo core. Meanwhile, mid lane, nice rotation from Varish. I don't even know whether his presence there was needed. Probably just a glimpse to put that Monkey King in a bad spot. In your dream, getting the 1-to-1 kill.
Yeah, this is a very, very key kill. Storm Spree is a very snowbally hero. I think he's probably the best mid hero at utilizing net worth. If you were to say it right, you choose a hero to give a net worth lead and a level lead in the early game. I think Storm is probably the best. If not, there's no other hero I feel like that could be better than Storm. You give him a lead in terms of gold and XP, he's going to really repay you in dividends by a huge margin.
Yeah, it can just make so much happen on the map, right? A lot of the early blocker to that is how much mana he's got going on, how many resources.
Yeah.
But if he gets that early soul ring, gets the bottle, strong enough to contest these runes, so this map is going to get real uncomfortable for the side of Nemesis. Well,
Yeah,
things still early on though.
This is definitely going to be a problem if the Storm gets a good start, you know, and they have to make sure that the bounty doesn't, or the disruptor doesn't gank the Monkey King again. They're gonna get a glimpse. Raven is gonna get pulled back, and this is likely gonna be another death on Raven. Actually, maybe
He's trying
not.
to turn it around onto Jikroy though. The Quill's coming out. Still had a Lotus in the back pocket. Jikroy holding that to the very last moment. Burning out to the last bit of damage. The Bat Rider innate wasn't enough. Jikroy survives on a sliver. And that was a lot closer for comfort than it needed to be.
Yeah, they were doing actually a lot of damage in return. I think that's probably the main reason why the Gyro didn't want to commit for the last Rocket Barrage. Maybe,
Yeah, probably would've died.
Maybe if he does it, he might not kill him before the Crystal actually kills the Gyro first, you know. So he probably didn't feel comfortable taking that risk. So they are not gonna do it, not gonna pursue the matter, and now they're gonna look towards more like 6 minutes, right? But at the same time, because he's so low, right, I sometimes feel like when you're so low, sometimes you rather just go for a trade, right? Just go and kill the guy and then.
Nice rotation from Ponyo, using that Shadow Word DPS and
3 more.
1 or 2 more Quills. Varish again. Blood Grenade, last hit, gets the job done. Ponyo there with the impact, already showing his sort of worth as a new captain coming in and making things happen for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Because they fought and they were low on resources, and then eventually they still die, right? So sometimes I actually prefer to have just gone all in. Maybe it doesn't work, then you die, but at least you come back full health, right? Because eventually you're going to be in danger of dying because of the low resources.
Yeah, Jikroy literally waited a good 45 seconds for that self to come out to him, and only now he's back in fighting condition, but it's already given Raven a bit more space to operate. He's been fully healed up by Ponyo, and now this Bristleback, you know, with levels, with a Bracer, with boots, all these stats, he's not going to be as easy to just bully out of lane anymore. This early window that Reconics were able to carve for themselves is very quickly closing.
And it's going to come down to the Storm. Because the Storm is still having, I think, overall a pretty good start. I think he's going to be the difference maker. He has the first rune, the Invis rune. And now we'll see if he actually can help them. Okay, maybe not. He's not TPing, he's not really committing to fight for the Wisdom Shrines. He's got with Bounty just trying to steal them on his own. But he's not going to go there after the scan. Yeah, I mean,
We try and convert onto a kill Raven. They know that the heroes were there to get the Wisdom Shrine. Waiting for a glimpse, Varish looking for an angle, but Raven very smartly just stands in place.
Storm is
Here comes the
TPing.
TP from the Storm though. Akashi's there as well. They're just looking for an opportunity to lull in a lot of trouble though, pulled back into the boat. And this set of heroes a bit too strong for them to run into. Still waiting for the Storm to show up, but it might not be wise for him to pop out anymore. Jikroy drops to the deck, and this ends up being an overwhelming win for Nemesis. They're looking for more here. Varish being chased down by the Bat Rider under the tower. Thunderstrike still giving the vision, and the Storm's gonna zip forward, get that kill. Bat Rider at least traded out, but it ends up being a 3-for-1 for now. Now Ponyo's in an awkward position, still being hounded by the Storm, who's now out of mana. Rock comes down, Grimoire comes out, and the heroes are dropping like flies. Reconics, they've lost way too much, and this rotation from Nemesis works out big time. The Storm Spirit, he needed to make things happen for the team, but it was just a bit too late to the party.
Now this is all thanks to the carrier Conquer that showed up. Level 6, X-Mark drops the boat. The Storm was kind of waiting for the boat buff, I believe, to expire. He was like sitting there in this, he didn't want to jump in. But at the end, all his teammates kind of died, right? And I felt like it's either he just left or he tries to just go for one kill and just get out, you know, but he just couldn't finish the kill. Just didn't have enough in the tank, you know. So that was like a pretty huge turn of events there for Nemesis. There are good moves by Akashi on the carrier to come down to this all-important early game team fight to secure his team the victory. I mean, the Beast kind of didn't want to come down because he had no mana. So even if he shows with the TP, there's nothing he can do, you know. He's not a hero that you want to TP and help your team with, you know. He's a hero that wants to sit in a lane as an anchor, and you want your team to move to you, not you move to your team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot harder to manage like that, but this is precisely why I think Akashi, when he came onto the scene, showed up first as Talon's new member. You know, people were like, okay, who is this new kid, right? Like, you now in Nemesis, amidst more experienced names, especially Raven on that offlane Mac, who's been around the block a little bit at this point, but he is absolutely showing up for the team when they need him the most, and they've put him on the right hero for it. You mentioned that this Kunkka pick was meant to tide them through the early game, and he's absolutely doing that. Still maintaining top of the net worth. 2k gold lead now for Nemesis, and they're not done yet. They're looking for more action.
And
Spotted out by a ward though.
And on the boat, they're looking for another kill here. It seems like it's not going to be fruitful here. They saw him with the ward, unless they somehow find the bounty hunter with a dust. Nope. But it's still a lot of pressure. Like, you see Nemesis is applying on towards Reconyx. They're having a hard time, you know, moving around the map. But at the same time, the Gyro is still farming. He's, I think, overall in pretty good position in terms of CS and his net worth. But the Bristleback has already fully caught up to the Gyro after having a really, really bad start, you know, getting tri-lane by the Bounty, Disruptor, and Gyro. And now he's on par with net worth on the Gyro.
Yeah, that's a little spooky.
This is a really, really good turnaround for him. And he's going to pull ahead after he clears all the stacks here.
Going for that early Perseverance, maybe a first item Lotus Orb into the Bounty Hunter and the Beastmaster would work wonders for him. He already has quite a bit of sustain because of the Warlock. So
build. We call this the Armor build. No Tracer into Lotus. He loves this build a lot. It gives you pretty good stats for the hero. Mana regen, HP regen, and the armor. You kind of need every single bit of component that the item gives you. It's not a very conventional item as per se. Like, if you're gonna think of a hero to buy a first item, usually Lotus is not the thing that comes to mind.
Yeah, no. But for the Bristleback, especially the early Dispel, he loves that so much. I mean, the other options for him are awkward, right? Like, you're never gonna catch a Bristleback building a Yules or maybe even a Guardian Greaves. It's just way too expensive, doesn't really line up with what you want to do. The Dispel, I mean, reflecting some of those spells, especially getting rid of some of these early breaks, can go a long way. Looks like Nemesis, they're doing a good job exerting themselves on the map. It's reached a point now that the Bristleback has been able to exist down here by himself, and you're still kind of waiting for Dalol to hit that level 6, just a half a level away. Would love to start getting those tracks going. What's going on here? Smoke up after the twin gate.
Bounty senses something, you know, he's trying to follow them, but he's going to be too slow. I think he decides not to. He's looking for information. You look at his movements around the map. He's trying to figure out where the opponent is going. And as a result, FBZ is like, okay, you don't see anyone, I'm going to back off. But he's still probably going to get caught here. It's going to be very, very close. They almost got the last one.
The flame break was a little bit awkward, and Jinx actually burning out in terms of his HP because of the facet. That stoked, just chipping away at his HP. I thought, well, damn, these Beastmaster creeps are doing a lot of damage, but he's kind of burning himself up. So they get the tower, they don't manage to get a kill onto FBZ. Would have loved to net that Beastmaster, but not too bad. The pressure on the map continues, like you mentioned. And in your dream, he got that amplified damage rune. He's been able to control the power rune so far over Mac, but just hasn't really been able to find much action.
I think once they have the helm level 2, I mean the overlord on Beastmaster, things are gonna definitely start to speed up, you know, for Reconyx. He almost has it. I think he lived there also partly because of the bounty, because he was playing really defensive. The bounty is probably telling him, hey FBZ, I don't see anyone, you know, something doesn't smell right, you know. You better back off, you know, even though they weren't 100% sure where they were. Yeah, because he kind of suddenly backed off there, which almost is the reason why he survived that, even though the flame breaks were a bit better. But now they find a pick here with the Disruptor. It's going to be a lasso, but Storm on top of it. It's going to be tricky.
This is a huge Lotus though. Jinx surviving for a lot longer than I think they expected, and because of that, it ends up being a trade.
I mean, they also messed up there, you know. They probably shouldn't have allowed the bat to get his lasso off to buy so much time, you know. Yeah, they didn't chain their spells quickly enough there. Unfortunate, but it's still at the end of the day a 1-for-1 trade, so not the worst thing. But you do, however, have a longer cooldown on your Disruptor. Actually, is it the same? Oh, it's actually the same.
Do you like this Do you like this build? Because you're talking about the Ma build going Lotus first, but apart from the tracks and the Raw, I guess there's not much to reflect other than Thunderstrike as a +1 spell. He has pivoted away after getting the Perseverance, and he's going for the Blade Mail instead.
I mean, the Blade Mail is always going to be good against Gyro. Gyro has a lot of uncontrollable AoE damage, and the Blade Mail is going to have a lot of value against that, and you kind of also need armor on this hero. But it's a risky item at the end of the day.
You know, the weird thing about Bristleback Blade Mail is I thought his whole gig was reducing the damage done to him, right? So if you're taking less damage, technically you're reflecting less damage. It just kind of feels a bit counterproductive sometimes.
But you're also doing a lot of damage based on the heroes, right? That the enemy has, the Gyro and the Disruptor ulti, I think, and maybe some of the Storm damage, you know. Those are a lot of things that can prove very valuable. And the stats on this item is nice for Bristleback, right? You need the damage, you need the armor, so everything is useful for you. It helps you farm a little bit faster.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Maybe he just thinks he doesn't need the Lotus Orb this early on because he's not really being threatened right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, like, it's rather strange. You get the Perseverance, then you change your mind in the middle of things.
Yeah. I guess he just got that mana regen for #efficiency. That efficiency has led to a 2k gold lead, still maintained. So Reconics, even though the early game was a little bit rough for them, they've managed to stabilize. Helm of the Overlord now complete for FBC. He's gonna look to try and put that creep to use, maybe start pressuring the tower, but that's kind of what the Kunkka is for, right? Has been standing his ground in this top lane. Radiance complete. Runs into a shield rune in your Dream Storm Spirit. Sees the Bounty Hunter just shadow walking next to him, so knows that there's some sort of a setup potentially happening, but he might be underestimating just how many heroes are coming for his hit. 4 members of Reconics now gathering up in the top lane.
Yeah, they're trying to play with the Overlord timing here on the Beastmaster. He wants to kill the tower and hopefully get the Roshan on the Radiant side. This is going to be important times here. The Kunkka's pretty damn rich. He has Radiance, but he's still very easy to kill if you get caught out here. He doesn't have a defensive item yet, so he's waiting for his team to come near.
Uh-oh, Mac. He's a lot more susceptible. He doesn't have the Admiral's Rum. Here comes the Rock, though, far too late. The Monkey King already going down. And who else can they catch and punish because of it? Raven, he's TP'd in, starting to punch away onto In Your Dream. They pull in the bounty, and that'll be the kill for now. Not really an even trade as they're looking for Varij in the tree line. Can't really see him for now. Jikroy shows his face. That might end up being a mistake. You got the Aghanim Scepter on the Gyro, but now being slowed down. Thrown around with the call down, turn out with the Blade Mail. This is exactly what you were talking about, the Gyro. Once he throws those spells out, he just can't control the damage, and Raven makes him eat his own barrage.
Yeah, that was actually a very strange move by the Gyro. It looked like they were not going to fight, and then he just kind of, I don't know, walked in.
Yeah, like walks in, right? Like, I don't really understand it.
Maybe he felt like he was going to be able to take them on. I'm not sure, you know, because he had everything. He had his cooldown, he has his every single spell, you know, call down, his full HP, his full mana.
Yeah.
But yeah, just can't really take the fight on his own without a BKB. I think once he has his BKB, it'll be completely different. He's queuing the BKB now. But yeah, he definitely needs to, I think, relax for the next couple of minutes. I think it's okay to react if your team is still alive. But if the Beast, the Storm, they're already not in the fight, then I don't see any reason for him to try to initiate that. He needs to get his BKB this game.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. You know, it doesn't really make sense for a carry to be in a position unless they are specifically fighting or farming there. So, nothing to be done. Unfortunately, Mac does go down. The Monkey King is always going to be pretty susceptible to this burst damage. You don't have a save on the side of Nemesis, so if he gets caught, he gets caught. But this is something that's a bit curious I wanted to ask you about. I'm just looking at the net worth right now, and the Storm Spirit, he's actually the lowest net worth on his team. I thought he was having a really good game. He has that Kaya Sanj completed and everything, but he really hasn't been able to snowball for the start that he had.
I think it's just the Kunkka being very rich, you know. I don't think the Storm is having like not a very good game. I think he's still having a pretty good game. You compare him to the Monkey, which is, they're both the mid laners, right? He's like 500-600 gold ahead. And I think overall, yes, maybe he could be a little bit fatter. But the Kunkka, I think he's just very rich because of his rotations, right? The 2 rotations he made in the early game actually snowballed him a lot.
Monkey King with a haste rune running all the way forward.
They
the low
know the beast is here, I think.
jump forward. Boundless to interrupt. Here comes Jing with bounce back. FBZ gonna turn around with the Raw. Might just be a dead Bat Rider while they're at it. This is a very tanky Beastmaster, but he does end up going down. They commit the Wukong's command for it.
That was a big mistake. They're not lassoing him.
Yeah,
Or maybe he tried to and he couldn't get it off. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Maybe they just thought they'd be able to kill the Beastmaster or keep him controlled without the need of the lasso, wanted to save it for like a subsequent pick-off.
It wasn't so bad for the Beast in the end of the day. Going for a 1-for-1 trade, which should have been a clean 1-0 there.
Oh, Akashi. This is a little bit risky, but they're not going to tempt fate because the Storm is just on the other side of the map right now. That means you're not really allowed to fight. Raven running forward with his Lotus Orb. Oh, Jing. Looking for a target. Well, I mean, you saved the lasso for this case, right? You're going to try and pull the bounty up to the high ground. Boundless out from the top. Very nice TP in from Mac to seal the deal there on the bounty. And they eliminate that pesky little scout.
Yeah, they're about to hit a very, very good timing here on Nemesis. They have the Lotus Orb done on Bristol. Monkey King has BKB and Diffusal right now. BKB done. And the Kunkka is really strong with the Radiance plus SNY now. So I feel like they are going to be using this moment to catapult ahead. Ideally, either they can maybe get the Tormentor and then Roche or something along those lines, because the Roche is going to move bottom. So they're probably going to look to set up the Tormentor here with the Bristol back. This is going to be huge, you know, like this, getting the Bristol the shot or anyone of the supports the shot is going to be, especially the Warlock shot. The Warlock shot is really good. And you're also taking it away from Radiant, right? Radiant is supposed to get this Tormentor.
Oh, was that a solo kill? Jing showing on the wave, getting caught out by the Storm Spirit in the bot lane. Just a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, like you said, Tormentor claimed. It's gonna be Jing.
Yeah,
that perhaps
he didn't expect the Storm to, I guess, be around still.
Yeah, this is kind of awful, right? Though, like I feel like in the age where people are like trying to get these Tormentors on schedule, the Bat Rider Tormentor shot it's so bad if you're not a core.
You don't really want it in most cases.
You don't. It just increases your net worth. Looks like they found Varish. A little bit unfortunate timing from the Disruptor being caught out there while the rest of his team is still there. They're looking for targets left here, but they've all TP'd out. Nice little retreat from Reconyx.
I mean, this is the reason why I said when they took the trade in the early game, the Beastmaster being poor and the Bristleback being poor, I feel like the Bristol would have been a lot more useful, you know. I mean, it's not just that. The fact that the Kunkka actually came over to help him is also something that actually made the Bristol rich. But I think the Beastmaster has been just spending the last, 10-15 minutes just trying to recover in terms of net worth. He got the tower, but they can't really utilize the 15 to 20 minute mark on Radiant side, which is very crucial to get the Tormentor or the Roshan, you know. Now it is going to be on the bottom side, which, there you go, you know, it goes to Nemesis, you know. And being on the dire side, being able to claim the 20 minute Tormentor and the Roshan on the bottom side is
that's not supposed to happen, right? Like they're gonna try and smoke out though. Immediate blink away, he breaks the smoke on Jing, and now Raven running forward. Not really the side you want to turn though. X-Mark's forcing the BKB out from Jikroy. There's a nice static storm holding the Bat Rider in place, and now Mag in some trouble as well. Using that changing the guard to get out of trouble to the right side of the screen. But In Your Dream still looking very strong, and they haven't really been able to get anyone on Reconyx just yet. Dancing around, using those tracks, playing on their vision is the side of Reconyx, and they will find the kill onto Mac. In Your Dream looking to clean up the backline while front. Akashi still doing the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Akashi dropping very low now, and he's running out of HP, he's running out of resources, and he's running out of teammates. It's just Raven in the fray, trying to slow down whoever he can, but the glimpse doesn't manage to keep him away from the gyro. It's an ultra kill for In Your Dream. He was waiting for this one the whole game, and he finally gets it done. He talked about that Roche being illegal for the side of the Dire, and Reconyx punished the side of Nemesis heavily for it.
Yeah, they didn't really know that the Gyro just got enough gold to buy his BKB, you know. I think that was the deciding factor. The Gyro being able to stand in the front line, which allowed the Storm to come in and clean up. He was really patient, you know. He poked and prod, he waited until everything subsided. They lost a lot of HP from the flat cannon and every other splash damage, you know, from the Storm Spirit's teammates. And when he could just kill everything, I think once the lasso, they killed the Bat Rider first, and then once the boat buff ended, he felt like he could just go in and clean up. Because the Monkey King also used his BKB already, so he was an easy kill. I think that was a really good decision by Storm to just sit on the sidelines for a bit and just make sure he came in at the right time to clean that up. So well played to In Your Dream and his crew. And right now for Nemesis, they are going to have to figure out why they lost that team fight. They have to try to rectify it, right? I think it's mostly the failure to get a clean initiation with the Bat Rider, because he's not supposed to die without lassoing someone in the team fights, and they have to be able to make sure that Bat gets a good jump. I think on either core, any of the cores, if he can lasso, gyro, beast, storm, they're all really good targets in the team fight.
The one thing about Nemesis that's becoming apparent is they have a lot of spread damage, but they don't really have a good way to burst down a single target. I feel like most of the time when you think about a Bat Rider, yes, he lassos in someone and then you have some sort of huge physical or magic burst, blow them up, and then that's how you start the fight. Their damage comes out a little bit awkwardly and slowly, and Akashi now, he's gonna get caught out. This Storm with the AD rune, just doing so much now, the lasso pulling him back in, but do they have enough control to keep him in place? The answer is absolutely not. Akashi will manage to survive, but it forces a reaction from 4 heroes on Nemesis, and In Your Dream's not even done. He's still sticking around looking for some sort of an angle.
That was, I think, overall still okay trade. You know, one support.
Oh,
and they
not
got
anymore.
And they got the Monkey King on the top side of the map. So this is huge. This is the thing, you know, you force people to TP bot and you lost control on the other side of the map because you rotated so many heroes bottom. And now they're just picking them apart, you know, with the Storm Spirit. He sees another support there. He was trying to...
I think it was the Watcher. It was the Watcher, right? That he was trying to take back, and it's just such an easy grab for In Your Dream. I mean, this is a... you know what's funny, Winter? I feel like this game is such a great representation of the player in his current state, because In Your Dream, you know, a legend from the older days of Dota 2, you know, back in the day, one of the C superstars as well. It's been a while since he's been in the limelight, and in the past few years, he's been on some of these stacks. You know, people have pointed at him saying, you know, he's nowhere near as good as he used to be, but especially in the recent runs for Reconics, he's been a big shining star for them in the mid lane, and you know, being patient this entire time, waiting for his opportunity. Maybe this all-Indo stack is his way back into the limelight. He's definitely putting on a really good show on the Storm, that's for sure.
Yeah, people were right, you know, he kind of didn't play for, like, I think one year.
Yeah, maybe, 1.5, 2, maybe longer,
maybe 2.
Honestly.
And he kind of fell off when he came back. He came back around, I want to say 2 years ago. Something like that, because I was watching him play. Like all of a sudden he came back playing. I saw him online again, and he grinded his way, and he was having fun streaming, watching him stream. You know, he makes a lot of jokes, and now he is at his best again. I want to say, I think he's at a point where he is very close to. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago when he was really good, and people said that he had a lot of potential.
Yeah.
And now
still a long way to go though.
Nemesis
close qualifiers. Here
Bat
comes
Rider.
Nemesis, looking to try and catch someone. Gets the Beastmaster. They pull him back. It's a bit awkward, but FBC looking to go down first. In comes the Storm Spirit, trying to find his angle. Jikroy popping the BKB. A lot of spread damage, but they're sustaining through it. Nemesis, they found the recipe for success here with the lasso first, and they're getting it done. Sure, In Your Dreams cleaned up the backline, but how much more can he do? He doesn't have any mana left, and he's gonna get controlled up. All this gas we just pumped into this man's engine, and it goes all flat down the drain. Just the supports left. Matt gonna jump forward, look for the chase. With a full Jingu, he's got nothing to fear. Only the supports going down, even turn away for a faded and boundless strike, just to take down that bounty hunter. Varish? Oh. 3 seconds away from the glimpse, thought he was gonna be able to pull him back there. But what a fight there from Nemesis, just a punch right back into Reconics.
Yeah, that is the difference between getting the initiation and not getting the initiation. He gets the lasso onto the beast, pulls him into the arena, and that was it, you know. Like, he couldn't really get any spells off in the team fight. He dies in the arena, and the fight was pretty straightforward after that, you know. I think a Bat Rider, like, he doesn't provide you with a lot of damage in the team fights, but because of the repositioning, right, you drag someone important into an area that they don't want to be, but they have to save him, right, because you can't just let your core die, and they're coming into the monkey Wukong, which made it so difficult for them to take the team fights. The Gyro was forced to pop BKB very early. Both the Gyro and the Storm actually popped their BKB a bit early.
Static Storm trying to contest the Roche. Varish just throws one out for fun. Raw out onto Ponyo. Nice Lotus, the heal. Essence Ring, everything thrown in to try and keep him alive. Even the Lotus Orb, but they'll just have to give up their Warlock.
A worthy sacrifice.
It's a worthy sacrifice. You take that every day of the week.
Yeah, that was a good play there by Disruptor.
Yeah. Just throwing the Static Storm in there just to delay things. I mean, it doesn't end up stopping the Roche, but you can see how it could have gone very wrong if Reconics were just a little bit earlier to that situation.
I mean, back to the previous fight, right? It's all about like Bat Rider getting the jump. And once Reconics don't have their BKBs, the charges ran out. And that's their window to do damage, right? If they don't win the team fights quickly, then it's going to be hard for them to fight into the Bristol and the Monkey King running them down. You know, so they have to really make sure that they find the right targets with the Beastmaster. Make sure Beastmaster doesn't get rolled, doesn't get lassoed again, and so he gets his roll out. He has BKB, so he's going to be able to get it in the next fight.
I mean, this only, in my mind, I'm looking at the items winter, and I feel like this is the type of game that just gets harder and harder for the Bat Rider, right? You're getting your own BKB on Jing, but some of these calls, you know, they're gonna build into Lotus Orbs or Lincoln Spheres, and the Storm Spirit, he's finished up his own BKB, he's not the easiest to burst down as well. It feels like Reconics, their calls are getting more and more options to survive that initial repositioning and jump.
I mean, even Lotus, you know, getting Lotus is going to be very useful this game. I imagine the Bounty is going to be the one to pick it up. Not sure if the Beast wants to get the Lotus. Linkers is fine. The Linkers will be fine. But Lotus, you need it on someone. You know, like, I think Bounty is probably the best candidate to get a Lotus this game. Because you want to also get rid of the Fatal Bonds, not just the Lasso.
Yeah. Sorry about this, folks. We're just hopping straight back into the game. Should be in there, no problem. But don't worry, you didn't miss a thing. The team's just farming, biding their time. You know, there's no real objective on the map. Both teams just, you know, they maybe taking a little bit of air to think about, okay, how do we need to take these fights, right? On the side of Nemesis, you talked about getting that initiation first. And on the side of Reconics, they need to try and find a way to bail their calls out and win the fight within the BKBs. And for now, I don't think Reconics really want to interact, especially if this ages timing.
No, they definitely don't want to. They're trying to dodge and wait for, I guess, another item on the gyro. He's trying to queue up a disperser at some point. Like, he's going to finish Satanic first. I think Satanic is the time where you want to really go, because he's going to need the dispels against either the Fatal Bond, the Sticky Nail Palms. There's a lot of annoying like
stuff,
little
shit on the Fatal Bonds is like the big one, right? Like, in my mind, because if you're taking a lot of damage, sure, you might heal it up with the Satanic, but if you're linked up to your teammates, they are going to die, man. Okay, let's see. Because right now, Nemesis, they're going to try and push the issue, get a couple of tier 2s for their troubles during the duration of this Aegis. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on that. I want to say that should be enough time to get this bot tier 2 and maybe swing over to mid if they're feeling ambitious. It's still a 3k gold lead. This game is by no means close to being over. It's still very even, at least in my mind, and it really comes down to the execution.
Yeah, it's going to definitely depend on who gets the right jump on the right hero, right? It's going to be between the Beast and the Bat Rider if they can actually get a good jump. I think the Beast wants to roll the Monkey King, or he doesn't really want to roll the Bristol, I think, because of the boat coming in. They might not have the damage to burst in, you know, so I think the
Hold that thought. Trying to find an angle now. Oh, that's not the initiation you wanted. Jing blinks in straight into a roar, and now Raven on the front lines with Akashi. Not sure whether that's where you want to be. The Kanka being pulled into the Static Storm, forced to pop the BKB, and they're turning around with a huge bit of damage. The Loom will go down, and now they've turned their sights on the Jikroy. Still holding on to that BKB. Very patient is the Gyro. Raven still has that second life and will lose it. Coming back out, this is an awkward position to be in. Akashi and Mac need to try and cover for him. Will do so with a Torrent, turn around with the Blade Mail, but in comes the buyback. They're looking to try and square off in this fight. Boundless Strike to jump away, but In Your Dream still has the chase, still has the mana, forcing the BKB out from Mac, but it's not gonna be enough. The rest of Nemesis have to try and escape there. Warlock not gonna be able to teleport away, but at least Akashi and Raven able to do so. Nice buyback there from the Disruptor just to seal the deal in that fight.
Yeah, that was a big win there for Reconics. They also removed the Aegis there. So that was a pretty good fight. I mean, the Bat Rider somehow, I think he was trying to lasso, and then his smoke broke, and then he was on vision. That's how he got jump first, I think.
Did he not realize that he was on vision or his smoke broke? Because the way he blinked forward is like... He blinked way out of range. Oh, they see him on the X marks. Gonna set up for Akashi right back where he started. He knows something is up. He
nice
tried
try.
his best. That was about the best that he could do, but it's still way too much damage. Akashi will get taken down. No teammates around to help him out. Good try though, but it's just not enough in this situation.
Yeah, the game has definitely taken a huge turnaround right now. It's back to even in terms of net worth, but I think overall, in terms of like the power of the lineups, Reconics are entering the phase of the game where the Gyro, the Storm, the Beastmaster, they're going to start to feel like they're going to outskill the Nemesis core. Bat Rider finds a lasso here onto the Bounty Hunter, so one easy pick off at a time.
Yeah.
They're gonna need a lot more of those.
Step by step, Raven stepping forward. That might be a bit too much of a step, taking a lot of damage, forced to pop the BKB and forced to flee. Mac just gets melted. This Monkey King, he doesn't have the HP pool to survive this, and Jing TPing away, pops his BKB defensively. These are not the moves you want to see if you're a Nemesis fan, and I don't know, it looks like Indonesia's standing up right now. They are looking really solid. A really rough early start for some of their players, FBZ especially, but full recovery for him now. Loaded up with items and ready to help his team out.
I mean, this Gyro is like a menace in the team fights. He is doing the deeps, you know. Like, you can't ignore the output of the damage of this hero. I think in the previous fights, they were used to having the boat buff on them, so it doesn't feel like they're dying so quickly to the Gyro.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Kanka is dead and you take a fight. And you think you have BKBs to save you, no, you know, you just die, you know, like the datas, the right clicks from the Gyro. I mean, not to mention, they kind of also have a lot of damage from the Storm and Beastmaster as well. The Beastmaster has AC, which kind of helps a lot in the team fight, you know, reduce your armor, then the Flat Cannon is going to deal even more damage to you. And now they have the budget black hole, you know, on the Storm Spirit, the Aghanim's pool. So he's going to be able to set up for the Disruptor Kinetic Field plus Static Storm to finish the heroes off, you know, so they have to be really careful of that. Once the Disruptor has Aghanims, I think you land the pull into the X Storm, that's it. You know?
Yeah, it's done. It's actually done.
It's over.
I think one of the things we didn't mention just yet is this is a Gyro into 3 melee semi-cores, right? Nemesis drafted Akashi Kanka and it helped them out in the early game, but right now we're reaching a point where I don't know whether the Kanka actually can stand up in terms of DPS to the Gyro. The Gyro just feels like this immovable object on the front lines, and who's gonna kill Jikroy?
It's Jing. He has to pull him into a very far forward position for them to kill him. I think that is the best way of them approaching the team fights. The couple of few small little clashes or big clashes where Jing hasn't really been able to get his lasso off in important heroes, you know. So I think that has to be the point that they need to focus on, making sure that the Bat Rider gets the good jump either on any of the cores. I don't really mind him getting anyone, like even the Beast Gyro. You can get the Storm if you can, but Storm is probably a hard one because he's going to be hiding a mile away. Like, he has BKB now. There's like I feel like it should happen. Like, you just BKB. I think if you're really worried, just get the Beastmaster because he's the one that can raw you. You know, if you BKB lasso the Gyro, the Beast is gonna raw you. You know, so maybe you just focus going on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, simplify your own game. Don't try and overthink it. Wait for the Beast to show up and pull him back into the clutches of your team. I mean, apart from the raw and the counter initiation potential, this is a Beastmaster, number 1, with a refresher, number 2, with an AC, right? So it's a lot of auras, including the inner beast that he's buffing his Gyro up with. Speaking of, it might not seem the most obvious, but there's a lot of mini steroids that the Gyro is getting, whether it's through this Beastmaster and his auras, or, I mean, hell, even in your Dreams Gone for the Aghanim Shard, so the overload additional charges for allied heroes coming out through the flat cannon damage, that's these heroes, I mean, they are melting fast. That's to say the least without the boat buff.
Yeah, there's also the Solar Crest plus the Bongo Boots.
The bongo. I feel like I haven't heard Bongo Boots in such a long time.
Okay, fine. Boots of Bearing.
No, so, I know what you mean. Like, we could call them Bongo Boots. That's a pretty cute one.
I got used to it because someone was telling me that it's called Bongo Boots, so I started using it.
It's actually I mean, I feel like Boots of Bearing not really. Maybe you see it in like 1 out of 5 games. You know what I mean? It's not really a conventional item that most supports pick up. But look at how fast this Roche melts. My goodness. The second they look at any proper hero or objective, it just disappears.
That was what we call a damage test.
Yeah, you spawn the Tide Hunter little dummy target in demo mode, and then you're like, how much DPS can we run with this lineup? Top of the net worth, top of the game, Jake Roy is the man in charge right now with the Aegis, going to be looking to try and force the issue perhaps on the high ground. Just need to kind of fix the wave in the bot lane that's been shoving in. That's why Varish has TP'd away.
He has
See
a
what
huge
Reconics look to do.
timing now with the butterfly. All the
Yeah.
heroes on the Nemesis side, they are not going to be getting an MKB anytime soon.
No.
Yeah, this
It's
is bad news. I feel like
It's-
even if they somehow get the lasso on Gyro, and then the beast
I don't
couldn't
think they
cook-
kill him.
Yeah, if
I
the
don't think
beast
they-
cannot raw the Bat Rider with BKB, I still feel like the Gyro might survive now.
Yeah, because he just turns around, presses Satanic, presses Flag Cannon, and then the Storm Spirit comes in, grabs like whoever was going on the Gyro to begin with, and like you're kind of cooked. I don't actually see a world where they kill Jikroy unless he runs up to the fountain and drops his keyboard on the floor.
They need the shot on the Warlock. Warlock shot does a lot of damage. Oh, never mind. Conker. Akashi.
You know who
Uh-oh.
else does a lot of damage? Jikroy with this gyrocopter. Hidden away, but Ponyo just dies in 3 hits, and now Raven. This is supposed to be the tanky frontliner on your team, but the AD rune of the gyro just makes it impossible to stand in his way. The only limiting factor right now for him is his mana pool.
I mean, they have only one Arcane Boots. Yeah, so
He's got 2 clarities and a big fat Lotus from Varish, so that's gonna top him back up. Very nicely done. And straight up back to the high ground. No Ponyo, no counter initiation, no rock, no hope. Pulling him back in now, but there's the raw Lotus to try and turn things around. But Jikroy, look at the lifesteal, look at the Satanic! It's way too much damage to get the first life though. Nemesis still standing their ground. It's the Pyrrhic Cloak coming to work, but in your dream, he's just cleaning up. Changing of the guard, saving Mag for now. He's gonna try and escape. Another nice Glimmer Cape from Ponyo, bailing out the Monkey King, but only momentarily. It's way too much damage from this gyro.
yeah, he tried to use the outward south to dodge some of the damage, but just couldn't dodge enough. Still dies to the gyro. All the small little pellets flying at you.
Yeah, those pellets do a lot of work. And even with his back turned, Raven needs the full sustain of the Shadow Word to even keep tipped and topped off. 55 seconds without your Monkey King has a buyback, might have to use it. Raven, you're facing the wrong way! Brother, you can't look him in the eyes, GG! Oh no, Reconics. Nemesis must have felt like they had that game in their hands for at least the first 15-20 minutes. It was in such a good position for them, but a couple of bad fights, a couple of botched initiations on the Bat Rider, and it just all falls apart. Reconics, they're the ones who are going to take the first game in this series 1-0 over Nemesis.
Yeah, those couple of fights where they couldn't find the initiation or the Bat Rider got jumped, those are the fights where it actually cost them like the game, in the first, I would say 15-20 minutes. I think Akashi made it really, really nice for his team, like with all those rotations. They were able to, I want to say have almost full control of the map. They were farming really well on all the cores. Bristleback was the one that had a really bad start, but Conker kind of swing it around for him, and he had a really, really good game after that, going for the Blade Mail and the Lotus Orb. And I think at that point, the game felt really, really. Your bat has Dagger 4-star, you have BKB on your Monkey King. I think that was the point where I expected them to pull even further forward, right, with their heroes, But they took like 2 or 3 botch fights. Bat Rider couldn't find a lasso. I think just gifted the game away, towards Reconics. But take nothing away from Reconics. They took full advantage of the mistakes that Nemesis made. They were in the right place at the right time. I think, especially with the Storm, he had a couple of fights where, I think especially the Roche fight where he waited patiently on the high ground until the boat buff.
Oh, that was so nice.
And then he was able to get the cleanup kill. I think that was the true turning point of the game.
Yeah, a lot of discipline, a lot of patience. Playing a Beastmaster and Disruptor from behind isn't the easiest feat, but Reconics managed to pull it off. And whether they can pull off what I would consider a little bit of an upset here in this series to retain their spot in the upper bracket, we'll have to find out after a short break who Game 2 goes to. Stay tuned.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl and chill it up run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl and chill it up run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grindy. Forward the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grindy. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella non so che tiene buon monterà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella non so che tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia la ride qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna coccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
These guys went to TI. Indonesia Dota is back, baby. Welcome to DreamLeague Season 27. Close qualifiers for Southeast Asia. It's Pubsneeze in winter, and we just watched Nemesis get a little bit come back on by Reconics, the all-Indonesian lineup. I mean, those guys, they bided their time, they were patient, and they slowly but surely brought the heat to Nemesis. Now, you have to see whether Nemesis can kind of fix their problems in game number 2. But speaking of their problems, what exactly did you think went wrong for them? Because we were already talking a little bit about it, right? The fact that the Bat Rider on Jing, he had so much to do, but if everything's supposed to be the Bat Rider's job, then isn't that a little bit of a gap in the draft, Winter?
Well, I suppose you could say that, but they definitely could have won with their lineup. It could have been a more efficient and more rounded lineup, but I mean, whenever you want to talk about either it's the draft's problem or it's the player's fault, execution problem, it's always best to talk about the play first, right? Before you just point out, okay, this draft doesn't work, it's the draft's fault, we need to change. Because at the end of the day, you have to take responsibilities of your own plays. He made a couple of really bad moves and he lost his team those fights, which were really, really important, So it's not about nitpicking or trying to blame, it's about finding the reason of the loss, and you have to figure out, because it's important to zone in on the real problem, right? You don't want to fix something which is not the problem, right? So if the player is playing the hero badly, then it means the draft is fine, for them.
Yeah.
They were having a really good early game thanks to Akashi. But there's also another side of the coin where you have to look at, okay, so if they make one or two mistakes and they lost the game, that probably means that the draft has a very slim window, right? Which is also true.
Yeah. I mean, the last thing you want is to overcomplicate things. So I completely agree with you, right? Like maybe just try and isolate these mistakes, fix them up. And speaking of isolating and fixing up mistakes, like we mentioned, and you know, it's just memes, but this is a team that went to TI. After TI, they probably had a lot of time to think about, okay, what exactly went wrong here? And they've sort of come into this new season or the new stretch of things with a new captain. Maybe there are still some kinks that they're working out in these situations, how the communication goes, how the drafting goes, how they want to play as this new iteration of themselves. But we do have a draft ready. We'll hop into that very shortly. But yeah, Reconyx, I think overall, draft-wise, it looked a lot more solid for them. And I was just always wondering, it just felt like this gyro would eventually get into unkillable territory. They were all on comfort heroes. I personally like the Reconyx draft a lot more, and we'll see whether they continue to impress me now that we have the draft on our screen. Any adjustments so far in the bans? Doesn't seem like it for now.
Was it exactly the same? I think it was. Was it Enchantress last game? I don't remember. My memory is failing me a little bit.
Don't worry, let me check real quick.
But Nemesis is first pick this time.
Yeah, so they swapped it up.
So they're gonna open the draft with the Naga. They ban out the Beast.
Yeah.
Lycan is still in the pool, but I'm not sure if Reconyx plays Lycan. Yeah, go ahead.
No, our last game, they actually first banned the Naga. So Reconyx banned the Naga themselves. And this time around, they are happy to let it through in favor of banning the Enchantress, which they didn't ban the previous time.
Yeah, not a trade that you would be happy to give away. I mean, let's see what they go here for number 9. I mean, there's the Bristleback. I think Bristleback is a nice hero into the Naga. Because Naga doesn't pressure you a lot in the lanes. And you can clear the illusions in the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few heroes that don't really care about the Naga Siren. In the previous game, we also saw the Lycan come out, because the Lycan just honestly doesn't really get pressured by the Naga Siren, especially if you pair it with something that's as passive as like a Faceless Void. But the Ember Spirit first pick, just straight out the gate, like not scared about a mid matchup or anything?
I mean, it's the 9 pick, right? So they get to ban one of the counter matchups right away.
Sure.
But it's not a very common response to Naga, I would say. I think Naga is not the best hero to catch Ember, but you still have the tools, right? If Ember does not have any defensive item, and you catch him with the song, you can use your net during the song, and then you catch him that way, you know? There's no way for Ember to get out of that if he doesn't have a use or BKB. So I feel like it's not exactly, oh my god, I can't kill that Ember type of game, you know, with the Naga.
Sure. I'm interested as well to see what exactly Reconyx ban out in terms of what they think would be, you know.
Yeah, I think it's probably more about like he wants to play the Ember this game, and he feels like he can make it work by picking his hero early on. Because usually when you need to first pick a core early, I actually like picking a mid hero at number 9 because you go into the ban phase right away, so you can remove a counter, and then you can proceed to pick supports that I feel just work out with you. With Ember, you kind of want to have high damage range heroes, right? So you're looking at Hoodwing, Snapfire type of heroes.
Yeah,
because you
and
have
they
the setup,
both are still available.
You have the setup with Slight Chain, so you just need people to either follow up or just do damage on top of it.
Yeah. Hoodwing, Snapfire, definitely the premier options in terms of long-range artillery and follow-up and setup. Pretty good at helping secure some of these early runes as well, right? Reconyx taking their time with this ban, probably just talking through if in your dream what he's the most concerned about, what he feels like would come out. They actually ban out the Lycan early on.
Not something I expected, because they could have just banned the Lycan and... never mind. I'm not very sure why the sequence is a bit different here.
Yeah. I mean, I do like the Nemesis ban though.
What it tells me, they don't play the hero. So it probably means that Reconyx doesn't play the hero. And they knew that Nemesis, maybe they don't exactly want to pick the hero too. So both teams don't really play the hero well. So that is probably what I feel. And they took some time in the ban phase before deciding to ban the Lycan. So it means that they were not sure. And then in the end, they still decided to ban it out. that's why.
Maybe it's also like a discussion, right? Like the supports that they want to pick, like this silencer that's coming up. Now it's making a lot more sense because right now something like the Puck that we were talking about in the previous series, okay, suddenly it's not as great. You got the silencer to counteract it, and now the silencer is protected against an offlaner that can just eat him for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Maybe less about
are
the
there any more
whole...
Zoo heroes? I think there's still other heroes that can actually buy Helm that's still in the pool.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have to see. I think the Zoo heroes are not just the heroes that counter silence. I don't think you use bans to allow a support hero to come out just like that, I think it's a bit wasted. I think the bans have to be used either to protect your cause or it needs to protect the draft in some way, not just because my support can't deal with this sort of hero, right? And then I'm banning it. And Nemesis go back for their monkey, so they really like this hero, and they have the monkey against Ember matchup here, which they're probably gonna try to enforce it.
Mm-hmm.
And Reconics, they need to be prepared for this. Either they have to pick supports that can rotate over early to kill the monkey. So again, they need high damage range heroes to deal with the Monkey King. Snapfire is still in the pool.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff as well because typically you would worry that you pick a Snapfire, maybe on the other side you get something like a Silencer, stop the Mortimer's Kisses every single time, but now he's on your team, so when you play press Mortimer's Kisses, you can get the global silence, and then there's no song or no shenanigans that could come out and bail anyone out.
But on the other hand, I also feel like Dalu is more like the melee roaming type of hero. He doesn't play the range damage heroes. So
like your bounties, your tasks. I mean, the closer, maybe something like a Dark Willow, you think? Could that work?
That could work. It's definitely possible. It's very strong at fighting in the runes because of the Bramble.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You can follow up with the Ember Slide Chains with the Root or your Fear, your Terrorize. So I think it definitely could work. So they pick the Centaur first. They are unsure of... Unless the Centaur is his hero on position.
Yeah, could be some weird Centaur person. I feel like most of the time when we see that, it's some weird mind game in the draft where you bait it as position 3. It's kind of weird as well because if you're thinking about a Monkey King call, this is now a hero that does well both into the Centaur and the Ember in the lanes. So regardless of if you end up pivoting this to a position 1 or a position 2, it's going to have a pretty good time.
I mean, that is true, but I also feel like they don't really care right now because Monkey King is not that strong of a hero. And Centaur is, I think, regardless, he's pretty decent into the Naga lane. Naga doesn't do anything to Centaur. You have high regen. You don't care about the harass from Deluge as much. I think this is a lane Centaur likes to be in. Against the Naga, at least, So they go for the Queen.
Oh.
So I think this is the lane. Corp and Centaur. They want to have a very strong lane.
You think so? You know what? Could be kind of crazy.
It's a pause for QOP. So the pause for QOP is designed to protect the Centaur, to enable the Centaur's laning phase. Because Centaur is weak, right? For the first, I would say 2 levels, 3 levels.
Sure,
and
okay.
Corp is, on the other hand, very strong in the first few levels. You're not going to be daggering the Naga. You're mostly going to be daggering the monkey if it's the monkey in the lane. That's why I think the monkey is probably not going to be in this lane.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although, I feel like in a similar situation to last game where Nemesis had the somewhat funkier draft, now in this game number 2, Reconics, there's still a lot of flex potential, right? You're talking about the Queen of Pain support. I could still see a world where maybe it's a Queen of Pain mid just to have a bit of a better matchup into the Monkey King, and they do some weird Ember Spirit position 4 thing.
They have last pick, so they can use all the time in the world to think about it, right? But right now, okay, I was going to talk about
what?
Medusa being a potential hero, but they go for the Enigma right away. This is very strange because they don't see the lane matchup yet. I guess he just wanted the hero on off lane because Silencer is not the worst at killing the Eidolons. I think he can kind of threaten to kill it. And Hoodwink plus Enigma is not the best. I think not the best lane. Not the best lane combination, I think. So that I definitely think that the pick here should be the carry hero, not the offlane hero. Because the offlane hero, it doesn't really matter because you don't know your matchup. So now,
it doesn't. Unless they're worried about the Enigma being banned.
Yeah, right now Reconics just needs to ban out maybe Ursa's ban type of hero because it's
Ursa's banned.
Ursa and maybe TA. TA is the second one I would consider.
Oh, TA would be so nice here.
If they pick Enigma, maybe it means the monkey is carry. Maybe.
And you're last picking a mid, you think?
I mean, that's possible. Look at the bans. They ban a carry and a mid for Reconics.
Oh, these drafts have me proper confused, Winter. I am not good enough at Dota to fully understand the mind games going on here. So, okay. You pick Enigma into Silencer. That's already sort of somewhat self-countering yourself. And I know you're going to say, look, Enigma's not all about the black hole. You know, you get auras, you push waves, but they have an okay amount of wave clear, I want to say, between the Ember Slide and the Queen of Pain, like, Scream. I'm just not...
I mean, they're really convinced. They ban out the lane heroes that can punish the Enigma now. So they ban out the Gyro and Conquer.
Okay.
Maybe there's going to be some other heroes that can actually fare fine. Yeah. I think there's still other heroes.
Do you do something crazy and go like, I don't know, Ember safe lane last pick?
Nah, I think Sven is fine. They can still pick Sven. I think Sven against Enigma is fine, in the lane.
Sure, yeah.
I think they are heroes. They're still definitely heroes. Like Nemesis needs to figure out what they want to pick on their... So this is, I would presume, the flex between Monkey and DK, but it doesn't really matter so much because they're both very similar heroes. I think what is likely to happen is the DK is going to be the carry, Monkey is mid against the Ember Spirit, and they're going to play from there. But then again, it's going to be like some double melee hero in the lane,
Okay, so talk me through this. What is does the Dragon Knight last pick coming out change anything, or is it just like okay, it's a good matchup into Queen of Pain, Ember Spirit in the mid, whatever you put, it's going to be fine, and then this is just our safe pick to round the draft out?
Probably. I think that's probably the thought process. But the lane with Naga, I think it's not exactly that straightforward. Again, a double melee lane with Naga, I feel like they could get run down, by this Queen of Pain. And actually, no, you're right. It's not Queen of Pain support. It is going to be the Ember support with the Centaur. So double
weird.
melee against double melee.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun lane. I do feel like still the Centaur is going to be rich. Because if you think about it, right? So what if he has an Ember in the lane? The Naga plus DK is not going to push the Centaur out of the lane.
No, but it's a Naga monkey.
He's going to... Oh yeah, Naga monkey, not DK.
Wait, so the monkey actually does pair up well into it. So there is a chance, because I feel like now, FBZ, you're in a situation where you walk up to the creep wave. Akashi starts building Jingu stacks up. Before he hits 3, you need to hoof stomp, and then you need to back up. And then rinse and repeat, right? If you try and come up again, then Ember has to use chains just to keep Akashi out of his way.
Then this actually changes things. With the monkey and Naga, they can definitely... I can see them pressuring the Centaur. And DK doesn't really mind so much against Queen of Pain. You can withstand the harass with your innate. You have a lot of regen. You can last hit by stunning, denying creeps, and your fire breath to secure the range creeps. So this is a lane that DK is going to do okay. But the Enigma against the Troll, this is the lane I think the Troll is going to have a good time. He's going to kill the creeps very, very easily with the Silencer. And I don't see how... Because Enigma usually wants a lane where he can bully, and take the tower. So create some create some sort of momentum, In this lane, I don't see him being able to do that.
Let's see whether Nemesis can kind of pull it back here.
It's going to be this lane, man. This Centaur lane. If the Centaur can actually stabilize the lane, I feel like they're going to be in a really, really good position on the Nemesis side.
Let's see. They need to be in better than a good position. They need to be in position to win this game and force a game number 3 or risk losing their upper bracket slot this early on. I think Post-TI, like we were talking about in game number 1, this is a team that, showed, okay, there is some promise there. There were some moments of brilliance. Maybe they can sort of build on that into the next season. Starting out their first slew of qualifiers here in the lower bracket certainly won't do too hot for the morale, but Reconics, they've got to be feeling good after that game 2. Just playing with patience, playing with discipline, and maybe enough discipline to close things out and start off hot here. I think, funnily enough, maybe it's just the way this team drafts, but it feels like, again, the game is going to be very much reliant on In Your Dream, right? I'm thinking about this Queen of Pain with the Bondage Facet. She can get Blade Mail, and suddenly a lot of the physical damage coming out from the Dire side is just not as relevant.
Yeah, the question is he going to be able to snowball? Is In Your
Yeah.
Dream going to be able to secure the runes and dominate the map, right? Those are the questions that needs to be answered by Nemesis. They have to try to deny the runes because DK doesn't really need the runes, right? So I think he doesn't care, but at the same time you don't want to give it away from the corp. So the Naga is going to play like I think a pivotal role. You need to send illusions, block camps, deny the runes, and I think the denying rune part is going to be very important for the first couple of runes, 6, 8, and 10.
Yeah, you can see the priority in the mid lane already. A lot of resources being used, not only to just deward the mid, but also a ward spotting out the potential Naga rotations over, just in case any rune denial shenanigans happen. As we're off to the races here, in terms of the facets, I guess the most interesting bits would be, first and foremost, Akashi. He's going for that Simeon Stride, so maybe looking to try and play the map a bit more. And I think, was it the Troll going for Bad Influence?
Top lane.
Oh no. Okay, well
Wow.
that's not good. How have they found that?
I mean, they were just fighting, and then Naga had illusions at level 1. The Monkey King didn't have stun already because he used it to secure the creeps. He just dies there,
Okay, that was a bit awkward there. I mean, FBZ, he's just going to be able to
it
stomp
is
and walk
not
away.
as weak of a lane on paper, You see this
Yeah.
Centaur and Ember, they can still kill you. Yeah, that is a huge mistake there. And I mean, the Centaur, like I already mentioned, the game is going to really be hugely dependent on how well the Centaur does, in the early game. Because if the Centaur has a really, really good start, then he's going to be able to catapult his team into a very easy game. Right? You get that Helm of Dawn with the creep, you take down the tower, you play around the map together with the corp so the troll can farm on his own. And if you think about the Dire heroes, right? How are they going to kill the Centaur? They don't have like very high bursty heroes, right? It all takes time for the damage to ramp up, the DK, the Monkey King, and the Enigma. So this Centaur could actually literally be unkillable if he has a good start.
There's a chance there. I mean, he was, last we checked, already halfway towards his Helm of Iron Will, and that's actually going to make him a very difficult hero to push out of lane. Furthermore, when he gets that creep, like you said, the towers are going to take a lot of pressure. Still, it seems like the Dragon Knight, a big winner of this current laning stage. No surprises there. Mac, base damage advantage, attack animation advantage. Worst case scenario, you can always press Q to secure some of the range creeps if needed. He's taking quite a bit of harass from In Your Dream right now, but nothing that he can't just shrug off and heal back up from. Should be pretty chill mid lane. I don't really expect much to happen here.
I don't think the Corp will be able to kill the DK. It's going to turn into a farm fest, which the DK wants to. Because you have the Breathe Fire to reduce the attack damage. So you're going to take a lot of advantage in terms of trading and last hitting. I mean, as you can see here, the Centaur is having a pretty straightforward time. He's going to be sending in the Helm right now, So he's gonna be able to sit in the lane and farm pretty comfortably. I mean, Jig Roy on the other hand, he is going to die here. Okay, did not expect that to happen. They were trying to fight for the Lotus. They got the Lotus, but they couldn't get out with the Troll.
Yeah, that's not really the best look. I think both off-laners kind of surprising the opposing position ones here with the aggressive potential of their heroes. I mean, you talked about the importance of clearing out these Eidolons. If you let them actually split and start getting auto attacks off, it's going to be a lot of damage. So Jigroid has to be a bit more careful and a bit more diligent about clearing those creeps out for sure.
Yeah, not a lane where you see the Enigma getting a kill this early on, So that's going to be a huge relief for Nemesis because they need this Enigma to have a good start, Very, very similar on both teams where they need their offlaners to dictate a lot of play, with the Centaur and the Enigma. So they both want the offlaners to have a good start.
Yeah. As you were talking about, Winter, already the focus on denying the quad these runes. Both water runes being snagged up by Nemesis, rotating the Hoodwink over just to snatch it away.
Yeah, DK is going to be very, very happy in this lane as long as Quad doesn't get a bottle refill. I think the 6-minute one is going to be the most crucial one if they can actually get the rune. So we'll just have to wait and see about that. And so far, DK is still doing absolutely fine in the lane. 23 and 10, 25 and 10. So he's having a very good time against the 18 and 6 corp.
And Jikro is doing pretty well in terms of last hitting, but honestly not having as free of a lane as we were expecting, right? There's still quite a bit of pressure coming in from these two range heroes. The low, at risk of being bounded, struck down, trying to dodge it with the sleight of fist, but mistimes it. Akashi with the pump fake, and now if the Jingu stacks, nothing that FBZ can really do to punish there. I guess on the bright side, you finish that urn, so you get one death charge, which could be used for a potential kill subsequently.
Yeah, that is actually a good thing about the change to urn now. So you can actually make plays like this, you know. When you come back, he kind of gave his life to ensure the Centaur was able to secure his lane. You know, he pulls the wave back, so he gets some last hit under the tower, and now he has a urn, you know, on top of that. So I think overall that was actually a pretty good death. There are good deaths and bad deaths in the lane, you know.
Winter, you gotta stop promoting these deaths, man. You're gonna give people in pubs the wrong idea. They're gonna die and they're gonna be like, Winter said it was a good death, don't blame me. Jake Roy, I don't know how good this death is though for both his game and for the team. Being pulled back in, Fairy Fire now. Still will get swiped down. Not much Varish can do to help him. Nice rotation through the twin gates from Ponyo. Very nicely done.
Yeah, this is like a snowball effect from the Lotus fight where they lost out and they died. Stro is not supposed to be dying so much in this lane. And now 6-minute rune will be claimed by Mac. So Corp denied again, you know, no water rune, no power runes. He's going to be out of resource here.
That is very, very annoying. This early game going a lot better for Nemesis than I was expecting. Looks like that Dragon Knight last pick really did help them stabilize. Nice little net there, pulling in Varish, and they find the silencer. Jing in a bit of a spot of bother. I say that, but it's Jikroy who's actually surrounded. They have a bushwhack level 2 in around 3 seconds. He's gonna die with Akashi's rotations through the twin gates. I was just about to say Nemesis. One thing that they're really good at is making these early rotations, whether it's bringing one support to one of the lanes or coming through the twin gates. They've done it twice now. Akashi getting active, paying off big time for them.
Yeah, the Tro has no TP, so he's gonna have to walk back, you know, to the jungle or to the lane. You know, this is gonna hurt his game a lot. You know, he is, I think, gonna not have a game for a very long time.
Long way to go before that Battle Fury comes up. At the very least, they are able to secure that Wisdom Shrine for themselves. Could have been a lot worse. But yeah, early game, definitely the tempo flowing the way of Nemesis. And we haven't really talked about this yet, but is this another sort of game where Nemesis have the sort of early tempo advantage? Gotta hold that thought because Akashi, the setup onto FBZ. No level 6 yet on the Centaur Wall Runner. Walks out of the Wukong's command and they look to punish Jing instead. FBZ and his creep punching away. The last bit of damage, Jing will take out to that. Very nicely done, and more earn charges in the pocket. But yeah, back to my point. How are we looking in terms of lineups? Are we sort of... Is it that bad for Reconics? Because their scaling looks pretty solid.
It's definitely worrisome that your throw is so poor, you know, at 8 minutes. And he is not going to have a good time this game. I also mentioned that the Corp is the one that has to, you know, control runes and kind of play her part in terms of winning the side lanes. But because she's not getting any runes, no water runes, and now the second power rune goes to DK again, you know. So Nemesis is doing a very good job securing
this
the
is
runes.
Actually the best possible rune for Mac to get right now. The regen is going to allow him to just stand there and tank the tower. He might just take it down one fell swoop. Trying to slide chains him up. In Your Dream has that Sonic Wave available. Nice net holding him back. In Your Dream gonna scream back the Dragon Knight. This is a huge pickoff, and they might just find Ponyo to boot. Any way to cancel the TP? Not even needed. Double kill for In Your Dream again. The patience paying off. In Your Dream always waiting for the right opportunity, and then he strikes.
Yeah, and Centaur also coming in very, very close so that he needed to be here, you know, to help the Queen of Pain defend the tower here. Excellent moves here by IBC. So now they're gonna claim the prize, which is the mid tower. Nothing the dire side can do here. Nemesis, I don't feel like they can defend here. Tower's gonna go down. The rally creeps are just too much to handle.
That's like 7 skeletons or something, all coming for your head. That's
here comes
scary stuff.
Oh, you didn't get the catch fast enough there. Maybe could have killed the Queen of Pain there with the Black Hole plus the Centaur stun.
Oh, he was trying to chain stun with the Malefice, I guess.
Yeah, it was close. Maybe he could have gotten a kill, but deciding that he just wants to get the tower, so he kills the tower and goes back to farming.
Okay. My job's done here. Time to chill, guys. And they're like, but wait, you still have Black Hole. They're like, I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna use that. Kashi, set up. Do they have a way of actually keeping Varish in here? Ponyo comes through with a net, but I don't think it's actually gonna be enough damage. Akashi's the one who ends up dropping pretty low, trying to hide in the tree line. FBZ and his Centaur buddy looking for their target. Akashi, pinged out in the tree line, jumping up to the high ground. Do you have a slight chains? No range, unfortunately, for Dalol. Didn't want to try for it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I mean, overall, the game looks decent for Reconics, you know, after that bad start, you know, not controlling runes and the troll dying so many times in a row. I think that middle tower defense actually gave them some, you know, breathing room in the game, and now they're going to smoke with the two supports. They're coming in, trying to look for the Monkey King. He was really low before, but he already went back to base, you know, he's not greedy. Some players might have stayed and, you know, clear 1 or 2 more neutral cans before going back. Those are the ones that would die to this game.
He is still showing in the lane though, and FBZ is trying to play it cool, trying to play it chill. Up on the high ground, he spots them out with a nice tree down, so he knows this is coming. The smoke breaks for Dalol. So this move, not sure whether it's still gonna pan out here, and there's TPs available if they try and overcommit at the tier 2.
And it's close to level 6 for Varese. They're gonna have a big spell up with the global, so and then use it to kill one of the cores. I think Enigma needs to probably be killed, you know, at some point. He's way too fat, you know, free farming too much. So they have to kind of come down here and deal with this this anchor from Nemesis holding the bottom area. They need to kick him out at some point. Maybe place a ward and then come down and find him, you know.
Yeah, I mean, right now, FBZ is kind of trying to mirror the Enigma's efficiency, and he's still top of the net worth. The Centaurs had a splendid game so far. Should he be sort of the one to go down there and deal with the Enigma, or is he okay to just keep farming up here? What should he be doing with his net worth lead?
I think he has to stay up here to hit the Ancients. They need to make sure they're hitting the Ancients, like the top Ancients and the, at least, you know. So there's like 4 Ancients on the map, right? So you need to split your resources to clear those Ancients as much as you can. They're going to bring a smoke down instead. The 2 supports and the Queen of Pain. Like I said, you know, the Enigma is a very, very big kill they have to get.
The Courier leading the way. Global Silence comes out. Jikroy not going to be caught, but look at the Enigma. They found the big target. They don't want to stick around, though, for that black hole, and the Sonic Wave will be able to finish him off. Traded out, though, for Varish. It's a trade you're going to take any day of the week, but Jing somehow still standing around with almost full HP. Gonna throw a sharpshooter out. Okay. That was a little bit awkward. You had like, what, 3-4 enemy heroes surrounding this poor Hoodwink, but they just didn't have enough gas in the tank to take down an additional hero.
But at the end of the day, they killed the Enigma. I think that's what counts, you know, for Reconics. They came all the way here to get Raven and they got him.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of pressure elevated from bot lane. This gives Jikroy time to finish his Battle Fury, which he sorely needs, you know. And at the same time, Nemesis, because they use the Sonic Wave, they use the Global, you're gonna look to counter punch back. Try to come in, kill the carry, or kill any of the cores.
Yeah, there's a song available for the setup. In comes the blink from Mac. Jikroy is toast. No way of saving him there. Mac makes full use of that blink dagger reveal, but Dalol doesn't want to let him walk away scot-free. Here comes FBZ. Song to deny. No stomp for you and an easy TP out. Very clean
save.
escape there from Nemesis.
Good save. Centaur could have made things very, very complicated for them with the Stampede there. And Raven's still sticking around, but he's gonna...
Is Varish just
the Crimson is gonna save him.
Oh, seriously. He has a Polywag Charm as well. He can throw that out, but yeah. He's gonna get that nice bit of HP regen. They clear out the creeps. Yeah. That was so close. The difference in damage done before and after Crimson, ladies and gents, this is a very value item.
Crimson is the counter to Helm and all the creeps.
Yeah. All your skeletons be damned. Who cares about your rally creeps? They take less damage overall. You can't touch me. Bit of a setup.
Oh, nice block.
Ooh, nice body block. Dalol, I don't know whether that was intentional. Varish is still gonna end up going down though. And they black hole the Ember. The Queen of Pain walks into the black hole. They still Sonic Wave and get the kill onto Jing. This has become a little bit of a funny fight. Stampede forward, stomp out onto Mac. The Queen of Pain being pulled away, and they don't have enough though, but Akashi dies solo to Jikroy in the top lane. The action's not over yet. Mac gonna blink back in with a stun. There's not a lot of mana on In Your Dream. He needs a bit more resources, but the Blade Mail, it's gonna help him heal up. The Bondage Facet is gonna do the work, and FBZ cleans up big time. We talk about how this Centaur needs to be the big player for his team, and he is stepping up. He is absolutely the biggest and the largest right now.
Yeah, the Crimson Guard and the stuns and the Stampede, you know, just making sure that they survive, you know, in the team fights, you know. And how on earth did the troll kill the Monkey King?
Yeah, how did I wish we had a replay on this stream, because Akashi must have just overestimated himself, maybe showed in the wrong side, and just Jikroy, I can totally imagine him just pressing out and bashing Akashi into oblivion.
Yeah, that was probably what happened, you know. They're both really, really weak in terms of network, you know. And now the troll is, I think, back in a position where he's kind of contented with, you know. 5 minutes ago, he was bottom of the course, like 2.5k network, 3k network.
Yeah, it was awful.
Something like that. And now he is, I would say, back in the game, you know.
Yeah. Farming item complete. Tender loving care time in the triangle. What more can you really ask for as a position 1? I mean, your team's making space, your off laners popping off, your mid laners surviving like all the damage. It's a nice little setup. And I mean, now you've reached the point in the game where Reconics, it's a lot easier for them to try and control these runes. They're playing around the power runes now. Another Global Silence Stampede available could look to try and find a pick-off. Shield rune for In Your Dream. Finishing up that Kaya Sanj. I mean, this is just a very typical build, using Chain Gang to try and clear out the creep wave.
It's a lot of fun, you know. The long range initiation and the ability to clear creep waves faster.
Oh, you can't clear this though. Mac gonna pop that Dragon Form and finish off the tower.
I mean, the tower has already done its job, you know. They held the tower quite a long time.
That's true.
Now they're farming the enemy ancients with the Centaur, and the Enigma is farming their ancients.
Yeah.
It's all about controlling the ancients, right? There's 4 ancient camps on the map, and you gotta make sure you're farming all those ancient camps all of the time.
Yeah, Defense of the Ancients taking on a very different meaning this time around, at least in this meta. It's not the ancient that... You worry about one ancient first, and then those ancients being defended help you power up to kill the big main ancient. A lot of presence up here in this top lane. It's kind of being stopped by Delol though. He's scouting a lot of this out. Jin gonna try and latch on, but wisely steps away from that tree line. And yeah, I mean, I feel like they've been up here summoning creeps non-stop, but haven't really been able to push the issue much or pick Delol off. He's been keeping his distance.
But they are killing both of the ancient camps, right? Whereas if you look at the Radiant side, they're not exactly getting the bottom ancients. I mean, Reconics is only farming the enemy ancients in the triangle. They're not really utilizing the ancients on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, nice little twin gate rotation. Setting up for play. If they could kill FBZ, that would be huge. There is a black hole, but a Global Silence immediately to counteract it, and Jikroy would be a huge target. Get the stun off, get the bushwhack. Global Silence comes out. He's bound to a tree. Still has to try and make a run for it though. Raven gonna get spotted out the low. Happy to be Black Hole if that's what it takes for his team to succeed here. Varij gonna die on the backline. Black Hole onto the Centaur only. I'm not sure whether it's enough damage, and a huge Sonic Wave coming through. Akashi with the Boundless Strike might be able to take down FBZ. I say that, but it's just a pipe dream. This Centaur is way too tanky. In Your Dream, in the center of all of them. Sure, FBZ might go down. The song at the very last moment, allowing the big one charge to save Jing. And they might just finish off the Centaur this time. Has a blink available, netted up, gonna deny it. Mac desperately trying to finish off the offlaner. He'll find the low as well, and In Your Dream fighting for his life. Buyback on the low just to punish, and Dragon Knight will actually be denied by Jing. Very nice plays coming out from the supports of Nemesis to salvage this fight for their team. They end up losing 4, but it's still a buyback from the Ember. In Your Dream comes out supreme, but they get what they came for. They killed the troll.
Yeah, that was a very, very big turn of events there. You know, if they again didn't get the deny, I think overall Reconics would be really, really happy with the outcome. But I still think that they are quite happy with the exchange. Losing the Troll and Centaur for Enigma, DK, Naga. You know, those are, I think, much better trades for them. I think this corp is going to be like a huge problem. You know, if you don't black hole the corp, I don't think she's gonna be dying in the team fights. You know, they don't have enough to kill her.
You just don't really have the burst, right? That's the main problem. We're seeing time and time again the Queen of Pain being able to sustain through the fight, and now no ultimates. It's so much easier for this Ember to get in and start skirmishing. The spells, the slight chains, the chain gang, it's just too much control. They'll stampede forward, look for more. FBZ finds Jing in the tree line. You got any detection though? Hashtag Southeast Asia supports. Ooh, I'm not sure whether they heard that. The ping comes out, but Jing able to make a clean escape thanks to the Glimmer Cape. Invisibility, invincibility, as they like to say.
Only in C.
Only in C does this shit happen. But what it does do is it opens up the top side of the map. That means it's going to be a Tormentor.
Yeah, Roshan's going to on there and move towards the bottom side. So that is going to give Nemesis a chance to get it. I mean, they don't really actually have a very good Roshan lineup. Enigma has Helm and Pipe, all the auras with the Eidolons. But they don't have a lot of damage to kill off Roshan, so I don't think they can actually safely go for the Roshan at any point right now. And on the other hand, Reckonix is coming in with a smoke gang through the gate. They're bringing 2 supports with the Centaur.
Oh, no, the troll in the top lane. He was a bit late to join the rest of his team, and now he's gonna pay the price for it. I mean, you were there the whole time under a Watcher. The Watcher provides vision. That felt a bit like a lack of respect, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, yeah, they see me, but they're not gonna come and kill me, even though no other heroes are showing on the map right now. He has the Stampede defensively to escape now. Not really the sequence that you want from Reconnix.
Yeah, definitely not the sequence that they wanted. I think he just got greedy. He wanted to clear one more camp.
Yeah, look like
I think looking at the map, he already knew that he kind of needed to leave that area because his team smoked towards the gate to the other side of the map. So he needed to just TP out. But he decided, maybe I have time for one extra bacon, you know, before I'm late for work, you know. That's usually the case, you know. Maybe I can finish my bacon, yeah. Maybe I can get an extra kaya toast, you know.
Yeah? And then you show up to work, your boss is like, hey, later 4 PM come into my office. And you're like, ah, shit, I'm cooked.
4 PM, you already, you know,
maybe lunch.
Clocked in late, you know, because you couldn't.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't.
You're so late that it's after lunch. Actually, you're like, I'm actually not feeling well in the morning. You just lie a little bit. Not that I'm endorsing this behavior. I'm sure none of you respectable gentlemen.
No,
is it?
It's common behavior.
Okay.
Just farming
for
the
who
extra
though?
camp.
Wait, what?
Wait, you can do that?
Wait,
you can actually do that?
Wait, what the hell? Why did he do that? Wait, like literally, he had no reason to do that.
Yo,
he wasn't even saving it.
No, he's moving faster. He wants the stampede.
No, I guess,
Bro, that
but
is
like
the
that's
stampede without using the stampede. Lower cooldown.
that's so funny actually. Okay,
Self stampede, you know.
Yeah, true. Okay, the LoL hunting down Ponyo here. There is a song. There is a Greaves. Just kind of trying to bait out a spell.
He's
Arcane
debating
Curse
whether
off
it's worth it to use it to save people.
He's thinking about it. I think you save. I think you just accept the L, take the death. You drag 4 heroes here to the bottom corner side of the map. I think it's fine.
No. As a Naga player, you need to remember, you are not a support.
Oh, why would you say that?
Bro, you're a Naga, you know.
Okay. What, you just trying to do what, a Miracle cosplay or something? Gone are the days, brother. You don't even have a Radiance. You got Guardian Greaves. Swapped out the Boots of Travels for healing. Looks like there's a chase going on. Jing, this time around they'll have the dust. Not gonna get caught out anymore, but Raven there. Potentially with the threat of the black hole, they still haven't been able to finish off this hoodwink. Very pesky little squirrel, making them work for it. Both the supports, an extended chase, but they get the kills anyway.
Wait, what's going on? The monkey came through the gate and the Dragon Knight decides to leave the gate.
They're doing a little bit of a role swap. Like they're like, oh, okay, you know what? You take top, I take bot. It's like for exposure, you know what I mean? It's like when you join that new company and you are not late because you didn't make an extra kaya toast because you weren't greedy. And then your boss is like, hey, you know, why don't you do an exchange with your colleague from another department so you guys understand each other better?
Yeah, let's go HR.
Yeah.
Send you to,
Yeah,
to the HR department.
Yeah,
for-
you can go recruit people, and then I'll start my own fish pet company, like fighting fish.
No,
selling
you
company.
you actually interview them and you tell your what recruiting manager, whatever, you know. Okay, this guy is a pass. You know, you give him a pass, and then next day you're done. You know, you just pass a bunch of people.
Yeah, like and then they come into the next stage of the interview. You're like, and they start blaming me. They're like,
I did not pass this guy. You know, who actually?
Yeah,
passed
who
this guy?
the hell thought this guy? He doesn't even speak English. FBZ being run down here. Okay, Creep's gonna die. Bushwhack off the mark though, a little bit awkward. And now, oh, he's just sidestepping him. Really nicely done, Akashi. Thinking about popping the Wukong's command, there is a black hole on the solo Ember on the back line.
That's a support, by the way.
That is a support indeed. Ponyo gonna go down to In Your Dream off screen. And here comes the Stampede going forward now. Jikroy looking for the target onto Akashi. Mac is there to stun him though. Where's In Your Dream? Looking to round out from the top side. They're just buying time for the Queen of Pain to join the fight. Akashi playing around in the tree lines. Radiant Burn starting to come in. But In Your Dream, he has joined the fray. And he's looking to make them hurt for it. They will kill off the supports, but are able to escape because of the BKBs. Very nicely done. Ooh! Oh! No! Akashi! No!
Oh no, he couldn't jump again. He took damage. The scream. That is a
Oh.
huge win in the end for Reconnix there.
Oh my goodness. That fight literally started with a black hole solo on a position 4
You know
Ember.
what, Mike? I think he forgotten that Ember was a support.
You think so?
Probably. Why else would you?
Why would he black hole the Ember?
Yeah, because you think he's a mid hero.
I mean, he's really annoying. I get that, but
No. It's just sometimes
you really reckon that was a mistake?
You play Dota, you just kind of autopilot, right? You see an Ember, you forgot he's a support. And you think,
Sure.
I'm black holing the enemy mid hero.
Is that why Reconnix spent 4 heroes chasing a Naga down to the bottom of the map? They're like, yes, we got the carry. It's just a Guardian. The guy's looking at them like, guys, I have Guardian Greaves. I don't know what the hell this is about. Like, can we please chill? Raven down here in the bot lane has a 4 staff, and they don't really want to commit because they're not sure where Nemesis is. I like that decision, even though Raven was really very alone there.
Gotta be honest, Mike, you got me there, you know, with the Naga chase.
Yeah, like that joke. Impressing Winter one little joke at a time. Speaking of Naga chase, Naga's the one doing the chasing right now, but very quickly has to turn tail and run. In Your Dream, not afraid of a thing. He completely understands. He is so strong in this game with that AD rune. Shiva's complete.
Yeah.
How will they kill him?
No black hole means, I think, no kill on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, no, it's not happening.
He's gonna remember now. Queen of Pain is the mid hero, not Ember.
Yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, okay, well, 35 seconds left until the black hole's back up. I'm sure Reconnix are very aware of that timing. Global Silence is available to counter it, but while they wait, they're gonna get a free Roche for themselves. So maybe a second life for In Your Dream, maybe a second life for Jikroy. We'll have to see how they choose to play it. Probably the Troll Warlord though. There you go.
Yep. Kiki is saying, I cannot die in the team fights. I don't need this useless tool.
Sonic Witch. Dude, I don't know
Oh,
what's
bro.
going on in this game.
He didn't-
They're literally just
No, he
pressing
didn't-
spells.
He didn't click his... He was already level 20. He didn't click his cooldown reduction yet before he used that.
Oh, he was thinking, oh, I got short cooldown Sonic Wave. Who cares? Like, scream at him, mental damage. And it's like,
Oh
he
wait,
didn't get it.
I didn't click it yet.
This is a funny game. Well, folks, it is 19 to 16 earlier on Reconnix. You might be watching this game and thinking, oh, it looks like this Nemesis lineup is just not really finding their footing yet. I assure you, in game number 1, it looked really promising for them. They had nice early plays, they were taking control of the map. Kind of similar situation to this game. But Reconnix, they're just really patient, biding their time, poking and prodding and finding the right opportunities. And they've been able to gather themselves a 6k gold lead at the 28-minute mark. It's not quite as one-sided and stompy as our first series, but still, Reconnix are making a really good case for themselves here in these close qualifiers.
Just remember, the troll was 3k net worth at 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know how this happened. He's back. He's so back.
Nobody can actually fight the troll right now. You talk about the quad being unkillable, but the troll is also a problem. He has already came out of his hyperbolic chamber. He's ready.
Yeah?
He's finished his training in hard mode, and now he
Yeah?
is going to kill enemy heroes for a day.
Yeah. Here we go. On to Jing again. They just beeline for the hoodwink non-stop. FBZ pulling the card out just for the vibes, brother. Get in. You can't. You're not my teammate. Silence
not
up
for
onto the troll roller.
vibes, it's for the move speed.
No, I know that, but it's also kind of funny to just have a card out and nothing in it. Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
Actually,
that's why you're playing Ogre all the time, you know? Not Centaur.
okay, relax. Look, you don't need to make it personal, okay? Farid, Stampede, gotta try and save him right now. Jikroy beating away into Mac. In your dream there to save. They thought about the global silence. It's not even needed because Ponyo, he doesn't have the song because he's just popped it. I thought that they were just gonna global there to prevent that save from coming out, but I guess they're okay with this situation. Giving up Ponyo instead and saving the global for a rainier day.
I think he is waiting for the black hole. Because they don't see the Enigma, right? We see everything, right? So they have no idea where the Enigma
That's fair.
Where the Enigma was standing. So it's easy for you to say, oh, why didn't he global, sir?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, your literal only job right now, you pick Silencer before the Enigma, then you see the Enigma. If you still let him black hole, that's on you. You know what I mean? That's fair.
Yeah, we've been already going back and forth with this discussion. How is the Quab and the Troll gonna die? Only one way, the black hole.
That's true. That's true.
Varys is like, I got you guys. There is no way that happens as long as I'm alive.
Okay, look. You know you're talking about like the card giving the Stampede move speed or whatever the hell, right? Sure, I get that. But like, logically speaking, no matter how strong you are, if you're carrying something, you should be going a bit slower, no? Like, isn't that how like gravity works? Like, you're literally just a horse. I have to hold that thought because Mac is might literally just be dead here. A lot of damage raining in. They're just waiting. Sonic Wave comes through, and Mac narrowly survives thanks to those Guardian Greaves. Nice timing there from Ponyo. They lose the Aegis on Jikroy too.
I mean, they had to use BKB on DK. I think you're still happy on the Reconic side. You don't really use anything. The Sonic Wave is like a short cooldown with Arcane Rune. So they're ready to go for another fight. I mean, at the same time, you know, if you're sitting back, just farming, chilling, I still feel like you're more comfortable on the Reconics lineup, whereas on the Nemesis lineup, if you're going to 50 minutes, I will always feel like I'm going to run out of damage, right? I'm not going to be able to outfight the Troll and the Queen of Pain, you know? And not to mention, you have the card to save them.
Oh my god, are you
What just happened?
Did you see that? They were smoked up, but the Ember was top. He had a Remnant mid. He went through the Remnant and he broke 3 hero smokes in one go. So they're just like, they didn't even see the Ember go to his Remnant. All their smokes just broke. They were like, what the hell, okay. And now, like, Mac, he might be in trouble. He doesn't have a BKB. He's just done. Nemesis?
Okay, this is an unlucky death. This one, I give it to luck. I attribute it to luck. Sometimes you need to have a little bit of luck.
He literally bought back just because of this. Stomp in. FBZ trying to threaten, just buying the attention away from Jikroy. Still has the ultimate available into the cart now. Akashi, Boundless strikes a cart. Pull him back in. FBZ in a little bit of trouble now. Losing a lot of HP. Is still holding on to the Black Hole Sonic Wave. FBZ does end up going down. Nice Greaves heal again. Ponyo, he's been timely with these ones so far. Delo gonna slide in and out. They end up losing Centaur.
He gave his life to save the Troll.
That's true. That's true. But honestly, not a lot committed, right, for the side of Nemesis. So a pretty nice hold, all things considered. I guess the Mac buyback, but that was already pre-committed, so...
Well, I think that goes into the defending your base cost regardless. That buyback on the DK. I think right now, Reconics just needs to kind of wait for everything to come back up, everyone to come back up, and then decide whether they want to, you know, go again or wait for Roshan. You know, I think both choices are fine if they want to play a little bit more defensive and just wait, or just try to attack. I think they have the power to just go even without the Aegis, look for a fight. If they get one good pick off, you know, it could still result into high ground. So it really depends on how, especially the troll feels, you know. If he feels like he is already strong enough, or he wants to sit back, farm 1 minute to get his Reaver to finish the Satanic, which is probably the safer choice, you know.
I'm just a little bit concerned because right now it feels like Nemesis have to execute better than Reconyx just to sort of keep up in this game, right? You talked already about the late game scaling. It's quite a difficult affair for them to get some of their spells off. It's hard to kill the troll, and then after you've killed the troll, you need to worry about the Queen of Pain. There is this teamfight wombo combo you would have in theory if you're somehow able to kill the silencer before anything else happens.
I mean, it's also how they're using the song. I think they haven't really used the song very well, you know, turn the fights with the song.
Yeah.
I think ideally,
Ponyo has a blink
ideally
now, maybe.
how do you use the song? Let's think about it, right? You want to either use to stop the Centaur with the Stampede, or you use it when the troll clicks his R, the Battle Trance. So you basically try to waste it, you know, run it through. It's 8 seconds, you know, on the Battle Trance. Song is also around 7 seconds. So you kind of cancel it out. I think those are the two main ways of you using the song. You're not afraid of the global because you can grieve and use your song. So you have ways to deal with that. So I think it's all about notifying the troll, making sure that he is killable, or kite his ulti, you know. So I think that is his primary job on the Enigma. And the Naga, both of these heroes, their big spells, you know, have to be used appropriately on the troll.
It's not looking so easy to pull off right now. Mac, 4-staffing back to safety. In Your Dream just goes to speak to how strong he's feeling right now. The fact that he can just blind blink in without seeing any heroes on the map.
Yeah, with Global, he doesn't feel like he can die, you know. And I kind of agree. As long as Global is up, they can't kill him.
Do you feel like maybe Nemesis kind of drafted themselves a set of heroes that's just, you know, requiring a bit more execution? Because every time we talk about their team fight, it just feels like there's so much more for them to have to try and do.
Oh, Jake Roy is running in. He does not care. He's just randomly running into the whole team.
Okay, well, Varish needs to care a little bit about running into the whole team because he is a silencer and he ends up going down. So now you don't have the global silence. The TP comes through. Ponyo, the song catches the troll.
Oh,
you don't have the global anymore. This could be a disaster. They have buyback global, like you said. BKB buyback global. There it is. Jikroy gonna try and turn around, pop the ultimate immediately. He still has that BKB. Sonic Wave gonna try and bail him out, but he's healing up quite a bit. It's not enough though. Looks like he's gonna lose the man fight too, but he's healing enough. Suddenly the card. He's fine. FBC's gonna make it happen for the team again. And where it looked like it could have turned around for Nemesis, it falls apart. The buyback of the Silencer coming in clutch, and just like that, TPing away, denied by the chains. Every little component coming through to get Jikroy out of that mess. He ends up going down, but it's a huge win for the team.
Man, that card at the end, you know, just delaying the death even further.
Yeah.
Just ensured that Nemesis is going to lose every single hero that is going to be committing themselves to kill the troll there. That's very, very nicely done there by the Silencer and the Centaur. Like both of them.
Oh, Jikroy tries to find Jing, but hides away with the Glimmer Cape. Still, In Your Dream, knocking on your front door. Like you mentioned, the team play from Reconyx, they're doing a good job. I mean, Jikroy kind of just ran in all willy-nilly, like you said, but he knew that he had the backup of the team, even though Varish had gone down. The buyback coming in clutch there. And the other two calls, In Your Dream and FBC, showing up
yeah,
big
you can't
time
even
for the
blame
team.
the Naga for stopping the catch there with the song, right? He knows
absolutely
the
not,
troll
no.
is alone, you know, so he couldn't have known that the Silencer had buyback.
Also, the song, there was no way that you catch that troll if you didn't song. Because you can't see him in the tree line to net, right? That was your only option. You know the troll's alone. That was your best case scenario. The only thing that could mess you up is the Silencer buyback. But you're not thinking about that in that moment. You're thinking, holy shit, we finally got the troll. Everyone get in here. We need to black hole him. We need to take him down. We need to try and come back from this 15k deficit. We are one game down from dropping out of the upper bracket. We want to try and cling on to any chance that we get. And unfortunately, it just didn't pan out that way. But it has to be what feels like another miracle situation for Nemesis, for them to try and find the troll like that again. And he's not going to let that happen easily.
Oh, FPZ, he finds the Naga.
That's a huge pick off if they could find him. Ponyo hidden away because of the Glimmer Cape, but the
where's
low
the
hot on his
detection?
heels. Again, they don't have the detection, but they don't need it because the fish comes out of the water and the song to save himself. Surely you just TP away here. Hold everyone back. Let your team retreat. But that basically means it's gonna be a free Roche.
Yeah, that is not a good song to use. You don't really feel good about it. Sure, you didn't die, but now what do you do about Roshan without the song?
Nothing.
I think they still have to go, you know? They have to try. Like, if they give up Roche, the game is just over.
I'll try and scout out with the Monkey King illusions, find an angle. Seems to be a line drawn, not sure who's the one drawing it right now. Raven gonna scout things out with this Mud Golem. Smoked up, looking for an angle, trying to jump in. That's the stun. They managed to get the global silence off. Jikroy still gets the Aegis though, and this is not gonna be the fight that you want. The global silence comes in before the black hole, so they get the black hole off onto Jikroy, but he still has that second life, and he doesn't even need it. Swiped down by the axes, cut down to size, and GG is called. Nemesis will get sent to the lower bracket by Reconyx.
Yeah, what a performance here by Reconyx here. Just absolutely showing that they are not an easy opponent, they are not a weak opponent. Sure, they had to play the qualifiers to get to the close, the open qualifiers to get to the close qualifiers, but they are one tough nut to crack, you know. And this is a warning to the other C teams, you know. Reconyx is here to play.
When we were starting out today, we were talking about how these close qualifiers are a little bit different. It's the post-TI season. Everybody's still workshopping these new rosters. And sure, you can talk about Nemesis. You know, they had such an amazing performance at TI, but it's a bit of a different team now and they need some time to gel, right? You can't really point so many fingers at them and say, you know, they played badly or played, you know, they messed up here, they messed up there. Reconyx were just in such great form today. And like you said, like these other, like these booms, these execrations, these Aureuses, they gotta keep their eyes peeled because Reconyx aren't playing around.
Yeah, they are going to be the team to watch, or at least one of the team to watch in the qualifiers, you know, for sure. And everybody's going to definitely pay attention to them to figure out what to do against them, you know, what heroes to ban, how to draft against them. And yeah, like I said, you know, Team Nemesis definitely has to go back, you know, to the drawing board to figure out what to draft, you know, against their other opponents as well, you know, because it seems like they weren't really sure about their drafts in the current 2 games that we watch.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be done for Nemesis as they get sent to the lower bracket. They're not out just yet. But speaking of things not being over, we still have Boom versus Aureus on the other stream. That's ESL_Dota2 Clarity. So you want to hop on over. They just got into Game 2 after a very exciting Game 1. So go join them there. For us, we'll be taking another long break as it seems to be the trend for us here before we come back later on for Execration versus Yangon Galacticos for that upper bracket slot. Stay tuned.
Good old English ale, sir.
There were 2 little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. 2 little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
The seeds of fortune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Regeneration!
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
You wanted to fight no war, Tusk? I give you more.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire are scanning.
My waters rise. More damage.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Eterna
soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, healed your music when he's pleased to blow. The sad ones, the charming minstrel, delights with songs and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance we'll find yet for all time. We twa here and about the praise and could that gallant fight, but seas between us painted roads and old lang syne. For old lang syne, my
structures are
for
fortified.
old lang syne, we'll
Radiant structures
tie
are fortified. Radiant's
yet
middle tower is under attack.
for old lang syne. And surely you'll be you instead, as surely
Radiant's courier has been killed.
we'll tack For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne,
Radiant are scanning.
we'll tak a kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll tak a kindness yet for auld
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
a
Dire's
fond
top
kiss,
tower is under attack.
and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in head front,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's on board.
warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and love nae other. Who shall say that fortune grieves while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheek, dark despair around benight me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Had we never loved so finely, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
we
middle tower is under attack.
at first.
Radiant's bottom
Yes.
tower is falling.
Fare thee
Dire's
weel,
structures are
thou best
Dire's top
and
tower is under
dearest.
attack.
Thine be ilk joy and peace, enjoyment, love, pleasure. A fond kiss
Dire's top tower
and
has
then
been denied.
sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in head from tears, I'll pledge thee.
father's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, stop short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, and it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old
This Rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd sing the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd sing the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd sing the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd sing the same as I. Eyes the buy that builds the boat, and eyes the buy that sails her, eyes the buy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo Twinning at Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo Twillingate Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo Twillingate Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo Twillingate Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo Twillingate Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
Eyes the buy that builds the boat, and eyes the buy that sails her, eyes the buy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo Twillingate Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo Twillingate Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Are scarce. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be. Not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. Where we live, white and thin, because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman moving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweetheart on the sea, sir, with their arms holding tight. But we will push them gently aside. We've had our fill of English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny roads of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny roads of London. She pushed her in and she washed her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny roads of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Forward the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny roads of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny roads of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny roads of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of the stone by the bonny, bonny roads of London. The only tune that the fiddle would play was Hold the Bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was Hold the Bows of London.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations with me whack, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, he'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. sure toils and sneered, we had already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid he rode sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' sein. We'll take a recht geduldig wacht for old lang sein. For old lang sein, my Joe. For old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet. For old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me.
Welcome back, folks, to the DreamLeague Season 27 closed qualifiers in the Southeast Asia region. My name is Perm Sneeze, and I'm joined by Winter. And we've had quite a day of Dota 2 so far. Specifically, 2 zeros across the board, at least on this stream. On the other stream servicing Southeast Asia Dota, they've had the 3 games. So if the pattern is to be trusted, maybe this upcoming series between Execration and Yangon will be another 2-0. It certainly feels like that might be the case, because while Execration were able to very handedly defeat their opponents earlier on in Kukui's 2-0, Yangon Galacticos had a bit more of a struggle, right? It was a 3-game series against Ivory. It went the distance. The games were still pretty even all throughout. But it's kind of surprising, don't you think, Winter, to see Yangon still up here in this upper bracket?
Don't think a lot of people expected them to be able to win their first round game, but they were able to defeat Ivory, and it's a long series, you know. 2 of the games went past like 40 minutes. I mean, the first game was pretty quick, you know. Ivory won in 27 minutes, but YG kind of figured something out after the first game, and they played 2 longer games, and they were able to take both games, you know. I think I stay by with what I said at the beginning of the day. Anything can happen in all these qualifiers. I think in SEA, it's just really hard to tell, you know. You can be like the super favorite, but then, so what, you know. I remember it was a few months ago, EWC and TI. So we were the only region that sent, I think, 4 different teams to the two premier events.
Yeah.
Everyone else, they had like...
It was consistent, right? It was the same people going to both events. It's like Nemesis was at TI, but Nemesis wasn't at EWC. Then whoever was at EWC wasn't at TI. It was
Talent and Execration for EWC, and Boom and Nemesis for TI. So every other region is not like that. Only SEA.
Yeah.
Only
home of
SEA,
chaos.
Only in SEA we share, right?
Yeah. We're communal like that, you know? Everybody gets to eat a little bit. Unfortunately, that is obviously not the case for this close qualifier. Only one slot for these 8 teams to contend with. And I think coming into today, I said maybe a little bit of a bold statement. I said, hey, look, out of the 8 teams that we have in these close qualifiers, maybe up to 6 of them all have a pretty decent chance at taking the slot. Now, I didn't mention the 2 teams that I thought wouldn't really have a shot. Yangon Galacticos, no flame to them, but I feel like Yangon were one of the teams I don't really have the highest expectations of. Not because they're a bad team, not because they're bad players, but they've been here before, and it's not like they made any major changes to their lineup, right? It's always been this set of guys for the most part. You got Young PH, you got KSH, backed up by Skillay Zorin, and I know Haw, basically Lun, was their off-laner for a long while. He took a break, JG came in and replaced him for a little bit, and then now he's back, but they've always... In fact, I don't think they have ever made it past close qualifiers throughout their entire existence.
Nope.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're always kind of like first round they lose and then they maybe survive one round in the lower bracket, but before they get knocked out by a better team. It might just be the case here. This is kind of one of the first few times I see them actually in the upper bracket.
10 seconds remaining.
This is like, I think, probably the easiest time for like a Dark Horse team to do well, because everyone has just swapped their rosters, right? So
Sure.
it takes time for people to get used to the new teammates and figure out what to draft, you know. So I think if you want to strike, you're striking it right now.
Yeah, while the iron is hot, so to speak, while the teams are in disarray, while things haven't been sorted out just yet, but maybe then this is the worst opponent to go up against, because with Leon Arthur joining the squad, Execration looked like an institution, where in the past, you know, it was chaotic, it was crazy, it was sometimes messy in a good and bad way. Feels like there's been a bit of discipline whipped into them by Mr. Leon Arthur, their coach, even though, you know, there's always been those discussions about, okay, you know, you have an all-Filipino stack, you'd like a coach that can speak Tagalog to communicate a bit better. I mean, he seems to have done a swell job. In the first 2 games that we saw, they were playing on time, on target, drafted well, you know, everything seems to be clear-cut and might be difficult for Yangon Galacticos to match up to that.
Yeah, on top of that, Bob wasn't throwing.
Yeah. Which is like, how I don't know what black magic Arthur did or what kind of motivational speech was given before that set, but it's not that Bob likes it. You know, we joke about it all the time, but King Bob, you know, he has his big moments, he has his low moments. Especially in recent times, it's been a bit more on the low, but with him joining back Execration, feels like it could be the start of something good here. Starting out the draft, speaking of, Earthshaker to kick things off, that's going to be the Bob hero for sure. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos take the opportunity to snag up the Mars.
Pretty standard stuff here. Pretty, I think, quite normal, you know. You snag up your team fight heroes right away. I think Mars is, I think right now, the best, probably one of the best team fighters, if not the best. Like, it's very easy to defend areas with this hero, with the arena. And he's also, I think, one of the better ones, better offlaners to leave alone because of your innate. You get the extra regen if you're outnumbered. It's called, Dauntless. So
Dauntless?
Dauntless, yeah. Your support roaming actually allows you to have that in play. So I think this is something that people don't talk about enough, you know. I think
Yeah, no, but actually, this is the first time I'm hearing someone mention it. But for those of you who don't know, it might be, you know, news to you. He gets more HP regen the more he and his allies are outnumbered by enemy heroes.
Yeah,
so per, like, let's say if he's 1v2, right? He gets 70% more HP regen per enemy.
Yeah, that's why the bracer build is nice on the hero. You get 2 braces for the lane, and it amplifies that when you're alone 1v2. So they go with the bat with the Mars. Okay, I mean the bat is like,
You don't like the bat.
Like,
you know what? You can just come out and say it, Winter.
Kinda
You were
like-
very obvious with it in the earlier
they
series.
do.
You're like, man, this bat sucks. And then it lost Nemesis. They didn't do a good. And now you're hesitant. You don't need to hide it, Winter. Speak your truth, King. Why do you hate Bat Rider?
I mean, I just don't like it with Mars. I think they both do the same thing. They go.
You mean the bat and the clock?
Bat and Clock, Bat and Mars, they are like too many initiators. They don't have enough
10 seconds remaining.
wave clear and push out wave clear. You want to push out the lane so that you can gank. I think Bird Rider can sort of do it with the if you're playing support with the other facet. You're very fast. You can run around.
Yeah.
But not the best because you have to show. I like heroes that don't show. Like there are certain supports that don't have to show. Example like Snap, you just cookie from the trees and you don't ever need to show. Or Naga, you're showing illusions.
Pugna blast from like behind the tree line.
Pugna is
well.
Pugna is definitely not the best because you have to show yourself to blast twice. You need two blasts.
Can't you hide a little bit, like tuck into a tree line or
depends on
something?
where the creeps are meeting. Some
true.
areas you
That's
just
true.
cannot hide, and in the mid lane you kind of have to show.
That's true.
The mid lane creeps are very, very important. If you don't shove in the mid creep wave, it's very hard for you to move around the map. That's why you see this rise in mid heroes like Invoker. They buy Helm, they sit in the middle. So basically the idea is you sit in the middle, you dominate the area, you take control of the area, you take the tower, and then you have access to their ancients, right? Then you farm their ancients. It's all about the ancients, I think. The 4 ancient camps. So you are trying to snatch that real estate up for yourself. There's 4 of them in the game, you're trying to get 3. I think the ultimate goal is obviously 4, but realistically 3 is an excellent number. You just need to take 1 away from your opponents. So you do that by occupying the mid lane with a hero that doesn't like to move. Invoker, SF, Sniper type of heroes. So they sit in the middle, right? They use their spells from far. They like kind of control the area. Either with the helm, or with their spells.
Yeah, look, Winter, I get all of that stuff with the ancients and all. That's great. But right now, I'm looking at the heroes on Yangon, and I'm looking at the heroes on Execration. I see 2 heroes that are good at farming ancients, and they're both on the Execration side. Invoker, maybe you can meteor an ancient stack or whatever, but even if you get control of the triangle, like what are Yangon really going to do? It feels like a lineup that is very good at maybe hunting and killing
heroes,
and getting
but
solo
not
pickoffs.
Getting objectives. That's basically what they have right now. And Execration, they just need like a last hero to defend. Remember the first series, we had the Pango to defend the stacks. I mean, Konka is also decent at defending stacks. I think this seems like it's going to be the mid hero. You want Konka against the Invoker. The lane matchup is very, very good.
Is it different now with that Helm of the Dominator build? Because I think one of the things we were discussing is how Helm Dom helps a lot of these weaker early game heroes get past that tough initial stage. Do you think the creep with Invoker suddenly helps him a little bit, or maybe even that build, right? The early Helm of Iron Will up against the
It's not
Konka?
even the creep, it's just early game. The armor and the regen helps a lot. Because usually when you're laning into Konka, you get splashed out of the lane. You can't really sit in the lane because you take too much harass damage. The Helm is going to help you with that a lot. And obviously, if you look at their lineup, right, there's Sven, there's Konka, there's a lot of physical damage, right? So if you can get the armor creep, the ice armor, it'll be quite nice this game, So they go for the TA to finalize their draft. So he is going to be the objective taker. We talk about the first 4 heroes, they lack objective taking, right? And they're good at killing heroes with Sunstrike. Stun, there's a lot of stuns for Sunstrike. They are playing the map by killing heroes. That's the problem, right? Because the Radiant lineup is playing the map by killing heroes. But what if you push the lane without showing your heroes? Then what are they going to do? Then you kind of force their heroes to farm the creep waves. Because you have to, if you don't kill anyone, you have to shove out the wave, right? And then when you show the person that is not showing, that already shoved the creep waves, has the opportunity to make moves faster than you. That is the reason why Shadow Push is so important in high level play.
Yeah, well, I mean, first and foremost, Yangon Galacticos, they have a draft that seems to have omitted that aspect. Like you said, they don't really have the best way of pushing out these waves. Maybe KSH now can help them out.
Yeah.
Additional vision with the traps and, being a relatively risk-free hero to show on waves, because you always have that refraction. Worst case scenario, the TPs come in to save you. But, I mean, if we learned anything from watching Execration thus far, it's that they have a very clear understanding about what their lineup needs to do on the map and how they interact with their opponents. So I'm a little bit worried right now for Yangon Galacticos. I think draft-wise, at least for me, I really like this TA last pick, but I just don't know if it's enough to help them carry through the game.
We'll have to see whether they can actually find the pickoffs then here, right? Because their lineup functions with pickoffs from the bat, the clock, or the mask, with the Sunstrike. So if that doesn't happen, then it's going to be tough, But we'll just have to see. Because Invoker can kind of deal with the creeps as well with the Helm. You push out You push out with your Helm creep and your Forge Spirits. So that's one way of dealing with the creep pressure. But
I wonder what the story is here. Are you seeing this all chat? Have fun, best friends. Would never think Execration and Yangon Galacticos are homies or anything like that.
Why not?
It's- I mean, I just
you
have
think-
never seen them interact, or
you
they
think
don't have, they
everyone
haven't played together.
kind of wants to fight with everyone in SEA. We hate everyone. We
Yeah,
hate each
maybe,
other.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the ecosystem. I just kind of
You are
figured...
in the ecosystem.
Okay, look. Here's my justification, okay? I think that Yangon Galacticos have always and still continue to mostly exist in their own bubble. Like, we haven't really seen any of the Burmese players venture out very far. Closest thing we've had is maybe KSH standing in on one or two of the other teams. And, like, I think most recently with JG stepping in just because Haw went on a competitive break. That's it. I mean, the Galacticos have basically stuck together with this stack for what feels like ages, and it doesn't really feel like they interact much with the rest of the teams in the region.
Okay, fine. You got me. You have a you
All
have
right.
a point.
This is the one team that I can say that about. I think every other team, you know, there's been mix and matches. Every Filipino player has likely played on Execration. That's a different story, right? But yeah, Yangon,
Wait,
I think...
How true is that?
I don't know. I actually want to find out because I feel like there has to be less than 10 Filipino players who have not played on Execration.
I mean, let's just look at the current close qualifiers.
Yeah, let's look at the... So...
There's a Philip. Okay, Nemesis. Akashi, has he played on Execration?
Okay, funny enough, Cuckoo
has never played in
of all
Execration,
people
right?
has never played on Execration.
Dude,
Yeah,
Akashi has never played on Execration. There's already two people.
yeah, but Akashi's new. Akashi has like two teams,
Oh, I mean,
bro.
he still counts.
Okay, sure. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
The Ivory guys mostly. So it's like
Mac
if
also
you've
has
been
not,
around.
Mac also has not played in Execration.
Okay, I'm
Come on,
quite
bro.
surprised that Mac. I'm surprised that Mac has not played on Execration. Doesn't he look like he'd be an Execration player?
What the hell does that mean?
You know what I'm. No, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that if he was posing next to like the whole bunch of Execration guys and he had his arms crossed, Execration jersey on, and then they had the hashtag XC shot at the bottom of the... I'd be like, yeah, that's an Execration player.
You are on something right now, I'm telling you.
What I'm on is the truth, Winter, and you Okay, all that aside, Execration, all those jokes aside, I think this hopefully is a bit more of a competitive match because I think YG, it'd be cool. It would be really, really cool to see them start popping off after what feels like quite a long period of not really achieving much. I want to say, like, this is not even Flame, right? This is just factual, unfortunately. Maybe we'll see.
Why do you...
2 for 2.
Why do you not believe, there's always hope?
Is there? Winter? Coming, you saying that is rich. There is always
Bro.
hope. Says Winter Dota, the person who...
If someone can win TI after playing TI, what, 9-10 times, right? It means anything is possible.
Okay. Okay, that's true. But you are also talking about literally crit. Perhaps one of the noted best position force of all time, even when he was not winning TIs. Would you consider any of these players on YG the best in their role?
Why are you trying to bait me to this sort of answers? I'm not gonna answer.
Okay, well, I can answer because I think Young PH and KSH have always had that somewhat, at least for me, that feeling that they are just like the right mix or the right patch away from popping off. That's my opinion. I feel like I've seen KSH, Young PH put on some pretty solid performances. Hopefully they're able to do that. Do you think the game is kind of on this TA last pick, or who do you think is the main person we're focusing on YG this game?
I think the Mars and the Bat. Yeah, even the Cloud.
Okay.
I think this trio has to get a lot of work done with the Sunstrike Q steals, If they can actually achieve that, I feel like they could play a very, very fast-paced game, right? Because their lineup revolves around splitting around two heroes here and there on the map, getting pickups with Sunstrike, right? So that's how you're trying to get ahead in the economy battle, whereas Execration, they are much better together, as a unit, and they can shadow push with Earthshaker, they can shadow push with Snapfire. Those are two heroes that can push waves from far away. I mean, Konka with the X mark can kind of maybe do it, but you also have to show. I mean, you can X mark yourself and run out and Tidebringer and Torrent one time. But I think overall, if Yangon can find a way to split up the game, like split up the heroes, try to play across all bots, they'll be having an advantage with the pickoffs.
Yeah. We'll see whether they're able to pull that off. For now, laning wise, everyone doing pretty okay. No one really being pushed out per se. Don't let the numbers fool you. The reason why the Snapfire has more quote-unquote CS compared to his offlaner is because of the cogs, right? Like Loon is trying to get harassment and burn the mana.
It's still
okay, how many cogs for one melee creep? I think that's like
4.
Like
3 or 4.
3 or 4, right? It's like $10 per pot. It's like when you pick up those shitty gears on the road and then you send them into a recycling factory or something, they give you like 5 cents. It's like not enough to make a living. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, when you're talking about your 5 cents, you know, Bob is taking things serious. Taking down the Invoker.
Right, my bad. Sorry, Bob. Didn't realize that you were just gonna solo kill the Invoker.
We kind of mentioned a little bit as well, right? This matchup is gonna be very hard for the Invoker. I mean, Konka has a very good matchup here because in terms of CS, he is going to be able to use his Tidebringer to his advantage, and not to mention, Invoker kind of hates, you know, all this like small little harass in the lane, you know.
Yeah.
So he's always like getting pushed down or pushed out of the lane consistently until you have the Helm. The Helm of Iron will change things quite a bit.
400 more gold for that, but Bob still putting the hurt on and progressing very nicely in the levels. The one upside is that I keep coming back to this, even though you say a lot of the YG game is going to be decided by this pick-off squadron of the Clock, Mars, and the Bat. I kind of feel like the fact that this TA is having such a great early start, she could be the one setting the tempo and forcing objectives early as well.
Yeah, but you still need your team to set up for you, right? It's not like you can just show up, oh, you're gonna kill everyone. You need the Mars to set up, you need the Clockwork Bat to be in the right position, have the right items.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's different, you know. But at this rate, the game might not be decided by the TA. It might be decided by this mid matchup, right? Because Konka is building quite a decent lead already, you know. If he gets another solo kill with level 6, I think that this is going to be a very big problem for YG.
Yeah, for sure. What kind of items are you expecting this Konka to go this game? Is he just kind of going to go into
basically
the early blade mail X, that kind of thing?
Is he going to go greedy or is he going to play for his team, right?
Yeah, I'm asking you if he's hitting the Radiance, the fat burn damage, or is he going to tank up and do his goddamn job?
Which is what, to tank?
Yeah, I mean, isn't he the front line? He's supposed to sort of give... I mean, the way that I see the draft, right, is the Konka's out in front, he has the Rum buff, he's impossible to kill with the right items.
He's going for a kill.
Oh, okay, Young
nice
PH. Nice cold snap.
Yeah, he was telling the support to come over. The snap was already nearby, getting ready for that level 6 move there. So good heads up play by Young PH to stop the combo with the cold snap, but he is still in a lot of trouble. He can't lane right now.
He's 2 levels down, yeah, he's just being pushed away. Here comes CML, spotting him out. Young PH. I mean, they do end up losing the Sven in the top lane. CML does need to be pretty careful. But Young PH can't cast any spells because the second he presses anything, the Siphoning Ward is just gonna heal CML. Young PH's game is ruined, but on the bright side, they do kill the position 1 of Execration.
I don't think it's an equal trade. The mid kill and whatever damage they are doing to the economy of the Invoker right now is way bigger than the Sven dying here.
Oh, some of these stacks being cleared up as well, Bob. Starting to swipe them down. The supports on the side of YG are sapping some of the EXP though. Both supports here as well for Execration to try and control the rune. And would you look at that?
They lost most of the creeps though. This is not good.
Yeah, a regen rune waiting for King Bob as well.
Yeah, this is like the game telling you, this is your game, man.
Yeah, it's all yours, baby. Loon, nice big stick charge. Will save him for now. Cookie off the mark. Nice dodge there.
Can I kill him? This might be
Young
big.
PH coming in. Bob, yeah. His Admiral Rum has popped. Loon narrowly surviving on a sliver of HP, and he's got to go back to that regen rune. So that almost turned around there for YG, but they don't lose any heroes, so it's not too bad.
Oh no.
Did they?
Pogna took the rune over the...
Oh.
Okay.
Alright.
Konka is probably I mean, I can guess what Bob is saying to his team right now.
Yeah, why did CML take the rune?
I think he was really low, but still, you know, I felt like he could have just let the Conquer take the rune and he TP'd back as a partner and they get X mark on the partner to come back.
Oh, look at KSH making a big play here. Trying to contest. I mean, they know he's here. Put the sentry down and gun through that refraction. KSH still a tough customer. Loon gonna come and back him up. It's quite a bit of damage though. Shanks might just drop to the deck first still with the second refraction. CML coming in to punish. It's gonna be 2 for 1 at the end of the day, and they still secure the Shrine of Wisdom. One last swipe from King Bob. Killing spree for the Kunkka.
Bob.
I mean, his game is just snowballing out of control right now.
Bob is the man this game. He's been doing every single thing. That was really, really crucial because that could be YG's ticket back into the game, right? If they are able to snatch that Wisdom Shrine away.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
I mean, overall, it didn't really cost YG a lot, right? Sure, you lose your carry, but it's just the carry on a pulse 5. Meanwhile, Young PH getting some much needed recovery time in the mid lane.
He's going Blade now, so he's taking your advice. I'm quite surprised.
Wonderful.
Knowing Bob, I was like, oh, this guy is probably kind of a high radiance.
No, okay, look, I'm telling you, like, you are Malaysian, Chinese, right? You are in a Malaysian Chinese family. Your parents raised you a certain way. I'm sure. No, I'm saying, I'm sure they raised you like with some degree of strictness. Would you agree?
Okay.
I'm gonna take that as a yes. All I'm saying is that Leon Arthur is the angry Malaysian parent of this team. You know, he's telling them, stop buying greedy items. You need to look out for your team, okay? And Bob's like, yes, okay, I get it. Like, I'll buy a Blade Mail. I won't buy a Radiance. I'll do my job. I'll go make rotations. And these rotations net them another kill on Young PH.
Yeah,
it's looking so
is,
easy
like,
for Execration right now.
This is the kind of game that you could get away with because you're so far ahead. You know?
Are you trying to influence him?
Oh, that was big. Okay, he got the deny. Bob kind of... He actually was giving the last hit to the partner. But the partner didn't get the last hit.
Oh, is it like
Is he actually a different person? I actually don't
has
recognize
he
this
changed?
guy.
Wait, who is he? What the hell?
The old Bob would have never given any last hits or kills or whatever it is to the supports, you know. He is a different guy. I'm sure. Can someone check? Is he actually Bob? Is this actually Bob?
Is this real Bob? Did he go through some sort of intervention? What's happening? Nice D-ward there from Loon though. That's a crucial deep observer ward to get out of the way. Just to try and secure a bit more farming space for your Invoker. Pressure starting to ramp up though, 2k gold lead. The Sven, he's not doing the best, neither is the Earthshaker, but at least their map is kind of open for them to play with the help of Bob. Down to this bot lane, looking at KSH, but I don't think you can dive this TA.
I mean, Bob has a Blade Mail soon, 1 CS. He's going back for the 10-minute rune, and then he's going to come back bottom. I mean, the TA is the only one that's... Actually, the Mars is also having a pretty decent game.
Yeah, Mars is chilling, man. Tino?
Invoker is the only one in in the trench.
Yeah. Big Echo Slam, you think? Tino? Setting it up. Oh! That's gotta be one of the best feelings, man. Big Echo Slam. You much of an Earthshaker player, Winter?
10 years ago, yeah.
Okay. When's the last time you hit a big Echo Slam? Is that something that you...
I've never played Earthshaker for a long time.
Man. Hunting for the Sven. Would love to grab Palos up onto the high ground. Zorain gets distracted by CML. They're a bit split right now. There's the bolt, stunning up the Mars. This was their opportunity and they biffed it completely. No level 6s on the supports. You weren't ever gonna get that long range initiation. That certainly was a bit weird, I'm not gonna lie. Skillay kind of burning himself up because of the facet as well as the Blade Mail, and Bob's not done. Still looking for a target, trying to find him in the tree line. Torrent gonna latch. Beautiful stuff. Mega kill streak for Bob. I mean, you talk about this being his game. It's been his day so far. The previous series as well, just performing excellently.
Man, what did Arthur do
what
to this
did
man?
Arthur do to this man?
He's not diving, he's doing everything he needs to do. He's helping his team, he's not buying greedy items, he's not throwing.
He's buying BKB second item after Blade Mail, brother.
Whoa, he's buying BKB after Blade Mail?
That's what I'm saying. Like, Arthur did something. Like, I don't know what it is, but whatever execration are paying him, they need to double it.
I want some of whatever they're doing.
Yeah. Like, I don't know whether it's a diet thing, whether it's a pep talk thing, but like, Leon Arthur cooking. And for those of you who aren't as familiar, Leon Arthur, of course, one of the best to do it out of Malaysia. He's previously coaching Alliance, and I think earlier this year made the switch back to Southeast Asia, came to, you know, help Execration out. And since then, the team honestly has really improved. So props to him.
Yeah, they're in a very, very good position in the game right now. All thanks to Bob.
Yeah.
What they are hoping to do right now is to just make enough space for Elos to farm on the Sven. He is like the key hero that could deal with the TA. I mean, TA against Sven matchup is, I think, quite okay for TA. Because you can't possibly get like 1 or 2 shotted, right, because of refraction from Sven.
Yeah.
I think Sven is really good because he can just delete heroes, but not against TA.
Yeah. That's what makes this TA last pick pretty nice as well. I think carry to carry matchup, you kind of shred a lot of the bonus armor that the Sven gets.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking about the Radiance. So they kind of can deal with it with the Radiance, right? And Conquer had such a big lead, you know.
Yeah, I actually wonder whether they'll run into issues killing the TA later down the line, because they don't really have damage over time other than like what the Snapfire Kisses burn, but that's not really reliable.
Yeah, he also has a build.
What's going on
1-4-1.
Okay.
He actually also has the ricochet facet, which is
I noticed that a bit earlier on. Is that the norm now over the full ball?
Not exactly. I think most people still prefer full ball because full ball is better, I think, in the team fights. Like this facet is only strictly for the lane, you know. It doesn't help you, it doesn't help you in the team fights.
Sure.
So I'm not really too big of a fan.
Oh, the Snapfire that was played earlier had it as well. Looked pretty solid.
Was it him? I think it was him, right?
Was it actually?
I think it was him.
Oh, yeah, okay, well,
dude.
I guess it's just a personal preference thing then. Yeah, it was Shanks. The breaks have been long, you know what I mean? It feels like a different day of Dota at this point. That's what happens every time we do these close qualifiers. I feel like the breaks end up being pretty long, and then you just kind of like... It's easy to lose track of like what happened earlier in the day, especially when games go 3 series. Looks like there's a setup. Here in the bot lane, YG smoke up, trying to find an angle. But was that spotted by a ward? Look at the movement from Execration, immediately backing all the way up.
Yeah, because look at the map, no one's showing. That's the thing. Like, they're bringing too many heroes in the smoke, so it becomes obvious, right? Somebody has to push out the bot, and Invoker's TPing down. It's a little too late. But they
CML's
might
gonna
still
die.
find a kill, yeah. This is not a non-consequential kill, right? If you're Execration, you don't really care.
Yeah, and we saw this a lot from Execration earlier on in their series as well. Shanks in particular, when he was playing that task, he would just run in, force spells out, and after you use your spells, you don't really have a lot of options. I guess it's a bit different now for Yangon because they have so many tools, right? They got the hookshot, they got the lasso, they got the Mars Arena, and they didn't even need to use anything to kill off CML there.
Yeah, but they brought so many heroes. That's why it was bad. They had to waste a lot of time, you know, like 4 heroes moving in that area, instead of like they could be across the map farming, like farming ancients, pushing out waves.
Yeah,
I mean that's why the draft has to cater for things like this. You know? You have to be figuring out, okay, what do we like? You know, do we need this? Do we need that? How do we play? How do we play the game? What is actually important? All these are the important talks that you need to have before you shape out your draft, you know, because it is important for you to know that and then decide what you want to draft.
Yeah. We'll see whether that missing component of Yangon ends up really hurting them for now.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the mini-map right now.
Yeah.
Execration, they are really speed up, right? They are all across the map trying to farm. And because they push out the lane so much, Yangon has to like TP back, Mars TP back top to push out the way, but he might actually die to this catch here. And
yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
This is how you create the opportunities to catch people. You see, they have to commit the echo, but let's see if they can get any counter kills back.
They're gonna try and pressure out Tino, pull him into the Sunstrike. That's gonna be a dead Earthshaker. TPing 3 heroes in 4 actually.
Yeah, Earthshaker is definitely fuming that the Sven didn't use his ulti to get that kill.
Yeah.
they took a little bit too long, so...
Yeah, right? Like, dude, at some point, Palos started walking over to the other side. I'm like, he's not dead yet, bro. Like, where you going? But Bob now...
He thought it was an easy kill.
Yeah, he's like, it's done, you can have it. He was trying to be charitable, but ends up paying the price for it. Now it's Bob here with a haste rune, looking for a target, looking for some action, runs into skill lay, and this is probably a dead Bat Rider, no spells to speak of, and you're just gonna watch that TA slowly bounce away through the twin gates, try and resume farming.
Now
CML.
Can't get through the gate. He is going to die.
Oh, that's a nice big melt strike.
Why did he not give the last hit to the Sunstrike?
Oh, uh-oh, Zarin. No spear. They immediately TP down and punish. Nicely done, Execration. They don't want to give YG any room on the map. You just came down here. Nowhere for you to go anymore. KSH, uh-oh. Oh, did they spot him? Oh, they think he's run up.
If they scan, they'll know, but...
No, but look at this. There's something up. Does Tino smell it? Oh, Tino smells the last hit on the Boglet.
Yeah, I don't think they know. Unless they scan. The only way they know is they scan.
Yeah. Okay. Well, nice little creative play there from KSH to get out with his life. Execration were frothing at the mouth for him for sure.
Yeah, you look at Execration, they are trying to take control of the Ancients, right? They have sentries across both sides. They're trying to just make sure that there's no vision and they're farming everything, right? So this is like the really important thing right now in Dota. The Ancients, the 4 Ancients, you need to make sure you're controlling at least 2 of them, you know. And whereas right now, if you're a Yangon fan, you're a bit worried, right? Because you only have access to your own in the triangle, which is the Invokers farming right now.
Yeah. They are not Ancient maxing. It's a little bit unfortunate, but maybe the tide will turn for them once young
Is that a term? Ancient maxing?
I mean, you can Winter. I know that it's you know, maybe you're not up to date with the lingo, but you can put maxing behind anything. You could be Malaysia maxing if you were really patriotic.
I don't get it.
What do you like? You like beta fish, right? You're literally fish maxing, Winter. You own a store that sells beta fish.
I will never understand.
That's
the Gen Alpha lingo.
Don't. I'm not that young. Don't hit me with that shit. Okay, 6k gold lead, again Execration, like you mentioned, control of the Ancients, defense of the Ancients, and getting themselves a nice old advantage here. I will say that Yangon have managed to somewhat slow things down a little bit. It felt like just 2 to 3 minutes ago that Bob was everywhere, getting kills wherever he showed up. They've done a good job dodging him so far, and if they can find Palos, that'll be even bigger. Hook shot to get in front of him. Palos gonna turn around, swipe a few times, but Lun able to get the body blocks off, and KSH, that is a huge kill.
That is the start of the comeback for sure. Tia is gonna pull ahead of Sven right now with that pick off. Sven just stayed a little too long. He was trying to, or was he trying to? I think he might be trying to get to the gate to join his team at top. That's how he actually ended up there. That was unfortunate. He's too slow.
Yeah. Had a Blink Dagger too, just one component away from the BKB. So that's the timing that they want, but the TA closing in on that for herself as well. Skill A almost finishing up that Blink Dagger now. So we'll have that opportunity to just jump forward, pull out the target, and there is save somewhat, right? Like there's the decrep that can come out from CML, there's the run buff that can come out from Bob. But really, if you pull them far enough and then the Mars blinks in with an arena separating the fight, it could get very messy quickly for Execration.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that you have the blood spot, right? So it can be difficult for the partner to save.
True.
Vision.
Okay. Things are maybe stabilizing a little bit here for YG. KSH still having a splendid game. But Execration, they are grouped up and ready to take this Tormentor at the 20-minute, or at least try and threaten some sort of a fight or a catch. They back up, smoke up, maybe trying to bait in YG, but it doesn't seem like YG have any interest in contesting them on the map at all.
I mean, they have to make sure that they have at least 2 Ancients. Like, you can't just give them up the map. Give up the map if you cannot control 3 Ancients. They have, I guess, the triangle on the bottom side now, and the one at the corner of the map. And the Tormentor is going to be too difficult for them to... They're going to try the Sunstrike. Oh, that was close. That was actually close.
That was a bit too close, actually. You see the Sunstrike coming in, maybe your heart drops for a moment. If that gets stolen away, you know that the Yangon Galacticals are farming all the other sides of the map. If they managed to take
How
that,
did
that's
he actually know there was no observe? He just
he just
kinda
gut
lucky.
fielded it. That was kind of
Lucky
crazy.
guess.
He's a practiced invoker. This is one of his heroes for sure, young PH.
They're gonna get a catcher, Arena onto Shanks.
Okay.
Sunstrike.
Surviving for now, but another kill into the pocket of KSH. I mean, this TA is starting to get those Deso stacks. BKB complete.
Yeah,
Can't
this
help but
is-
feel like this is starting to become a problem, Winter.
Yeah, this is the pickoffs with the Sunstrike that I was talking about. With their lineup, they have to really find for all these pickoffs and kind of use that to regain control of the map. Because in team fight, it might not be that straightforward against the Checker, Snapfire, and partner wards, and even the boat. So they have to be very careful of when do they start the team fight, right? I think the TA is the one that decides, okay, are we ready to take a team fight? And he says yes, because he has already completed the Black King bar.
I know
This
just
is
KSH is
actually
saying like,
so
let's go.
early. Holy, look at his net worth.
He
Dude,
is
it's-
farmed as hell, dude. Like KSH, it's been a little bit quiet. It's not the flashiest, but this is a terrifying
Oh, if
TA.
they kill Bob here, this is gonna be huge. If they actually get Bob here, he's gonna
Bob
show.
on front lines. Immediate lasso, pull in, takes a lot of damage. There's the decrep. BKB comes out, and that is not gonna work out anymore. Bob's angry and he wants to take some revenge. Pulling in Zorain. That might just be a Mars forfeited as Tino looks to chase for more. Trying to find an angle for the fissure, but they've
so
already
lucky.
left. Yeah, that was so...
You do know what actually happened there? So he got hit when he blinked in. He got the lasso, but he got hit by the Tidebringer. So
And he was slow, right?
1 second slow, and then he couldn't run to his team.
Yeah.
That was so unlucky. I
Just a
can
little
imagine
bit
being
slow,
hit there.
right? Like,
I don't think he was.
I
even
mean, what
slow.
could he
Like,
even have done?
He just jumped the moment he saw Bob show in the lane to clear their wave.
Yeah.
He was just unlucky. He got hit somehow. He got hit, but how did he jump and he got hit at the same time when he
No,
was
that's what I'm saying, because
lassoing the Conqueror.
the auto attack came out before the lasso came out. So either he was a little bit slow or... I mean, that's the only reason, right? The whole Kanka wind-up auto
call
attack
that-
came out.
I call it unlucky. This is unlucky, man. Bro,
Okay.
You cannot calculate it.
Okay. I mean, whatever it is, fate is not working out so much in YG's favor despite KSH's best efforts. It happened earlier on with the regen rune that Bob didn't end up taking anyway. Just feels like there's so much against you right now. You're trying your best, but it's not exactly cutting it at the moment, and Bob surviving is huge because now he has that Aegis, and I don't know how you're gonna get rid of him now. An AC my god. We talk about how farmed the TA is. Right next to him are the Sven and the Kanka. They're having stellar games as well.
Kind of feels weird that he doesn't have Radiance here. He's just gone like full team fight, yeah. BKB, AC.
Yeah?
I mean, the AC is nice against the TA, but then I also still feel like eventually the TA is going to become such a huge problem because you don't have good ways of taking away the refraction charges without Radiance.
That's true.
I mean, it's only Mortimer's Kiss that has like dot damage. Nothing
Yeah.
else. I mean, I guess you can count live drain, but it takes so long.
Yeah. The TA has to stand there and let you live drain her for like, what? 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And then you pop her.
She's gonna have a shot at some point.
Oh.
Oh no, they see the... This is
They
very
know
big.
it's smoke. This is bad. Palos, he needs to get out. He needs to blink, jump
He's
forward
going
onto
in.
young PH. He's going in. He's trying to full commit. Forward Invoker. And they just need one last hit. The lasso denies him. And CML can't get the job done as well. Mortimer's Kisses raining in. Huge Echo Slam. And the Kisses raining in from the skies. Turn the fight around. And Bob now looking for KSH. Still
He is
has
still
that BKB.
alive.
TA is still alive, and that might just be a problem for them once Refraction comes up. Where is their damage over time? Mortimer's Kisses not able to pop the BKB at the very last moment, and Bob gets the job done.
Well, Bob is literally the person that does it all this game. He
Yeah.
is the
Oh my gosh.
reliable... He is the reliable call that you have, you know, when you carry, he just decides to YOLO. I was so shocked that he blinked in to try and go out for the kill on the Invoker and just instantly dies to the TA.
That was tough though. I mean, props to skill day, right? He was there ready with the lasso immediately, just taking the Sven out of the equation, but that is a huge kill onto TA as well. Bob, I mean, you just can't stop. I can't stop singing his praises. He's doing so well this game.
Yeah, indeed he is. He's just not the usual Bob that I am accustomed to seeing. I gotta tell
Usually,
you.
maybe at this point, that'd be a throw or maybe something a little bit that...
Well, we won't even get to this point. 5
yeah.
and 0.
That's true. Maybe a death or 3 or 4, maybe a bit of solo focused plays, but he's just everywhere his team needs him to be. And I mean, we talk a lot about Bob, but Tino and Shanks tag teaming up to get that crazy big team fight, the Echo Slam and the Mortimer's Kisses. Very, very nice combination. There's the stun up. Spear right in time. The X-Mark's a bit delayed, forcing the BKB from Zorain though. He just pops it out of safety, but that is one major part of your fight.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you how pressured they are.
Yeah, it's
They were
scary
not
though.
even committing for him, right? But he felt like he was scared. And then he popped his BKB preemptively. I mean, it's the power of the team fight. They were so afraid for the Earthshaker and the Snap, right? They can kill you from so far away.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why these heroes are all just so good right now.
Yeah.
You push lanes, and then you're also really strong in the team fight.
They're just using the partner to slowly blast the tower down, and YG looking to respond in the mid lane. Trying to find a target, grab CML.
That's the D-crab off.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna die. It's just a little bit of time bought, I guess. It's just a matter of whether the rest of Execration wants to come in and punish. In comes the Mortimer's huge
big
echo
echo
again. Tino, he just can't stop finding them. Looking for more targets, able to force stuff away though is Loon, and Palos coming in, stuns a few creeps. Very nice. TP away.
Only one hero died.
Yeah, how did the rest of them just leave? That's crazy. Young PH sliding out of trouble. They have a gem on Bob, so they probably caught glimpses of the Invoker escaping, but...
Gosh, just one hero dying.
Yeah, I actually have no idea. No, okay, because the thing is, Tino, after the Echo, he wasn't really able to combo, right? Because he threw the Fissure out earlier. So he just echoed, and then he pressed his Enchant Totem, and then they just kind of, like, walked away.
That was so unfortunate that they couldn't get more than one Batrider kill. Yeah, that looked like a game-defining Echo Slam.
That's true. And Tino, he had that amazing vacuum earlier on with the Darkseer into the Centaur, right? He's
that
no
was
stranger to...
the highlight of the day.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I still don't understand how he managed to pull that one off. Well, it looks like it's a good time for it to be a pause though, because we'll be getting right back into the game shortly. Just some slight issues that will be resolved quickly. There we are. Easy, smooth, seamless. And a little bit of time for us to talk a bit about how it went wrong, at least for YG. What happened? Is it just the Bob effect? Like, I remember at some point, even though the Invoker was just having an awful game, on paper, your side lanes are still going okay. If you find some of these Sunstrike kills, it should be fine. Like, KSH and Zorain, they were doing pretty well. Like, what happened?
I think they actually used did they chase too much after the partner? Because it all started with the partner kill, right? They caught the partner with the lasso. He decrabbed himself, but they still killed him. But then they tried to chase for a +1 kill, right? I think it always happens, the +1 kill. You got greedy. Okay, you have a clean pick off. Then you see another hero. You want to get another kill. But then the enemy has it against, right? And they feel like they can fight you. And then you group up, you die, you know. Like, all these things, I think, just stem down to discipline, right? You need to have someone in the game that is clear-headed, that's really looking at what is actually happening on the big picture side and try to leash your teammates, right? Because you have to stop them from... People just get bloodthirsty sometimes. You get a kill, then you want to just chase. You have to leash them and get them to come back to the base, right? One kill is enough. That's all we're getting. They have A gaze. Let's not try to go too far, you know.
So what's the game plan now, though, for YG, now that they're in this spot? What exactly can they do?
I still think that it's the same one. You play the map with your heroes, and you patiently wait for pickoffs with the lasso or the hookshot with your Sunstrike, you know, and even the arena. I think that's what has gotten them so far after the disastrous early game from the Invoker, and they should just stick to that, you know. Just look for the pickoffs on the lanes with the Sunstrike. And now the game has gotten to a point where, I feel like the TA is just going to kill everything that you stun for him, you know. As long as you're stunning the hero, they cannot save with the D-crab. The hero is going to die.
It sounds like it's a matter of YG maybe being the ones to get the initiation. Earlier on, when they were able to catch CML, it's just a matter of over-chasing, right? But if they were able to line up the hookshot into the lasso, into maybe an arena in the back line, then as long as KSH can get into position, should be a field day for him to rip these heroes out.
They also have to think of who do we have to kill first, right, in the team fights. You're definitely looking at the partner, the Snap. Those are the two heroes you want to remove from the equation, and especially the Earthshaker as well. I think the Earthshaker and Pugna probably have the highest priority in terms of who you need to kill first. The Snapfire, maybe not so much.
Now, CML even going for a BKB just to protect himself against some of these shenanigans, understandably. So it's kind of funny at some point in this game if we see an arena come up and the partner presses BKB and just walks out.
What's the plan? He's gonna BKB and decrab himself, so he cannot die at all. To magical and physical, and then he just heals his teammate. Is that
He's just unkillable. Like, you can't touch me.
Oh my god! I just want to see this
before the
Shamble
TA
with
gets
a
a
BKB.
nullifier.
I mean, even if he gets a nullifier, it doesn't work. If you have as long as you have BKB and then you declare.
Yeah,
yourself,
I guess so. I guess so.
nothing works. So that's the plan, yeah. Well, at least the guy has a plan, you know.
Yeah. I mean, Execration, they've had more than a plan. They've had success so far, continuing to maintain and increase that gold lead, even though KSH still at the top of the net worth. It just feels like Execration have so much control on the map. All YG get are the scraps and opportunities that are sort of dropped by Execration through carelessness, right? And so far, Execration haven't really made many mistakes for YG to capitalize on.
And the game is still going to go on for some time, you know. They are going to be shuffling the wave. My things are definitely still going to happen. Like, all they need to do is keep KSH alive, you know. As long as the TA is alive, he's shuffling the waves, he's pressuring the towers. There's going to be some sort of like chance of getting a pick off. But you're forcing them to speed up somewhat.
Well, they're still all together now, smoked out by YG, looking for someone to come in and defend the tower.
I mean, Bob is a pretty difficult killer with his build. He's so tanky.
Now, Shanks is going to get spotted under the vision of this rocket flare. They're kind of baiting a little bit here. A late smoke as the rocket flare expires, and they have an idea of where Yangon Galacticos are. This could be the fight that defines the game.
They are looking for the cataclysm with the arena.
Oh, they're on the low ground. Zorin could try and find his opportunity here, but it's Bob on the front line. Zorin on the back, looking for an angle, gets stunned up, pops the BKB finally. They get the partner immediately, and the Cataclysm out. Hookshot doesn't connect in time. The Yules, it's a bit awkward now. Lasso still pulling in Palos. They need to try and save their carry. Palos popping the BKB, and is able to walk free. KSH being slowed down to a crawl, and the BKB runs out. He's gonna get blown up by the Echo, pulled back in, and no more refraction, hiding, but not enough. Tino will swipe him down, the savior there for Execration, coming in with a huge Echo Slam, and CML even buying back as the remaining members on YG have to flee. Oh, they came real close to taking down Palos, but they just couldn't finish him off.
Yeah, he did a really good job, like manning up and just going in, you know, and just giving his team the vision to decide, especially the Shaker. You know, the Shaker saw everything, somebody was in front, so he found a really, really good Echo Slam there.
So they're trying to get a catch though. Tino out of mana, no BKB, but you just don't have the damage between Zorin and young PH. The Sunstrike, gone are the days in the game where it's enough to get these kills. Zorin now gonna get spotted out by the Mortimer's Kisses, gets the blink out in time, very nicely done, but unfortunately, young PH not quite as lucky. He came for a pick-off, but he's gonna be the one to go down instead. It's a little bit awkward in terms of the chase, but they still get it done. Execration continuing their dominance here in this game number 1.
A very, very clean game. I can't remember even what was the big mistake that I made. I think except for the Sven getting catch in the bottom, I think the bottom gate area where he died when he was trying to connect to his team. I think that was the only moment where maybe that was considered like a
little fumble, right?
Yeah, a more serious mistake. But I think apart from that, everything was pretty on point. They are moving as they really well. Objective, shuffling on the waves. The right hero is shuffling on the waves, and the right heroes walking with the snap and the conca, moving around on the snap and the shaker, going for kills on the map, and playing with their timings on the Sven. And it seems like this conca build, it is working wonders for them, you know, because he's just always with the team, right? He's not playing greedy. I
thought for sure that in that earlier sort of situation where both teams were smoked up and YG had the high ground advantage, that they'd be finally able to get a multi-man arena, get the catch, but it has seemed very difficult for Zorin to find a high impact arena.
Because they ran down, you know, so what happened was they were holding the triangle, the opponent's triangle, and then they decided to walk down. I'm not sure what they saw. Was it something they saw on the wall? But usually the rule is there's an unspoken rule, right? When you know the enemy is smoking and you have high ground, you don't leave the high ground. You just wait for them to come to you. You don't go to them.
Yeah. Because as soon as the smoke pops, you get full information, right? Compared to if you're running to them and suddenly they get the same privilege that you do.
I have the high ground.
Oh, Skillet. Oh, not fast enough again. This is... Look, you can call it unlucky, but at this point, he's kind of delaying a little bit with his lassos there. It could have been a kill onto Tino.
I mean, it's a tough game, right? You're not having
It is a
very
tough
good
game.
time, and he knows that a lot of the pressure on the team is on his shoulders. He needs to find the pickouts. He needs to find the right heroes. There's so many things he needs to do, and he also needs to push waves out, right? So
Yeah, this feels like why have we seen just two bad riders at this point today have the weight of the world on their shoulders on position 4? It just feels so hard.
that
Blink
is
away.
the hero. That is the design of the hero, my friend.
That's why you
Bad
don't like it very
rider
much.
Has a lot of responsibilities. I don't like the hero. Not because of that. I just think the hero is primarily weaker right now in the lane, you know, because a lot of the parts that made the hero strong was the laning phase. Right now, he is a way weaker laner than before.
Sure. I mean, the lane translates into everything else, right? Because in the past, you dominate the lane, get that earlier blink dagger, start running the map, but later pick up in the items, the later dominance means that your cores are a little bit further behind, you're not really able to support as much in rotations, and maybe now, in a similar fashion, you find yourself getting picked off, not really able to connect on these lassos. It's all a big snowball effect. Snowball is what Execration are doing right now. No, they don't seem to be in any rush though. I mean, 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. They are not particularly pressed about running up to high ground just yet. What do you think they're waiting for?
Doesn't really seem like there's a big item that they're waiting for. I mean, you can wait for the swift hit on this man, but I don't think it's like a really like, it's a nice item, but it's not like a huge game changer item right now. I mean, they already have Refresher on Shaker. I mean, that's about as good as it gets for your Shaker.
I mean, I'm looking at the map right now, and it seems like YG, at least up until now, were doing a pretty good job pushing out these waves and forcing heroes back to try and deal with them. But now,
but at the same time, they're not getting pickoffs. If they're not getting pickoffs with their lineup, I think just eventually Execration, they're gonna find their moment to shove the waves in and get ready to push high ground, because their heroes are just better at pushing waves.
still some split push happening in the top lane courtesy of Young PH, but he's gonna have to come back now. Tino will show on the wave though. They saw the fissure come out, so they know he's not there with the team.
He
and
has
immediately, he does have travels, but you immediately see the response there. They're like, we can go now, and they eliminate CML with ease. Okay, well that's a pretty good start. Question is whether Execration still want to stick around. They have planted the banner, still have the Aegis on Bob, and he's starting to smack away at the tower. No lasso anymore. What else do you have to offer? Spear back.
Spear back.
Okay, it's quite a bit of damage. Bob dropping very low. Oh, was that a
he
whiffed
whiffed the echo. He got hit by the rocket.
Oh no. Okay, well, Panos is going to come in and clean up the job anyway, so I guess it doesn't even matter. BKB, he's going to chase right through. Panos smacking away. He's like, I'm the carry, guys. Don't forget. Ecto Slam. He's not going to whip that second one. Eliminating KSH. They make it look easy. Looked for a moment there like YG might have had a chance, but even with the Cataclysm coming in, dodged swiftly by the Cookie, and Palos is just cleaning up shop. He is now dropping low. The buybacks are coming in, but I just don't think it's going to be enough damage to finish them off. Palos will go down, but so with him will the rest of YG, forcing massive buybacks and casualties. There still is a BKB on Bob, but Tino's there to back him up, and you got to be real careful, Loon and Zorain. I mean, you can spear him, but where really is your damage? BKB, again, he's still holding on to it. Bob being very patient, finally popping it out right now. It's met with Young PH's own BKB, and uh-oh, I thought that Fissure was going to block off Bob, but turns out he's fine. Throws the tidal wave back around. Still BKB is the Invoker, but Zorain trying to find an angle for the spear back again, but Bob manages to make his clean escape. Spear to the high ground. The kill is there! Right in the nick of time, CML respawns and comes back to save King Bob. This is more like the regular gameplay that we've come to expect, but now Young PH is the one who has chased way too far. The Tornado's only gonna buy him a moment as the last hit goes to CML. credit where credit is due for saving his core there as the push just continues on. He's still got 26 seconds without the TA. This is going to be a Rax at the very least.
Can they actually even get more than that? The second
I
lane
don't
for
know
Rax.
about that.
Invokers has a long death time, 90 seconds.
Yeah, but you got the lasso in the arena up and you're still waiting on your Sven. I don't think they're going to force the issue, right?
Yeah, way too risky. They're gonna respect the fact that Tia is alive, back off, just wait for the Sven to TP to the gate. I mean the outpost, and then plan your move on there.
That was literally 4 buybacks from YG and they
Yeah,
still
but
lost the fight.
It's so concerning, right? And on top of that, the echo was missed the first time.
Yeah, they did it. It's almost like he didn't have reflection. It looks like YG, they're trying to maybe get a sneaky grab on somebody who pops out by
It's gonna
themselves.
be tough. They have the high ground here, so if they can get a clean lasso with a 4-star and separate one target away from the team, maybe they can still win the fight.
Yeah, but look at Execration. They've just snuck all the way around behind the tower. And KSH, he would be such a juicy target just a moment before he shows. He is toast here, jumping forward. Palos can't cut through the refraction just yet. Still has time to pop the BKB. Absolutely not. The chain stun is perfect, and the crits send him packing. With that death on KSH as well as he could have played, there's no way he could have expected that. There was no one there to break the smoke for him, and they'll use the remainder of this God Strength to clean up another lane of Rax.
That is a very, very clean execution of the enemy carry. And that itself shows you how good of a shape Execration is in right now as a team. The amount of precision and coordination is very, very good.
Yeah, it's like what you're saying, they always assign the right heroes to the right places. They get the spell casting mostly intact, I think, apart from the Sven death that you mentioned and let low with Echo Slam. Like, again, just such clean gameplay. Whatever happened at EWC for them, they must have learned a lot because this is looking like a new shaped team. This is looking solid. One last fight here maybe for the side of YG as they try and go in. Commit for the Sven, spear him to the cogs, tornado him. Okay, you're not even gonna land there. Here comes Bob with the Ghost Ship Agonyms doing quite a bit of damage onto Zorain and pushing him back, potentially into his own death. Bob, maybe he's overextended a little bit here. Buying the Ghost Scepter, refresh. What a play there from Bob. He's gonna get the second Ghost Scepter in, but it's just gonna amplify the damage. Is he really gonna TP? Are you serious, Bob? He lives! He lives! Insult to injury at the end of this game number 1 here as Execration take it cleanly. Bob doesn't even drop at the end of the day. What a performance from the boat captain, going deathless 7-0 and 13. You could not ask for a better performance from him.
You definitely can't. I mean, the guy just did everything right for his team. Bought the right items. I mean, you could argue that maybe he could get a Radiance, but I mean, he did everything for his team. Rotated, he won his lane, he took the runes, he took the towers, he won them the team fights, he was carrying the game when the Sven was not doing really well, dying on the map,
Yeah.
And he bought a gem for his team to, I mean, against TA you need to have a gem to control the TA traps, the vision and everything. You definitely could not have asked him to do any more. He's already doing as much as is humanly possible.
Yeah, there's not much else Bob could have done here, but there wasn't anything else because the team played excellently around him as well. Execration continue to impress us with their performance, and YG, they might be enjoying a very short-lived upper bracket run if they can't come up with a solution. Let's see whether they can fix things up for game number 2 after a short break.
Lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet, for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads.
After so many months and months of close qualifiers, Yangon Galacticos finally find themselves in the upper bracket, but Execration are threatening to send them very quickly down to the lower bracket in this game number 2 of the DreamLeague Season 27 Southeast Asia close qualifiers. Perm Sneeze and Winter here bring you the action. And Execration, they just kind of look like the team to beat right now. I've been watching some of the other games between Boom, Reconics, of course there was Aureus as well, but between all the teams, there have been some shaky moments, some moments of instability, but Execration just can't seem to be moved.
They look like, I think they look mostly like a solid team out of all the teams we saw today. You know, a lot of the teams are newer teams. They gonna take some time before they figure things out. But Execration, you know, just felt like they are playing the same way for quite some time, but more polished right now.
Yeah,
like fast-paced Dota. A lot of team fights, a lot of I think map play, which leads up to pickoff. So they're just playing solid Dota, right? That's how you should play as a team. The Jaws have been, I think, very all-rounded, always ticking all the boxes. They take into consideration the ancient camps, like the 4 ancient camps. They've been trying really hard to control them in all the games that at least we've been watching, putting sentries, putting wards. So I think they are playing like a very strong team right now.
Yeah, and I think the most apparent thing, at least from Execration's gameplay compared to some of these other teams, is there is some clear formula. There are parts of it that we figured out already just from watching, but it's very apparent that there is some protocol that they're following. Okay, when these criteria are hit, this is when we do this. At what point in the game are we listening to this person?
How much would you pay to see the SOP?
Ooh, how much would I pay? I don't think I got a skin in the game, you know what I mean? If I'm a coach of another team, if I'm trying to make it pro, like this would be insane content for me. But you know, Leon Arthur, he's not gonna release that shit for free. But I don't know. I think it'd be cool. That's definitely something that's
why
a bit
can't
missing.
you dissect it? Like just sit down, have a cup of coffee with me, watch the game.
Yeah,
dissect
maybe
it.
I roll out. I mean, you're in KL. You can go look for Arthur and ask him, bro. I gotta make a 6-hour train ride up there before I can even have a conversation with him. It's tough. He's like right. You could take a short drive to him, no?
You don't think he's in the Philippines right now?
No,
In the
he's
boot camp?
okay. Look, he is in the Philippines, but like when he's not in the Philippines, you can reach out to him because you live in the same city, brother. You can't even make an
we
excuse.
live in the same neighborhood.
Okay, then you don't even have a. You unironically could go eat chicken rice with him. I gotta hope that he makes it to some of
We
these other
eat
events close.
at the same place.
Wait. So you're telling me that you literally on any random given day you'll go up to, you know,
I mean, not any random given day, but I've bumped into him before at the same place. So there are like a couple of places nearby. our
Okay,
area.
what's the spot? Like, what's the spot you always see Leon Arthur? Because I need to know what this man is eating. I need to know what he's feeling himself.
Why do you want to know?
Oh, right.
have-
That would dox you. That would put you in a pretty awkward position. Sorry about that.
Why would you want to know?
Okay.
No, it's not about.
No, I'm just
putting me
curious.
in whatever position, you wouldn't know where is the place, right? Then you have to Google and figure
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, but like Googling is free. You know what I mean? Not the SOP. The SOP is not free. If the food is part of the SOP, then you gotta know. Like, what is he feeding these boys? But
Sign me up. If food is free in any part of your SOP, sign me up.
yeah, I'm sure. Actually, while we have a bit of time because we're still waiting for things to get ready before the game starts, let me ask you this, Winter. This is something I've always been curious about. We are both very passionate about food. I think most Southeast Asians are. How much of a factor do you think eating the right food plays a part? Because we're moving into this trend of esports where a lot of teams are getting like nutritionists, psychologists, like performance coaches, and all these things, including diet and sleep schedule. I know those are things that you care a lot about, but have you seen it like properly impact teams? Do you think it really makes a major difference?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the teams do.
I'm
I'm
asking
not
you.
following the
you've
teams.
been.
I'm watching.
You've been,
I follow the games, but I
Okay,
don't
from your
physically follow
perspective,
them from the
from
hotel
your-
room to their dinner to their lunch
but
to
you
the buffet.
talk, you talk to people. You bump to Leon Arthur in the same places. You have conversations. Give me something. Like, what do you think? If you don't have any concrete data, you can give me your thoughts, Winter.
Oh, it's definitely helped me. I'll tell you what they did for me.
Oh, this is a testimony. Okay.
Yeah, eating the right food definitely helps your brain function better.
Yeah. How have you noticed that your brain has functioned better? Like, you just feel more fresh, more awake?
No, because I'm winning my rank games
Oh
more.
shit! Okay, nice. So you eat junk food, you go on a loose streak, and then you eat like proper healthy food, you're like plus 500 mmR or something.
I wish it was that simple, but something
yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
You have to
Okay.
control your blood sugar, your insulin,
Yeah.
so you
that's
don't
true.
crash. So you can concentrate longer. I think concentrate for a longer time.
Yeah.
Because
I think
usually
that's
when
definitely...
you play like a couple, I don't know about you, but
Mhm.
if you don't take care of your body, usually I would say after 1-2 games you maybe get a crash, and it depends on what you're eating as well. Like if you take a lot of carbohydrates, then you tend to crash a lot harder, a lot faster.
I feel that. I eat too much rice or eat too much noodles, I'm ready to like take a big fat nap. I don't know about you. But I know you guys didn't come here to hear us talk about food. We got a draft for you. I know. Sorry, it took a little while. Sometimes teams need to take a short break. Who knows? Maybe they were munching on some snacks themselves. Got to fuel up. It's been a long day of Dota for these two. This will be the second series. And the reason why I was talking a little bit about food is because, we have these fixed schedules. We have these breaks. It's a little bit awkward to try and plan your schedule around series. You don't even know whether they're going to go 3 games, whether they're going to go 2 games. At least for us, the pattern so far has been 2. Maybe if we follow the patterns, Execration will be able to take this one 2-0. It certainly feels that way, given their performance so far, but I'm always open to being upset. And Yangon Galacticos, definitely the dark horse team in this close qualifier.
You are an ugly person.
Remaining.
I am an ugly person.
Yeah, you just said you're open to being upset.
What the hell was that gut punch out of nowhere? It was just an Jesus. That's a deep cut. I don't even want to talk about that.
Come
anymore.
on,
Let's talk about.
that's just a
let's-
skin cut, not a deep cut.
Okay,
Just
all right.
brush it
I can,
off,
Yeah, I can take that one on the chin. I'm Southeast Asian.
plaster
I've
it,
endured worse.
just cover it up. That's it. You move on.
Yeah, okay. Antiseptic cream, it's not a big deal. It won't infect, whatever. Execration versus Yangon Galacticos, game number 2 here. We were a bit worried about Yangon Galacticos' draft in game 1 because they were missing one crucial aspect that you kept talking about, Winter. That was the lane shove, right? They didn't really have an efficient way of setting up the pickoffs on the map. Maybe this is something that they're going to think about a bit more. For now, they're spending quite a bit of time on this first phase of bans. Park, Beastmaster, Lycan taken out, and they're drafting themselves a disruptor to start things off.
Yeah, good old Disruptor. I think this is a hero that we've seen quite popular recently. Maybe not so much. Maybe at TI, the initial stage, the road to TI. I think there was a lot of picks on the hero, but towards the playoffs, the hero kind of fallen off quite a bit because he's not a very, I think, stable hero.
Yeah.
Because you don't do so well when you're behind, right? So you kind of have to be ahead with this hero. You need to put yourself in a situation where you're gonna come out of the early game ahead and you play from there. It's terrible when you're getting run at, right, with Disruptor.
Yeah.
You literally can't protect yourself.
So I think I asked you a little bit about this already, but whenever I see an early support pick, I'm thinking, okay, there's especially for a hero like Disruptor, it's very stylistic, right? Disruptor wants to play a certain type of game where you're running at your opponents, you're continuing to find these glimpse kills. What kind of draft do you play against a Disruptor to succeed against him?
Are you asking from the point of the Disruptor or the enemy side?
From the enemies, like what if I go into a game and I see a Disruptor pick, like what do I want to do to really mess this guy up?
I mean, number one, you have to bully him in the lane with some kind of I think as Disruptor usually you don't like to play into the Taz. Heroes that can just kill you in the lane.
Okay.
I think that's number one. Or even Snap plus Bristol, Snap plus any hero
Like
that
Mars,
that has
any-
kill potential. Like you don't like dying in the lane. You basically, as Disruptor, you don't really want to play the lane. You just want to get levels. And then once you get levels without dying, you run around and you kill everybody.
Sure.
That's basically
you just
the
want to
hero. That's
skip
basically
over the
hero.
laning stage. That's not real. As long as you can get through that peacefully, then you get to the fun part of the
Obviously,
game where
you
you
can
actually...
you can pick his partner to help deal with that, right? The
Sure,
gyro,
yeah.
especially with the level 1 flag, kind of avoids confrontation in the lane, so you just get levels. Or you pick a Sven with the Disruptor, it kind of helps the Disruptor out. Things that
This
you
is-
want to avoid with Disruptor. Water Boy, Morphling, because what Morphling needs babysitting, and Disruptor kind of needs babysitting too. So that would be bad, Or Disruptor with TA, for example, because TA is a pretty decent laner, strong laner. So that would be okay.
A pretty interesting start to the game here. We have Magnus Snapfire. I think they're probably picking this Magnus up as the off lane just because so many of the off lane pool has been banned out. They've taken out the Mars, Dawnbreaker, Marcy, Lycan, Beastmaster, Earthshaker, Sand King, so many options already out. I mean, you still have the Centaur, you still have the Darkseer if you'd like, but the Magnus countered immediately by the Rubik pickup. So that is your support duo, more than likely, and the Pango has some flexibility. Could be off lane, could be mid.
Yeah, Rubik Disruptor is not my favorite.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit weak, doesn't it? These two feel like supports that need to be babysitted instead of babysitting your calls.
Very, very greedy. Basically, they're both like you said, I think you put it really nicely. They need some help from the cause, So you have to be really careful with how you're picking it. And right now, with what Execration has, the Snap and Chen, they're both very, very aggressive in the early game. I think Chen and Snap has a lot of synergy. You cookie the creep in the Centaur, whatever, and then you set up for a kill with the Chen. I think that itself is very, very nice. And then when you're pushing towers, you have the Shredder with the Chen creeps, right? So you just mow down towers very quickly. So this is going to be a very fast-paced lineup once again from Execration, just bread and butter. That's the way they play.
Yeah. And so far, they have good catch with the Magnus. They have good aura buying. They have their team item buyer in the Chen. They have some pretty good support and follow-up here with the Snapfire. Again, Execration, their drafts really come together in a very nice all-rounded fashion. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bob pick up some sort of early playmaking hero with some sort of scale, and then, of course, Palos on the be-all, end-all carry. That just seems to be the formula that's been working for them. I'll take a little bit more time to consider which hero they want to, or which player they want to pick for first, though, at this final.
Yeah, because
bit
they
of
don't
the-
really have a flex. I think Magnus is probably going to be their offlaner. So yeah, I think it's kind of hard to find a flex between your mid and carry. Usually it's between the offlaner and carry. Some of the heroes can go both lanes, like a Baden, something like that, But right now or even a Pango can go mid and off lane. But right now I don't know if there's anything left that could do that.
I mean, the closest thing is off the top of my head, something like a Monkey King, maybe, for the mid.
Monkey King is not a very strong hero right now to do that. I think you can only pick if you're certain that you're gonna get that specific matchup to win the lane. Because right now you don't know where the Pango is going, so
That's
it's
fair.
I think difficult to do that because you could run into, say you pick the Monkey here, you could run into some lane counters right away. So they are definitely just making sure that they have the solid heroes like the Sven, Magnus. Sven and Chen is also a very, very strong lane. Basically, this lane, you're going to farm as Sven no matter what. The Chen is going to protect you. You might not have a lot of kill threat, but you're going to be farming safely. And the Sven with the Magnus, a lot of synergy. You RP them. The Sven just destroys them, So it's pretty simple. Very straightforward.
Yeah.
And the Ursa is the Sven counter matchup. We saw that at TI, and it still is. But now they're going to have the last pick to kind of kite him out. Bob has to play some elusive hero. I think Puck, the Puck type of hero, but Puck's already banned. Corp and Puck are banned, so they're going to have to figure out something else. And Yangon Galacticos, they're going to use their remaining 2 bans to remove those elusive heroes.
Yeah, Storm, Ember, maybe a Void Spirit. The Earthshaker already taken out for Bob. What else has he been playing so
I kind
far?
of like something like SF maybe also. Like you just
SF?
Magic SF, you run around because you kind of need more to deal with the Ursa. Some kind
Yeah,
of
but
control.
are you not worried though? Because SF doesn't really. Okay, I'll be honest. I hate Magic SF. I know it's good. I know it can win lane matchups.
Then why are
but
you hating it?
It always feels so frail. It always feels like it's like one small misstep away from losing the game because you step out of line, you get bashed by like a Ursa or Pango, or
Look
you're
at
in
how
the midst of.
many bodyguards he has. He has a Magnus, he has a Sven, he has a Chen Creeps.
Wait, okay, but here's the question though. Is the Magnus really going to play as a bodyguard? Because my impression of offlane Magnus is he's always waiting for info, right? The Sven also would like to ideally wait for info before jumping in and getting the kill. So that leaves you on the front line as the SF that can just get killed and run down. And, I'm just imagining a world where they're rolling thunder onto you and sure, you got Hand of God or whatever the hell, but then Ursa jumps in, you get glimpse back and you just die. And like what is Execration going to do to protect you? You don't really have save.
I see your point. But I see it more like when they are 5-manning together, right? So if you have the Sven hiding, if Sven doesn't want to hit the towers, right, you need someone else to hit the tower so that Sven can hide and wait, right? And you need to force them to react to you. So
Yeah.
if you have a SF or some sniper type of hero, that said hero is hitting the tower. So the enemy reacts to that, goes on you, and then the Sven and Magnus jumps out. I think they need that kind of hero.
Yeah. Now they mention it, maybe a sniper could be pretty nice because the glimpse works well, but sniper just really lets you entrench in that location.
Yeah. But before that happens, YG has to obviously round out their lineup first. They need to decide where the Pango is going. Is he going to go to the off lane or is he going to be blessed with the mid lane,
It's also interesting that, we're talking about the sniper and immediately Execration ban out the Storm. So they are probably looking at something like the sniper, like the SF, someone that can stand their ground and just kind of be like, come at me if you dare. I got a Hand of God. I got a Mortimer's Kisses. I got all this backup ready to shred you to bits. That kind of feels like the vibe that they're going for right now.
And those are the remaining heroes. So it's not a surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, can YG figure that out right now? So they ban out the monkey as well. So I have a feeling they're not really figuring it out. There's actually nothing for them to pick. Because if you're worried for the sniper type of hero...
Yeah, like what do you pick into
I
a
think
sniper?
the best way is you pick the sniper because there seems to be no counters really because execution they want to pick sniper, so they're banning the sniper counters. So
I was
they ban out two.
thinking-
Why not you? If you don't have enough bans to ban out the sniper, then you pick the sniper. On
You could still kind of do like a Primal Beast.
Radiant team pick.
That's like, oh, okay.
You could. I mean, this is like a Magnus counter, a Sven counter. He RP you have the blubber or the dispel,
Yeah.
you know, then you ravage.
I actually like this a lot. I mean, it's a hero that is not quite as popular these days, but up against pure physical,
Their
it's like...
lineup is very clunky though. I think the sniper would just destroy them. Like they can't really. The sniper will win the lane against Pango, and the sniper would just destroy the supports because they don't really have a hero to touch the sniper. So
King Bob Sniper?
Pangolier is the only hero that could touch the sniper, right? But
Yeah.
he is laning into the sniper and he's getting destroyed by the sniper.
Okay, let's see. It's gonna be the SF. Okay.
You didn't believe in the SF, but yeah,
No,
this sounds
I
more
don't-
like Bob type of hero.
You think so? I've seen Bob Sniper. Bob Sniper's pretty lit.
Okay, this hero will burst the living shit out of you if you give him the right opening. Like nothing survives the Kaya Yasha dagger. Insta you know.
I mean, I would love to see it work because so far my experience has been the SFs in my pubs. They
Bro,
kind of just...
you can't use your pubs.
I
as a
know,
benchmark,
I
you
know, but
bro.
I'm not using it as a benchmark. It's just my PTSD speaking. You know what I mean? It's kind of like every time you see a Pudge or a Techies picked by a pro player, it's hard for you to really feel like this guy's gonna own because your only experience is this guy just missing hooks non-stop. You know what I'm saying? So like when I'm thinking, I know that Bob has played amazing the entire day. In fact, statistically speaking, he is very likely to pop off and just blow Yangon out of the water here, out of the upper bracket here in these close qualifiers.
Tell me the odds. What are the odds?
The odds? What do you think I am? Okay, I can't do that, but look, I believe in Bob. I just hate the Shadow Fiend, man. I just conceptually don't sit
you
right
are
with
a
me.
hater. You're a certified hater.
I'm a certified hater of Shadow Fiend, yeah. I would say so. I don't like the hero the same way you don't think Bat Rider's too great.
That's not the same. No.
How is it not the same? You got your bias against Bat Rider. I got my
but
bias against SF.
I'm giving a logical explanation, right? Why I said the bad was because he got nerfed in the lane. He doesn't
Okay.
feel like the same. Blah 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 blah.
Look,
And then
okay,
here
let me-
I'm saying
let me-
SF is good because they need more control. They need someone to throw damage into the RP other than the Sven.
Okay,
So
do you think he's gonna, like, is he just gonna go... Do you think he's going Yules this game? Because it's pretty solid into the
Yules?
Ursa as well.
Yules?
Yules? No, okay. So Kaya Yasha, Blink.
BKB.
BKB.
Negatives of the ring core or whatever.
Okay.
Maybe do you actually still go off the ring core?
I haven't seen
I
a
don't remember the
Ring Core on that
build
hero in a
after
long time.
BKB Aghanim. So Dagger,
Okay.
Kayasha, BKB Aghanim.
Usually you either win or lose the game by then, right? Like,
I think refresher. Okay, it's refresher. Yeah. After that,
okay,
it's
sure,
refresher.
yeah. You know, the other day, an SF went Abyssal Blade.
What, against Enigma or what's it about?
No, just in general. Like, there wasn't anything specific to go Abyssal Blade. I think they just wanted to get that control out, which is just boggled my mind.
I've definitely seen it before.
Yeah.
You
It's
Abyssal
just-
and then Requiem.
Yeah, it's also just like 7,000 gold. You know what I mean? Which is...
It's better than the Hex because when you Hex them, they can move. So you get Abyssal. And
Yeah.
Abyssal gives you better stats than Hex.
Sure, okay. A lot of logic coming out from Winter Dota right now.
Why
Maybe-
are you mocking me? It is
I'm
legit.
Okay, look, let's focus up here. We have a game number
The
2 on our
moment
hands.
you're using my my Twitter handle, I know you're mocking.
No, that's what you go
I
by.
don't
Winter.
go up to you. Hey, Mike Perma sneeze. You know, I don't do that to you.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let's be kind to one another from here on. No more bullying. There's enough bullying done by Execration for the entire all the games that they played so far.
Bro, I wasn't bullying you.
Okay.
I swear, you know, yesterday I went to a restaurant and they have a sign outside of the restaurant. Be kind or leave.
Whoa. Okay, I get it though, because people can be really, really mean at F&B establishments. I don't know, is this weird thing. Also, you know, there's this common saying that like people, like you judge someone based on how they treat service staff in like public.
Yes, I believe that is true.
I believe that's true as well, because I've noticed a lot of people who just kind of don't really have respect for service staff. Like and it always kind of translates to just somewhat being kind of shitty.
Is it time to be back in the game? Do I have
think so.
permission?
Yeah,
to
no,
return to the
but
game?
look, anytime you want, brother. You know, you're the professional here.
You said that I am.
No. Okay, look. Laning stage. KSH, Ursa. You talk about the disruptor needing to be babysat, right? Is the Ursa good enough? Because I feel like there was always this discussion where heroes like the Ursa, the Slark, they're really good into melee matchups, but this isn't really a melee matchup, right? Tino and Shanks, they're just gonna spam spells on you. It's kind of painful.
Shockwave, Scatter Blast. It's annoying.
Yeah, like literally half HP, but you don't do.
I mean, Ursa with Disruptor is a nice duo. Because Ursa kind of makes it very difficult for you to trade against him with the furry swipes when you get level 3 especially, and then Disruptor brings them back to you. So there's indeed synergy in the lane for that. But right now, they're not running away from the Ursa.
Yeah, I think the sort of misconception that you're having right now is, you know, when you say trade, it implies that you are hitting the Ursa and the Ursa's hitting back. The Ursa ain't hitting back right now. He's just getting slapped around like a little cub.
Not in this lane.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
It's a little bit tough.
Now, I think these are the type of lanes where you probably have to take 2 points in your queue, in your Thunder Strike as Disruptor, because the lane is difficult.
Just to like spam them out a little bit and try and push them back.
Yeah, because the second point is very high value. It goes from 25 to 55 per strike. So you only do that in lanes that are going to be really, really tough. If you don't need it for the lane, then obviously you're going to want to max your other spells. There's one point in your Thunder Strike. But I think this is the kind of lane where you probably should get more than 1 point to stabilize the lane. Because they are not running away from you.
Yeah, they're ready to fight.
I mean, especially at level 2, right? They have the cookie and skewer back, so you have to be really, really careful. And sometimes it's really hard to avoid it because you have to take last hit on the Ursa. So you need to go close to the camp, the crit wave, you know, so you're going to get cookie and skewer back. So the best way to combat that is to throw your spells at them and to keep them low.
Well, they are still, unfortunately, for the side of YG, looking extremely healthy on the Execration off-lane duo. Looking at mid though, Bob, like you, I guess somewhat expected, they picked this SF to dominate the lane versus the Pango. It's
Yeah,
like,
I told you 10 years ago they were going to pick SF, right? You were
10 years,
me.
okay.
Yeah, you were mocking me SF, I hate SF, you know. That hero dies to one gang.
I
you have
did
to
not
play perfectly to make the hero
my
work.
God.
That's what you said just now.
Okay, well, Bob is playing perfectly, okay? Well, I think we can both agree on that. He's been playing perfectly this entire day. Nice little rotation, skill lane on the top lane, but you kind of have to run away when they start tri-laning you, and nice rotation there from the Rubik.
Yeah, that was a very, very important move. They're coming to fight the Lotus, but that's going to put his Tide in a very, very bad spot, you know. He's not going to be able to do much in this lane now. I mean, I think this kill has a price, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Rotating the Rubik to the top lane to get that kill. I mean, it's okay to get the first, but I think it's still worth it, but there's a price to pay.
Yeah, slice out of the watermelon, it's not going to be as fat and juicy as you would otherwise like it to be. But Zorain, you know, they were running out of off-lane options. This is still theoretically a counter to the RP, still theoretically a counter to the Sven.
To a certain extent, I think the Sven did. Because Sven can actually build Silver Edge and deal with you. And sometimes the debuff doesn't really help you know, the strong dispel, because you die like short strength, he gets a crit off you. Sometimes you just die, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you ever cut up a watermelon, you just take a big cleaver, chop it into bits. Very easy situation for the Sven to maneuver.
No, I just like
you like to just
drink
you know what?
Drink
you know
the
what?
juice, you know. I don't like clobbering up my water.
It would be, you know what, Winter? I feel like you're the type of person who would just bite a watermelon. Like you seem freaky like that. I wouldn't even be surprised. You'd be like, oh, the watermelon rind has so many health benefits, you're missing out or some shit as you bite into the raw skin of a watermelon. I could see that.
I don't even know you.
Okay, this is where we're at right now. That's tough. Young PH, he's also having a bit of a tough time. Level 4 to the level almost 6, is it? That I saw of the SF? Yeah, he's almost there. So
I mean, wasn't it worse last game? The
Kanka and the
Kanka level 6, right? When he was level 4.
I mean, it's getting there. Young PH.
I mean, to be fair, both games are very, very difficult matchups. And the Pango SF is probably as difficult as the Evoker Conquer.
A nice little pick off there on the top lane. I mean, they're starting to get off to a bit of a rolling start here with the Disruptor and the Ursa, so that's kind of what you want, right? You quickly get your levels, quickly transition out, maybe an early rotation to the mid lane to try and bail Young PH out of this tough situation as well.
Yeah, but unfortunately this mid tower is in a lot of danger. Catapult Wave, Chen has his creeps coming over. They're gonna secure the rune, most likely. And if you look at the support, the Rubik has no regen, no health, no mana, so he has to go back.
Yeah.
So I don't think he'll be here in time to fight for the rune.
Yeah, it's a small thing here, but I really like what Bob did. He didn't push out the wave, just let the creep slowly punch away at that siege creep because it happened to hold the creep wave outside the tower, allowing a bit more time for his own siege creep actually to go to work. Now, they're gonna try and tank up the tower just to do a bit more damage in here. Loon getting stunned up by the Rock Golem. Cookie slightly off the mark though, the Blood Grenade not gonna connect as well. Young PH still not at that level 6. Things are getting a little bit awkward here as the next creep wave crashes into the tower and Bob is using that shield rune to tank just a little bit more. It's a full 3v3 here, but with the catapult wave and CML with his Satyr, it's not really a fair fight.
And this tower is gone. 6 minutes, not even 7 minutes, the tower is down.
Maybe they can get a deny, that would be nice. Okay.
Yep.
This is the second tower Loon has denied this game. I mean this series, sorry.
You make it sound like it's good news, right?
Okay, well,
I mean,
it's a silver lining. It's a silver lining.
Good news in the situation. But yeah, Bob is here to get a kill onto the Tidehunter.
Yeah, he's only level 4, jeez. It gets kind of whack around the tree line though.
No,
Zorin.
okay, I don't know about using the Kraken there.
Yeah, maybe he could have escaped. Palo still at like 3-4 seconds on that Stormhammer. I don't think they would have been able to continue chasing. Not sure about that.
Because he was dying to magic, not exactly dying to physical. So that was strange that he decided to do that. But nevertheless, right now, Bob is once again out of control. He is going to be very, very huge this game. So the best way of answering an SF is you have to have heroes that can kill him. Like catch him and kill him, because he's still a pretty killable hero.
Yeah. Now they're looking for a kill.
With the Pango, but guess what? He has already left the lane, you know.
Shanks is in a position to try and break some smoke that comes up as well, or at least stack a bit more. Gonna come up here, KSH leading the way. Tino, he's in big trouble if he doesn't get up right now. Could get a glimpse back, pulling him into the hands of the Ursa. Not able to get the RP off in time. Yeah, that could have turned around really nicely, but there's a haste for Bob. He's gonna run up here, try and get the kill into skill A. Here comes the creeps as well for the chase on. One last little raise is what's needed. The tree branch is not going to block the vision. But Bob, can you really stick around and fight here? You don't have a Requiem. Shanks is coming in as well. They're at least going to try and finish off the support. So trading 2 for 2 on both sides. KSH the big winner of that, but now Young PH, no more mana to work with. Gets a stick charge up, still looking for a swash or maybe a double jump back out. Shanks not able to finish the job, but KSH now on the chase. CML gets the kill with his creeps with the little boglet. KSH now I'm going to try for the chase on. You got to be careful though. You haven't leveled the Enrage just yet. And just kind of try and bait that out. Mortimer's Kisses, a little bit awkward. Shanks forced to retreat. There is the Enrage, but after that's done, it could be tough. But Bob in a lot of trouble. There's the Tendril getting the stun out. It's not going to be enough to save Bob, but at least KSH gets the kill. And honestly, this Ursa is salvaging the game for his team.
Yeah, that was very, very close to leaving there. I think he lacked a little bit of mana to use Cookie. Like if he had actually that 5, it must have been really, really close because he had mana for the Shredder. I think maybe like 10 mana or something.
Yeah.
If he had Cookie, he cookies the SF, I think the fight would have been SF alive and Ursa still dead.
Yeah. And also, not to mention, they took that entire fight. Firstly, losing Tino immediately off the bat. That was like a 3v4 situation. And they also didn't have the Requiem, which is the SF's most powerful tool, right? So they maneuvered that completely using Chen creeps, snap spells, and a couple of razors. Really impressive stuff, but you know, you kind of got to be careful with Bob because he's not really this tanky, unkillable Kunkka that he was last game. He kind of is a very frail, squishy target that can easily be abused if he's not too careful.
And so right now, back to the game. Like the state of the game wise, I think YG has kind of stabilized the game a little bit. Ursa is, like you said, really, really fat. Almost has his battle fury. And he has 4 kills and 1 death. And that kill on the SF was a huge one. Gave him a huge injection of gold. And everything, I feel like from their point of view, is still pretty good. Again, levels on your supports. Once you get level 6 on Disruptor, you can go for another small little play with the Pangolier. I mean, I think the Tide is the only one that kind of needs to sit and farm for some time. You know, he's the poorest out of all the 6 cores in the game.
Yeah, this is also after clearing out quite a hefty stack in the hard camp there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue about Tide. Like, he doesn't really farm quickly, and he needs to have a very good lane to have impact in the game. I mean, right now I think people are experimenting with the hero because he kind of does like to build the helm.
And still need to see how much impact he can have on the map even after having that tougher start.
He has only 1 death, but the fact that he only has 1 death and he's been picked after, you know, that
this was like almost the last pick, right?
Yeah, you know that they have Magnus and Sven, right? So he's kind of picked in a pretty good game, but still you see him like not really having like a free game, you know. I mean, sure, you could also say the Rubik left him, but the Rubik went to get a first blood, which was also important in the game. And heroes need to be flexible. You can't have a hero to fully rely on the support to stay in the lane to bodyguard you for the first 5 minutes. That would mean that the hero needs too much in the game.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean,
that's
Dota is just very fluid right now. A lot of things change. Sometimes you don't expect it, sometimes you expect it, so you need heroes that can play in a very fluid way, right? Every game can be different based on what is happening in the game. I mean, that's why this game is very, very complicated, but nice to watch. It's very epic because things change all the time.
I mean, are things sort of going according to plan, you think, for Execration so far? Because you mentioned that YG, they've managed to stabilize quite a bit. So far, in most of the games that we've watched, Execration, they've kind of put themselves on a little bit of a timer. And of course, intentional. They play these timing drafts, they get off to a good start, and then they hit their timings, end the game. Is that also similar for this draft that they have in this game number 2, or is it sort of more well-rounded and they don't really care about scaling until late game 5v5?
No, I think it's the same with the TA last game. It's around KSH, you know, on the carry. And he's gonna hit his timing, they're gonna want to take objectives around him. The rest of the 4 players are... I think it's a very traditional way of playing Dota, right? 4 protect 1. Yeah. It's a method that doesn't really feel good right now because if you look at the map, right, there are a lot of people in certain areas, they're not utilizing the top part of the map, whereas if you compare that to their opponent's situation, they are very speed up. Look at what this snap is doing, it's just taking the wave in such an insane position, right? So he forces 2 heroes to keep him. But he's trying to kill the wave. Look at him, he's just trying to kill the wave. He almost cleared the wave except for 1 creep, and then he brought 3 heroes to kill him. Do you feel like it's worth it? You get 500 gold. Sure, it's still important to kill him because you need to stop him from cutting away, but you don't really feel very good, right? Because it's 500 gold, and the snap clears 1 wave. 1 wave is around 250, 300 gold. So he only lost out on 100 gold. Okay, sure, he's gonna lose some gold for dying, right? But overall, you have to bring 3 people. Is that
and also
worth
it's a
the
map
time?
state thing, right? Like gold aside, it's just like the opportunity cost.
The map state is gold. Basically, map needs gold. You know?
Yeah, that's fair. This CML Chen might mean gold for the side of YG. Taking out the Aegis for the Ursa the whole time.
This is huge. How did they actually manage to snuck it under their nose?
I mean, they just walked in there, right?
With the helm creep, right? The helm creep was tanking. That's how they actually did it so quickly. Without losing health. Helm of Dawn, man, allows you to do so many things in the game.
Yeah, it does. I honestly, you know, people keep talking about how it's overpowered and all that, but I think it's quite interesting because creeps are definitely one of the most undervalued, I want to say, like, facets or aspects of the game that, you know, people always think, oh, you know, I need to micro and it's so hard and I don't want to do all those things, but there's such a great amount of flexibility that you can have, whether, you know, buffing yourself up with more armor or split pushing with the Black Dragon, or there's so many different things you can do. So I really like it a lot.
So you are one of those who don't think that helm needs a nerf? Are you saying that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I am saying... You know what I was thinking? I actually had an idea of how I thought Helm could potentially be nerfed. Because right now they made it so that you can't, like, like
They just
Midas it, right? Like it's a hero creep.
They just need to start the cooldown once the creep dies. You can't. The thing doesn't go on cooldown until your creep dies.
Yeah. I mean, either that's like one option, and then the other option is I think you just don't transmute gold. Like the fact that you get the gold bounty of the creep that you're dominating
Yeah, but that's
is
the
like
reason why the item is popular now, because you.
I mean, I thought the reason why the item was popular was a combination of that and the fact that it's now a creep hero. So like, oh, Magnus getting caught out here, nice little catch. But yeah, the Helm of Dom now counts as like a creep hero, so you can't even like Midas or Punch Hook or like Dagon or like all these other things that would insta-kill a creep, like it just doesn't work. I think if you could insta-kill the Helm creep with all the traditional ways of doing so, you'd see a lot more like Mirana, Pudge, all these heroes that can just like get rid of it instantly.
Yeah, I wonder why I still see a lot of
Shanks in the mid lane. Yangon, they're doing a pretty good job so far. All things considered, they're playing off this Aegis, the fact that they know Execration want to dodge them, and that's allowing them to get a lot of nice glimpse pickoffs on the map.
Yeah, the Ursa is forcing them to run away, and Disruptor is bringing them back. That is the main thing that they're playing around right now. And Execution, they need to send the right heroes to push out lanes, and they have to kind of figure that out. They need to do a lot of shadow pushing, because they can't show with the Disruptor in play.
Yeah. This is quite an interesting situation because so far today we've only seen Execration in very dominant winning positions. This is the first time I want to say that they have been somewhat overpowered and are in
Challenged.
a back foot. Yeah, challenged. Like YG have risen up, and who would have expected it to be YG to be the ones to bring the heat to them in this game number 2? Not me, that's for sure.
4 Protect 1 Dota, yeah, in a way. Kind of old school. It's definitely working wonders for them. I think Execration, they need to kind of chill a little bit, because with the SF Magnus Sven trio, they are actually slow. They're not that quick as their previous games, you know, the calls that they picked together. This one is a little bit slower, so they need to be a little bit more patient. SF is very, very strong in their late game, and he needs to get that. I think once you get the dagger, you also need to farm your Uh-oh. What?
You know?
What just happened? He missed the RP.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a swing and a miss there. Rolling Thunder going to catch him on the return. And he is in big trouble. They used the Hand of God to try and save him. That was never going to work. That's way too much damage coming out from the lineup of YG. Nice Requiem windup. But all it really catches is the Pango on the south side. They get the kill on the young PH, and KSH, he loses his Aegis. Zorain still holding on to that Ravage, looking for an opportunity. They pull back the SF. In trouble is Bob, and this is the fear. Pulled back into the clutches of the Ursa, swiped down to a crawl. And Palos there, gonna try and get a return. The damage, it's still outstanding from the Sven, and he cuts through the bear. Just as quickly as YG were able to garner themselves an advantage, it looks like they've dove a bit too far. Zorain hiding around the tree line.
Whoops.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean,
he's gonna die.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
there's no way he lives.
I mean, how did that fight? They barely even got any spells off on the Magnus.
I'll tell you what happened in that fight.
I'm listening.
Execration has 2 carries, Sven and SF.
That's true.
YG has 1. So when you kill the SF, you lose your own carry, and the enemy still has another carry. So his other carry kills your only carry. So you lose the team fight. In layman terms, okay?
Okay. Relax. You don't need to shit on me like that. But
I'm not shitting on you. I'm just trying to explain how.
Okay, so can you explain this? Because
you
on
want
paper,
me to like give you a play-by-play about
I'm
what
listening.
happened?
Okay, so with the Ravage and the Rolling Thunder, I feel like when you have those 2 abilities up, it feels like you have so much control that you could probably cut through the second carry as well. How come that didn't work out for them? You know what I mean? Did he just ravage too late, or like
they use everything on the SF? They ravaged the SF. The Tide ravaged the SF. The Pango used his roll to kill the Magnus in the initial gank, right? Once Magnus with the RP, and then he got glimpsed back, right? That was how the fight started. And they ravaged the SF. And then there's nothing for the Sven just popped up, and he killed the Pango first after the roll ended. And then he waited patiently. He waited in the trees, like HY said, just stay in the trees.
Yes.
He waited and waited. The Ravage popped. The Ursa commented for the kill on the Ursa, and then he jumps in and he stuns the Ursa, and he kills the Ursa. And that's it. You know, the rest of your heroes can't really deal with the Sven.
I mean, you just reminded me of the fact that, you know, this Magnus with the RP as well, how different, or maybe how much more in favor do Execration
I think they
turn
just
the situation
they
with
have
the
to
land
be
RP.
They have to be very patient with the fights, right? So what they did wrong on the YG side is after the Magnus kill, They tried to get the SF kill, which was fine, but they needed to use the Ravage for it, so the Sven is able to come in. So they have to try to get that kill without using Ravage.
Sven is in a bit of trouble here though. Caught out on the north side of the map, surrounded by 4 enemy heroes and Palos. He's gonna give over a killing spree to Young PH, a much needed injection of gold for this Pangolier, who has finished his blink, finished the diffusal, and working his way towards the
that
eggs
is
now.
a 1,000 gold bounty.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Into the bank from Pangolier, building
Yeah.
into his axe. Is he not buying the shard first? He's actually not buying the shard first. The shard actually might be useful this game.
I guess he's just thinking if he's entering the fight, he's gonna be rolling thunder anyway, right?
I was gonna say, thinking he's gonna get it. He's gonna dream of getting it with the 20-minute tormentor.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, YG are in a good position, and Ursa can do the tormentor with ease, right? They're gonna go back for it right now. Do any of the supports have their shard yet? No. Okay, so it's still probably gonna be either the Disruptor or the Rubik. Clear out the creeps, CML. There goes your little army. And just off of that knowledge alone, YG are playing this a lot more hesitant. Zorin on the front lines ready to break a smoke. Up to the high ground, this is an awkward position there. Zorin around the tree line, they don't know he's there. They're gonna ping each other out now. Both teams getting a bit of cold feet in this situation. All the ultimates available for both sides though.
This is gonna be very crucial. Who's gonna get the right hero with the right initiation?
Rolling Thunder in. They saw the SF because of the daytime vision. Hand of God gonna try and save it for now. Cookie out. Can't get through the kinetic fence though. But they bump into the low ground. That's not what they want. The Ursa can't get on top of him. You're trying to finish off the Magnus instead. But Bob, look at him go. He's gonna wind up this Requiem. Pop it out. The Rubik manages to steal it though. That could turn the fight around. Zorin still on top of Bob, but they just don't have the damage for now. Young PH now leapfrogging in, ready to commit, but he just finds his own death at the hands of the Sven. And Zorin will be next to fall. Reduces some of the damage, but it just doesn't end up being enough. Looks like on the top side, Tino was able to catch Skill Lay as well. And it ends up being 4 heroes dead for YG. At that fight, they could have bursted Bob down, but the Pango Rolling Thunder actually bumps him to the low ground.
Yeah, that was really unlucky there. That was actually determined the fight. Also couldn't right click, he couldn't kill the SF. And that was how the fight turned out. Yeah. Very, very unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, the whole time CML's there with his aura, CML's there buffing the Magnus, who just is taking the full force of the Ursa. Speaking of the Ursa, KSH running over with a haste rune. Just swiping away, that's a freebie. Very nicely done. He's gonna look for more here, knows that the Chen is in the area. Musi buff runs out, but he still has the phase boot. CML doesn't have a TP, so it's a little bit awkward, and even if he did, there's a basher on the Ursa. So KSH, again, similar to the previous game, he is doing just about everything that he can to try and pull this back for YG. The question is whether it's gonna be enough.
It's too much for one hero to do, too much for one player to do. He's putting in overtime work and he's not getting paid for it.
It's tough. It's tough out here in these streets.
And what does the labor law in Singapore say?
I don't know, but it doesn't even
work overtime.
I mean, it depends on what's in his employment contract. I don't know how generous Yangon Galacticos are. I heard the Myanmar streets aren't friendly though. Nice little glimpse back onto Shanks. Trying to make his way to the low ground. Can't even get a Yules or a cookie off. KSH starting to tear up the ranks of Execration. And this beautiful formula that they've been working with this... Oh, okay, we'll pretend we didn't see that. Beautiful formula that Execration have been working with this entire time, starting to come apart at the seams here. But this is the true test of a team, right? How do they sort of come back from this situation with such a rampaging Ursa right in front of them?
Late game. I think I
You think
briefly
so?
mentioned a bit. I feel like they just need to be a little bit slower, play a bit slower, focus on getting into the late game. Because they have a SF, right? SF tends to be a lot more greedier. You want to get to the stage where you have your BKB, Aghanims and Refresher, and maybe a Hex or Abyssal after that. I think you have to get there, you know, it's going to take some time. So they are not able to play their usual run at you once they have 1 or 2 items on their course. You know? I mean, they can still do it, but they need to be more methodical, like more calculated, right? You can't just keep fighting, because SF, he's like one he can one-shot one hero, but then after that you have to chill it, you know. So you have to play slow.
Still 7k gold lead despite the Ursa doing so well for himself here. Very similar scenes to the previous game.
Oh,
where
he's so
it
close
was
to BKB. He wants to finish it before the fight. Oh, it's coming in the career. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Can they actually
Right in
catch
time.
him before he has it?
I mean, Zorin's in a real bad spot. Nice little combo toy. Silence up immediately. Use the Ravage as well to try and eliminate the Magnus. So they stop the Chen from casting any spells to save him. Lives back, pulling
Big
Palos back up
boys
to the high
are
ground.
still alive. The SF and Sven.
Bot. There's the stun out. Oh, he barely gets the chance to pop the BKB. Still surviving, but the damage, it's coming through hot and heavy, and he doesn't stand a chance. That was just unfortunate. The Sven gets the jump on him instead, and KSH, as strong as he is, if he can't get that enrage off, it means nothing.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, like, with the overchasing. Like, they get the first kill, which is nice on the Magnus, but they have to like come back and regroup, right? They can't really just keep chasing. I think all the fights are lost in that when they overchase.
Oh, Zorin trying to come in for the
Roche,
sort of
the
a
Roche.
steal. The Roche, it's dropping too low. It's going to
He
throw
has a
them away.
slot.
They need to get the last hit. They need to try and find a way to finish him off the bump away. Are you serious, Roche? 180 HP. They need to make a beeline for him. Zorin, they're holding back Palos. Are you serious? They killed
Sven is
Palos.
dead.
The Sven is dead. And the Glimpse back. I mean, the Roche is like 0 HP. Tino's trying to finish it off desperately, but the Magnus only has so much damage he can offer. Bob makes it into the pit, and Bob gets himself the Aegis. Holy.
He has no slot. Oh, he's clearing a slot. Oh, no.
He gets lifted. Oh. Okay.
He didn't blink out. He didn't blink out. Oh,
I mean, maybe he can blink out now. He has to. I don't. Oh, he makes it.
my God.
The lift, the chase is there. They glimpse him back in. It's not a silence anymore, though. Bob, he's gonna try and fight his way out of this one. Hope for a bump out, but he's not gonna be that lucky a second time around. In comes KSH to finish the job, and this was supposed to be a clean cut for Execration. They end up losing both their carries, even though they get the Roche.
That was the first mistake Bob made today. He didn't blink out there. After he picked up, he was thinking about taking up the banner as well, which he didn't have a slot for, and he dropped his wind lace in the end to pick it up, but then it was too late, right? Then he didn't dagger again after he dropped his wind lace.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a moment of panic there, seeing the Roche start to rumble and maybe seeing their chance at a clean 2-0 slip before their eyes. It's feeling a lot more difficult than ever. This game, it was supposed to be simple, right? You talked about, oh, Magnus Chen, Magnus Sven, like this is gonna be clear cut. They get the teamfight RP combo and they burst people down. It's getting a lot harder now that YG are getting these items.
And the Ursa is definitely like a huge problem right now. They can't really like ignore him, but they have to kind of also try to burst him before he pops Enrage. And at the same time, this Glimpses, you know, have been catching the Magnus so many times. Now Magnus has a BKB, so it's going to start to, I think, change. The dynamic of the fights are going to definitely be easier for Execration now. Because we haven't really seen like a meaningful RP, I want to say like what, the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'd even argue to say I don't think we've seen a meaningful RP most of this game. There have been one or two decent ones, but nothing that really turned the tides of the fight.
I remember the
way you
missed
hope.
one.
Yeah, I remember the missed one too. Okay, but I will say that as much as you're talking about the BKB coming out from the Magnus, this Disruptor is getting very close to his Aghanims as well. He's been part of so many pickoffs across the map, and we're talking about how Execration supports, they've had nothing but good devs. I feel like there's been a lot of times this game that there's a few bad devs, right? You're trying to split push the wave, but it just doesn't really work the same when there's a Disruptor.
And you have to be more careful. I think that's
You do.
pretty much it, you know. The way that sometimes the Magnus got caught, he was a bit, I think, careless. So he has to just respect the Disruptor and use your helm creep and just use the helm to push out the waves, you know. You don't show your hero on the lane. Because he has only 1 point in the shockwave, right? So he has to right click the creeps, you know, if he wants to push out the wave. And so sometimes I don't really like it, you know. I prefer like the shockwave plus skewer max, and then you just push out waves with your nukes.
Yeah, I tend to sort of think that build is pretty solid too, but I guess the max and power...
I mean, you farm faster
works.
for sure, but
yeah,
it's the way you're pushing the wave, it's not so ideal.
yeah. I mean, maybe with another lineup, it would be more feasible, but like with an Ursa that can pop out of nowhere, Rolling Thunder, Instant Lift, like all these instant disables that can catch you before you can react, it's not the easiest situation to play around. Again, still in a game state where it's a 3k gold lead, but I feel like it's been maintained at that for the most part. There have been times that Execration have managed to extend it by a little bit, but goes back to what we were saying. This feels like the first game that they're really being challenged and met where they are in terms of power level. Maybe it has to do a little bit with the draft. This particular draft with the SF last pick, I mean, I kind of get where, like, why it makes sense. You've explained it to me at length, but I just feel like comparatively to the other performance Bob has had, where he feels like this immovable object, he very much can be moved, and he has been moved quite a bit this game.
Yeah, only one real mistake, I think, overall by Bob in this game. It's still close to perfect game. I still think they're in a pretty good spot towards the late game, you know, once you get this timing with the X, BKB X Daniel. You're gonna be very, very strong in the team fight. And after that, the refresher, I think these two items are what defines the hero in the late game team fights. Right? You just can't team fight the hero. It's just way too strong, you know. And you have to figure out how you can actually burst him right in the team fights. But at the same time, you have to worry about the Chen heal, the Magnus, the RP, you know. So it's not going to be an easy feat, you know. That's the benefit of having the Execration lineup. It's slower, but when you get to this stage, it's sort of like you have an insurance, right? You have two carries, and you have heroes that can protect them very well in the team fights.
Sure. I will see just how far that protection scheme goes as YG, they're on the hunt now.
Yeah, they need to go before the SF reaches critical mass.
CML on the high ground again, he breaks the smoke. Might just be the sacrifice here. Depends on if Execration want to fight. Turn on the back line, kill off Young PH, instantly destroyed. RP onto an enraged BKB Ursa. KSH, he's gonna be able to stand and survive that one. Palos able to pop the BKB before the Static Storm started going. I don't think the Aghanim's was done quite yet for Loon, and the blink away. KSH back out to safety. There's a cookie forward. Palos looking for a target, but he's starting to get kited around a little bit. KSH wants to get the claws out, but can you really afford to? Bob trying to wind up the Requiem. He doesn't even have it. He used it a bit earlier and nothing here to control KSH. Still running away right now. SF doesn't really have the best right-click damage, so he's not able to threaten the Ursa as he blinks out of trouble. Shanks looking to get chased down now. Zorain with that freshly picked up Aghanims with the Gush slows him to a crawl, and they understand they don't have enough gas in the tank to take down that tanky Tidehunter without the Sven. They'll just have to TP out.
Yeah, that is a well-executed fight that they were able to kite the SF and Sven around. Initially, I think they lost the Pango without doing anything. He didn't like use even a spell, but they still kited the BKB once the Sven didn't have BKB. They forced it with the Disruptor, Static Storm, but somehow Palos still felt like he was strong. I think that was like his downfall in that team fight. He blinked in after his BKB wore out, and then he just got kited, I think, by Gush and some other slows, you know, from the Disruptor or the Ursa Earthshock, and then he just couldn't move and he just died, you know. SF without the Requiem just isn't the same hero.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of feels like as much as Execration has these two carry heroes, a lot of it is ulti dependent, right? And particularly for Sven, BKB dependent. It feels like he needs to have that BKB ready in order to slay some of these YG heroes. But if YG, even in these late game team fights, are able to kite out the SF's Requiems and are able to kite out the Sven's BKBs, do Execration just like run out of damage? Because the rest of your cast is like Snapfire, Magnus, Chen. Like these heroes are great at setting up for the two carries, but apart from that, they don't really give you much.
I mean, they're just not landing good enough RPs. I think that's probably the main reason here.
Yeah.
And they also have to get to the point where they have refresher. And once you have two, it makes things a lot easier. You can kill the Pango one time, you can kill the Ursa one time, or even kill the Pango plus the Tide. Tide probably is a difficult one. I think Pango and Ursa probably. I mean, you have to take the fight slowly. Kite them out, and SF comes in to finish them off. I have no issues with the Sven tanking the initial blow. Like, he can go in first, jump in, kill someone, and then tank some damage, and then maybe even the process die and you force out some BKBs or some ultis, and then the SF can come in to clean up, you know. I think that is fine as well. That's the thing about having two carries where you can sacrifice one of them. But unfortunately for YG, they have to protect the Ursa at all costs. They need to keep him alive. He's the main source of damage.
This could be pretty huge though. This is not an Aghanims that we talk a lot about, but the Chen has finished his Hand of God upgrade.
Oh, that is actually really big. Like 6 seconds of debuff immunity, if you can.
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal, because if you start channeling that before the Ravage comes out, before the Rolling Thunder comes in, they actually don't do anything. It kind of like alleviates the BKB cooldown thing that we were talking about, right?
Stand like either stand far away or he needs to get like a BKB of his own so that he can BKB and channel it.
Yeah, because then the only thing that stops it is maybe this Bastion from KSH, but then you're full committing the Ursa to trying to kill the Chen, which might not necessarily be.
There's RP,
yeah, that's a free RP.
So you might want to rethink that plan, you know, if you're the Ursa.
Yeah, no, for sure. Aeon is complete on the Pango now, so he's not going to get instantly burst down. He'll be able to at least maybe get off the roll-up or the Rolling Thunder. Looks like the Chen, unfortunately, is the one to get caught again. Found out on the low ground. And just to go Ghost though. It's going to buy him a little bit of time, but the rest of the team not interested in helping him out at all. They're busy split pushing the map, splitting up and farming as they have been this whole game. This game has really gotten quite messy. It's nowhere near as straightforward as the draft might suggest.
Dire's top tower is under
The SF is going to hit critical mass very soon. Halfway to his refresher. Level 25 is also pretty big, you know, when you get the cast speed on the Feast of Soul. So it's very hard to like stop him, you know. He can just be... He doesn't even need setup at that point. He's just going to BKB.
He just does it himself, right? Like, he just gets in there, bam!
Blink in, and then if he catches you before you use your BKB, you are full control for the whole fight after Ursa.
You know what's kind of funny, Winter? I look back to the first series that Yangon Galacticos played today, as I might have to hold that thought because Paddle's gonna run into KSH. This is not a carry duel that you can win. This is why they picked the Ursa. It's a great matchup into Palos, and even with the debuff immunity, I don't think he's getting out of this one. A huge pick-off for the Ursa to find there, contesting on the Shrine of Wisdom, and even getting that nice bit of EXP for himself.
Yeah, that is a big pick-off there for YG. Might be able to get more, you know, they're gonna get another pickup here, force the Magnus to use. Oh, it's an Axe!
It's an Axe! He can't BKB right now. He might be able to throw it out at this point, has to do so to prevent the glimpse from coming through. Just lacking a bit of the damage to finish the job, but the Roche is gonna come back up in 30 seconds and it'll be YG's for the taking. But back to the point I was making, Winter, you know, in the earlier series, it was a very similar story. They lost game 1 to Ivory under 30 minutes, and then the subsequent games were 50 minutes, 40 minutes, but it was YG who came out on top in these late game scenarios. Maybe they're just a better team in these late game situations.
Yeah, maybe you're right. They know how to play with like the 4 protect 1 style. Finding pickoffs with the heroes, like have very, very good team fight. Play around the carry KSH.
KSH, he's gonna get another nice Aegis for himself here. Further insurance, he gets the burst.
It's a refresher for the fight. So it's gonna be tough right now for anything. They have to try to be a little bit more patient. I think they are a bit too antsy. They are like out on the map too aggressively. I think they just need to shadow push the creep wave and let the Slam take the safe farm. Get to the point where you get... I think you need Refresher plus Hex on the SF. Or Refresher plus Abyssal. I think either one. Hex or Abyssal.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the list of items that the SF needs keeps growing, right? He's just got his way to the Aghanim Scepter.
But once you get there... I mean, this is basically the hero. Like, all you need to play about is your item timings. You need to hit critical mass, the Refresher, Aghanim's Dagger, timing. And once you get there, you have a couple of options to close out the slots, but I think basically you need to get there first, you know, to consider the other items. And you have to accept for the fact that you're going to play this sort of game, right? It's not going to be like, oh, I'm going to steamroll you like their Kanka game, right? Every single item you get, you're going to be pushing your advantage, you know. SF is a lot more slower pace.
Let's see whether YG give them that room to breathe. For now, still managed to hold on to their tier 3s. A lot of push coming in from Shanks as per usual. Off on the bottom side of the map. Probably just going to be the remaining tier 2s at least, at the very least, cleaned up, I imagine. Abyssal Blade complete now for the Ursa, so whoever he hops on is just going to get instantly eliminated. Aside from Recipe, the courier dying is probably the bigger story there because Bob actually has enough gold for that Hex to manage to bring his courier alive on the trip. But
I mean, they do have some ways of dealing with the Ursa right now. There's an E-Blade on the snap. There's no nullifier, right, on anyone, so they can't remove the ghost.
The Sven has gone all the way down to the bot lane, I guess just to make his way to the secret shop and get that Reaver. Still doesn't have enough that like gold for the Satanic just yet. They're just looking at KSH beat their buildings up. Gonna look for an angle. couldn't stop the Magnus in time because of that preemptive BKB. KSH heals up. Deny that enraged duration. Try for the
he didn't
RP,
get the
but the
RP.
Static Storm, it's perfect. He didn't get it off. Again, Tino struggling to make the magic happen for the Execration lineup when they need him the most. But the Abyssal cancelling the SF ultimate. Rob's gonna try and wind it up, but now he's lifted, now he's controlled, and he's ethereal. He's not gonna get hit by KSH for now. Now finally winding up the ultimate, will get it off and heal to 4, just half HP. The pullback, the buyback, Tino is there, and maybe now he can get the RP onto 2. The Ursa controlled, but where's the follow-up damage? They've stunned him for now, but he's gonna very easily be able to Earthshock down to the low ground and Rage. He is debuff immune, and he's gonna slice down Shanks. Bob now in a little bit of trouble. The buyback's coming out en masse. Execration, they know they have to hang on, but Palos able to get a huge crit onto the remaining members, but KSH still survives. It is a costly one, but Execration still managed to hold.
They got a couple of very, very big kills, but the next time they die, they're gonna pay a huge price, right? With the double buybacks on the Snap and the Magnus. I mean, Magnus is pretty much, he's gonna have no game at this point. You know, he's not gonna be able to finish one more item in the next fight. I mean, the statistics, I'm not sure how much it's gonna help though. Like I think Sven.
Yeah, that's not really your problem, right? It's not that you can't
against Ursa,
sustain.
You probably have to consider some other build, you know, like evasion, maybe evasion, butterfly. I think in this kind of matchup, it might be better. Because the Ursa, is just shredding him too fast.
Yeah, it's not even a matter of. I think this fight, it's not the fact that they don't have enough damage, right? It's more of, can they get on top of these heroes? Can they put the Ursa out of position? Can they disable him in the right spot for the Sven to go to town?
You
so far,
kite his BKB with the Euros and everything. Yeah. It's going to be a long fight, and they have to plan for a long fight. And Butterfly, I think it's quite actually a decent option, right? If you have to send someone in front, like the Sven needs to, I think he needs to make the initial jump, tank some spells, and tank the Ursa, and make sure he doesn't die and he can come up. And that's how they can probably get a decent RP. You know?
Yeah. On the bright side, as much as the Magnus doesn't have a game, we are getting closer and closer to the SF critical mass that you were mentioning, right? He's finished up the Hex, he's looking at his next item now, looks to be the Refresher, still quite a ways away, but he is getting there. That's the point, right? And somehow, despite that fight, YG ended up losing a bit more of the net worth lead over to Execration. It's now up to 10k. Sure, at this point in the game, that exact number isn't consequential.
It's the buybacks. The buybacks are the ones that are going to be more important.
Yeah. They need to be very careful for the next 5 to 10 minutes of the game. But that's 5 to 10 minutes of the game that you don't have the Roche yet. So KSH is going to feel a bit more hesitant about committing early into these fights. Any major other items to look at? The Pango, he's looking at a Nullifier after his Octarine. We already saw the Aghanims from the Disruptor, looking at an Aether Lens for himself. Same thing completed for the Rubik. Rubik actually opting for a Refresher Orb. I wonder what he's trying to steal and refresh.
RP, SF Requiem. But either way, it's going to be late, and now the SF wants to initiate. He's looking for a target with the Hex here. He wants to instantly blow up. Ursa is always going to be the important hero here.
I thought KSH was going to show on the low ground, but he just jumps out right in the nick of time.
If they can hex him, he's going to die from 100 to 0.
They need to get the catch onto him for now. He's not showing. See Young PH in the top lane already TP's out. He's not showing on that ward that they have closer to the base, so they're just assuming maybe he's gone on to farm in the safer region of the map. Palos showing here now. I mean, I'm sure the jig is up, right? They know exactly where Execration are.
It's going to be a game of cat and mouse, you know, trying to catch each other and dodging until they wait for the Roche together. Because I don't think either side are very comfortable just running up to the enemy right now. Like, you have to look at the Roche spawning, where is it going to spawn, and how many smokes are remaining, right? Those are the important questions to ask. They have one on the Rubik for YG. For Execration, they actually have also one on Snap, right? So actually two. One on Snap and one on Magnus. So this is something that could determine the later fights, right? Who gets the jump, who is able to find the right hero in the initiation.
Yeah. I mean, apart from that, it's also what kind of wards you can sneak past your opponent. For now, if we take a look at the vision on the map, there is one Execration ward right outside of the top side of Yangon's base. But other than that, the map is dark for them. They have no idea about YG's movements. I mean, you can assume that they're at the bottom side of the map, probably in their triangle. That's kind of where the pings are coming through because no one's defending this tower, but... I mean, both teams somewhat operating blind, right? There's a limited amount of vision for YG as well, so they've just committed. They're like, okay,
They are so scared.
we have a feeling.
Look at where they are standing. They're standing on the high
They're trying to
ground.
hold that high ground because they assume that Execration, surely they must be on the prowl, but Execration are just as scared as them. Execration are hiding in their base. They're both just kind of biting their nails. Oh my goodness, where is the enemy team? But nothing's happening.
Yeah, you don't have vision, you can't afford to make a mistake at this stage of the game. Nobody wants to get caught. You see this type of Mexican standoff, you know, they're just waiting for each other.
I will say that with, I think you're right though, with the Hex now on the SF, it's going to be a lot easier for him because in that previous high ground defense, he was trying to wind up that ultimate for what felt like 5 straight seconds.
But he
on
also
Abyssal
wasn't 25 right back then, so he didn't have the cast speed with the people.
Sure,
so.
yeah. And now with the Hex, now with the cast speed, he's going to be able to instantly blow these people up.
Refresher is done. We are going to see some fireworks from the SF.
Okay.
I don't want to jinx it. Hopefully we see it. I mean, the key thing is he cannot be the first one gone on. I think the Magnus or even the Sven, you know, those are heroes that you... I mean, maybe not the Magnus. I think the Sven getting gone on is not the worst, you know. So he has to understand that.
Yeah. Refresher endemically complete now for the Magnus. He also has the Dazun Blood, right? So that's going to increase the AoE. This could be the fight that they're looking for up onto the high ground now. Young PH hiding right behind the tree line. Seems to be a ping coming out. Not sure whether they spotted him there. A little skeleton boy fighting against Sorin's Creed.
They definitely don't want to fight here because there's a ward and they can't hit the ward right now with the smoke. They don't want to reveal their position. So they're going to, I think, back off wisely. Go back to a spot where they can place their own vision.
Yeah, Zorin's Creep is just going to scout most of them out too. Let's say they'll just walk past like 3 members of Execration. So look at this line drawn by YG. They're going to go for a big wraparound onto the high ground. You have only a Watcher there, but Tino preemptively summoning the creeps to scout as well. They're just using their little Pokemon against each other.
Oh, this is going to be huge. They have the high ground on YG side. This could play a big role.
Do they spot them? Blink out. God blinks into nothing right now. KSH popping the BKB. That's not going to work out for you. Getting the Abyssal stun, Cookie away. That's your first BKB used. Kill off the creep. Off a second BKB. In comes Tino. What's going on? They lost vision. Looking for KSH, but they just can't find the connection. He blinks out for free. A swing and a miss there on 2 counts. Execration, they need to make this third one stick, but YG are not going to give them that option. Immediate evacuation there. Oh, that's not what we wanted. That must have just been...
It works.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, I know, you know, most of the time you don't buy a BKB on the Chen, so you're not really sure whether it actually, you know, does its job on the hero. You just gotta test it out sometimes. It's like taking a car for a test run, you know, in the shop.
Before you buy it, you do the test run before you buy it. Right now, he already bought it and then he did the test run.
He's... Oh, that's just post buying the car. He can do whatever he wants with it. It's his property, you know. If he wants to pop it off cooldown, more power to him.
It's not very smart, right, to test it after you buy it.
He wasn't sure whether it works first. Maybe should have gone into demo mode or something, but probably just a little bit of a mess up on the hotkeys, you know, CML at there, maybe just wanted to ward or something like that. Okay, SH. Looking for the Snapfire. Quick jump away though.
Yeah, he's been actually getting away with so much of this shadow pushing. I think he's mainly the reason why it was so hard for YG to actually push the lanes out, and when they have an advantage, they are not really exactly having the easiest time pushing the wave towards the enemy side to take objectives, you know. And I think all this has something to do with the snap, just shadow clearing the waves, you know. You don't see him, but he's just using Cookie and the Scatter Blast to clear out the waves.
Yeah, I think it's reached a point in the game, maybe a bit earlier, 20 minutes ago. It was so much easier for the Disruptor to just be split off on the map by himself, have a +1, and then you get that kill. But you're at the point in the game where you
can't even glimpse him because you don't see him.
Yeah, and not just that, but now you need to stick together in this ball because at any moment you could get jumped on and blown up, and you need that Static Storm to put a stop to it, hopefully to dissuade the rest of Execration from coming through.
He has an important job. He needs to get the Storm on the SF before he BKBs and kill him.
Yeah.
I think that is the biggest target he has.
Yeah, I don't know how likely that's going to be, but We'll see whether...
He has a dagger though, I think there's a chance.
Yeah, but he needs to see him first, you know what I'm saying?
If you can actually see with the roll, like the roll starts the fight, and gives you a vision. And they need a Shiva. They have Shiva already on Tide. So the Shiva will give you vision and then you can see him, you know. So I think the Tide has to go in first with the Shiva, and then the roll probably comes next, and the Disruptor should find his target.
Line being drawn. Again, taking a similar route through the triangle. The scan immediately connects though.
They want to delay for the Roche to move bot, I think, if you're Execration. You want it to go bot.
Yeah, but they're already on this high ground. Surely you gotta be a bit more careful. Scouting with the creep now. I'm not sure whether they are aware that they're already on this high ground.
Oh,
Have they have
Shivas?
an idea of the Shivas? To give the vision, Palos is in trouble! Palos is just dead! That's your Sven without buyback! You're gonna RP to try and salvage the situation, but the stolen RP holding the SF in place, and he can't get the Requiem off, he's just being controlled! And SF cannot cast a single spell! CML has to BKB blink away on the Chen, but now that that's over, you're just gonna get pulled back into the clutches of YG, nullified out with nowhere to run, and that's 4 heroes out without buyback.
That is the play of the game right there. The Shiva's giving the vision and the seed, the Sven dies from 2 to 0.
I just feel like they saw this happen before execution.
Yeah, they are not standing at the right place, you know.
Yeah, why are they on the low ground?
They were on the low ground again, you know. Not sure what was the rationale behind it.
I really don't understand, but Roche is gonna start moving now. I mean, there's nothing really that the Snapfire can do by himself, so it's just gonna delay things. A little bit annoying, but nothing that really dampens the state of this game right now. Back down to a 2k gold lead. And this beautiful execration dream of a 4-0 day crumbling in front of their eyes here as this game reaches 50 minutes. Seems to be the YG specialty once things go late. Put all the eggs in the KSH basket and he absolutely delivers. I mean, do you even remember when this Tide was like level 2 struggling bottom net worth core? I don't. He's looking really strong right now.
I don't even remember. That was 40 minutes ago. I think right now the plan for Execution is, you know, to figure out how they're going to proceed to take the next team fight. I think they're really good at like shadow pushing the wave with the Chain Creeps and the Snapfire, but then when it comes to the team fight, they're not really getting the RPs, you know, or like doing the right things, you know, holding the right position with the wall, or winning them the fights, you know. Whereas on the other side, YG, they're really good with their smoke usages, they understand where they need to go. The game was just hard because they started the game with a deficit, you know, the SF and Sven, they were both so fat from the initial stages. But they did a good job coming back into the game, and the way they're playing the map is definitely something that even Execration should learn from.
This has gotten to a very, very uncomfortable spot. For the first time this game, YG are going to be taking the gold lead. Sure, it's small, but they've come a long way to get to this point. They've come a long way in their journey as a team to get to this point, always being gate-kept out of these qualifiers, and maybe, just maybe, while things are still fresh for all these other rosters, the age-old tried and true Burmese stack can come out on top, but it's not over just yet. There's still a chance that Execration can come back. They just need to try and find a way to nail this initiation.
Yeah, the Magnus has to somehow find a decent RP, you know, for once. He has been struggling the whole game.
Yeah.
A lot of doubts, you know, when he was trying to initiate. Like, he doesn't trust himself, or he's just afraid, or too afraid of something, you know.
I mean, they did pick the Rubik to, you know, counter him. You can see there's so much thought before he even dares to jump in. He's like
not his job.
BKBing.
It's not his job to kill the Rubik. It's probably either the SF or the Sven to kill the Rubik. He needs to just get a skewer off, you know. Like, try to start a fight, skewer them in, and slowly take the fight from there. I don't think you're gonna get like a good RP from the get-go. Like, I don't think you can expect the enemy to give you like a good RP. You need to start the fight with skewer, and it gives your team like a lot more leeway to jump in, right? Especially for the SF and the Sven, because the Tide has a Shiva, so they have, I think, a easier way to execute the team fights. You just need to blink in a Shiva, and then they see everything. But Execution does not have a Shiva, so they can only rely on the blink and skewer or the blink contours and try to start the fight that way, you know. You need to be bold, use your BKB just for the skewer and the horn toss, and then you see how the fight, you know,
I mean, he's been trying to do that so far, slightly unsuccessfully. YG fully scaled up at this point. KSH at your front door. Lincoln Sphere to prevent any of those initial single target stuns, or maybe even the Sven Stormhammer. Tino pops that BKB and gets nothing. Young PH, just an
Did he not
easy blink
He
away.
didn't- Okay, he got the blink, but he just couldn't get the connection early enough.
It's a very inconvenient ward
I mean,
there.
he has no BKB now. Like, how is he gonna do this now?
Yeah, I actually have no idea.
Oh, RP?
Oh,
That's not his RP.
That's
Okay,
not
GG.
even the RP. Well,
Welcome
that's
to
gonna
game
be
three.
it. Welcome to game. Yeah. Yeah, YG, they definitely deserve to be moving here because they played phenomenally. Sven's gonna buy back, start slicing up young PH. The skewer back, no skill lay. Finally an RP gifted to them. That was Tino being brought back into the fray. Maybe it's not over just yet. Maybe there's a chance. KSH with the Enrage still has that second life and Zorin to back him up. 3 members of Execration are all that remain, and YG, they choose to bail out of this situation. They don't want to risk it.
Wow, it's 3v3. No RPs and they're bailing out. I mean, the Sven has no god strength in a bit.
Maybe they're just waiting that out.
And there should be nothing to be afraid of right now. Sven no GS. Magnus has no RP.
That's crazy. I can't believe we were waiting for a good RP the whole game, and it's Skill Lay of all people who delivers 3 heroes on the platter right into a beautiful Ravage to boot. No nullifier between them. Ghost Scepter means
Go away
immunity
from the
for Tino.
fountain. Don't fight at the
No,
fountain.
stop messing. Stop messing around with that, guys. That's not where you want to be. He's just waiting for an opportunity to pull you back in. Just take those towers. Last lane of Rags there. You can get that Mega. KSH turning around with the damage. A lot of good armor and auras coming out from the Chen in the nearby vicinity though, making it a difficult kill for KSH to finish off. Do you really want to stick around 20 seconds until the SF is up? I guess you still have Lincolns and Aegis for 26, so you want to put it to use, but it's gonna get a bit hairy. SF now has buyback, but you don't really want to buyback at this stage of the game. Popping the Enrage immediately, KSH gonna be able to walk away again. There's a stun holding him in place. Pop that God Strength, still has the Thunder. Okay, I mean, they silence him out.
Aegis,
Buyback
5
on the
seconds.
snap. Hellos,
You have to wait out
Aegis
the
in 5
Aegis.
seconds. They need to wait it out, but they didn't time it. Bob is gonna get a huge Requiem on the backline, killing off the Disruptor, and he's gonna try and wind it up again. Teleporting away is KSH, and he will be able to escape.
That was actually close, though. I think they probably lost track of time. You know, it was like 5 seconds. The Aegis was gonna end. You know, they should have just waited to kill him.
Yeah, but they really, really wanted to stop the Mega Creeps from happening, and even though they don't get KSH, they are successful in doing so. We were so sure that the game had ended at that point, but somehow, someway, Execration still continue to hold on. And I mean, this is the first time it feels like that they've been able to land these initiations. The SF has that vision because the entirety of YG is in his base. Execration, they need to try and find a way to repeat that process. Start a fight where they are the ones with the vision advantage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are
I mean, if they can actually bait them to come out of their base, you know. I think the Roshan would probably be a good spot to start. But if the Roshan spawns, I imagine Execration has to come out and fight. So that would actually force them to be on the low ground instead of the high ground. High ground against Magnus is so difficult.
Yeah.
Mercy, he gets a horn toss off and you have to go in. Okay, that is one
That
way
is
of giving vision.
Yeah, Mortimer's Kisses, Rolling Thunder in, immediate RP though, but they can't skewer him back. They steal away the
He's
RP
dead.
again. Skew Lay, he got him, and somehow young PH survives. The buyback on the Disruptor, that's enough for them to retreat. But again, you have to keep in mind, they don't get anything from that other than the buyback of Disruptor, but the stolen reverse polarity. Skill Lay has already made a game-winning play with that spell. He might just do it again here.
In the Pango with the Ghost Scepter saving his life there. The Sven was actually gonna kill him through the rope.
Yeah.
That was crazy. And this Rubik is definitely public enemy number 1 right now for the SF.
Has to be.
SF
Has to
has
be.
to kill him first.
How do you find him is the question. He's been really good at staying hidden. I mean,
Yeah,
even in that
they
earlier
need
fight,
the kiss. They actually need the kiss. I think they
just to get the scout, you think?
yeah, somehow
Jeez, that's crazy.
use it like the Shivas, give vision, and then because it's not really important that the kiss lands for the damage. They have more than enough damage coming from SF and Sven, right? They just need to see
Yeah.
the heroes to start the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, with the level 25, the additional kisses coming in, you launch them at such a high frequency that you're going to be able to provide quite a bit of vision. I think you're right. I think she just has to literally press kisses, refresh, press kisses again, and that's how they try and start the fight. What a crazy game state we've come to. 2 more minutes until the tier 5 items come into play here and things get even scarier. Helm of the Undying on some of these heroes could go such a long way.
Well, we get a skewer.
It's a
watermelon in your base.
It's not a lot of damage. He gets the Ravage off. Bob gets the BKB, but the RP is stolen again. Channeling the heal, it's not going to be enough. SF immediately dies Tino as well. What else can they find here? Palos looking for an opportunity now. Jumping onto skill lay, but immediately lifting and the Aeon Disc making it happen. Bob now has hexed up KSH, but can you really fight? There's a second Rolling Thunder coming in, and the buyback on the Tidehunter is ready to rejoin the fight. Rooster travels in. YG, they're biding their time here, but so are Execration. They don't feel pressed to go, but that's gonna mean the God Strength, slowly but surely, is gonna run out. And if they want, YG can head back into the Roche Pit, get that Aegis, and give it another go.
So the 2 buybacks were on what? Magnus and SF for Execration, and 1 on the Tide. So
yeah,
YG definitely took a very, very good trade there. And they could choose to, like you say, go for the Roche here, but they are really, really careful. I feel like they were considering whether to hold the item and wait for them to come or to move to the Roshan. So they decided to go to the Roshan. By the way, it seems like Execution is not going to be here on time. So that was a good power.
I mean, they also just don't have the God Strength, right? Which means that it's so impossible for them to fight. You're maybe at most hoping for 1 skewer back, and if you're lucky, no interruptions or anything like that, and you get a Requiem kill, and that's it. It's such a difficult game for the side of Execration. And the impossible task just got way harder with the Ursa and his second life again.
And he basically has 3 lives, right? If you count the buyback plus boost of travel.
That's true. I still can't believe Execration have not lost the game yet. I think that's what's really surprising to me. It felt like after that huge catch in the bot lane.
I think they're definitely very resilient. Their lineup is very, very good in running high ground. That's why it's very hard. And now 16 minutes, so I imagine YG want to look for some treasure. Get some worthy treasure for themselves. Some Undying, Helm of the Undying. Some Fallen
Found
Sky.
the Mad Stone out. Shanks on the front lines might just get caught out immediately. They don't want him, but they'll have to settle. Shanks doesn't have a buyback. That's a 4v5 situation.
Probably a smart move, right? Because if you're Execution, you're thinking, oh, 60 minutes, right? They're probably farming neutral items.
Exactly.
Right? So he tries to go out to maybe farm it, and they were waiting for him.
1 gaping hole in the base that they didn't have detection or wards out for. I mean, even if they did, it's smoke, right? Like, you're not going to be able to see that one coming. It's not Megas just yet, but now they can retrieve. Now they can comfortably farm up the Mad Stone for their 3 or 5 items. Let's see what they end up getting here. I mean, the game is very much already in their favor. 6k gold lead at this stage doesn't really mean much again, but it's just the control of the map and how strong these individual heroes are. It's so difficult to kill this Ursa. Bobby's found his way out to the offside of the map, and Bob, Skilly. Oh, is there a blink available? You can't. It has no idea where Bob went.
That was some insane move.
That was actually crazy. Like, I thought for sure Bob was gonna get caught and just killed. Then the rest of the team would like Bruiser travels in or some shit. Spider legs completed for KSH. That is disgusting. Book of the Dead for Skill Lay. You got Helm of the Undying for the Disruptor. Another Book of the Dead for the Tidehunter. My goodness, these are really scary. Helm of the Undying as well. So tier 5 items fully equipped. These Necro units gonna come through. Palos really needs to be careful about killing himself on those, but Mega Creeps very easily attained.
AD rune on angle. I'm looking to fight on this rune. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis though. Execution just hugging the Ancient pretty much. This is the place where you can skewer them into the fountain.
Rolling Thunder.
Oh, he got him!
Full elimination. He's gone. You can't even heal him in time. You're trying to channel, but to what avail? 5 seconds left until the Snapfire's even up. It's a 3v5 for now. They don't even need to stress. They can just take their time, slowly whittle and force the side of Execration into an uncomfortable position. Will they keep going here? They haven't baited out the God Strength. They haven't baited out the Magnus just yet. Approaching with
They are
caution.
waiting
Look at,
for the next row, I think. 30 seconds. 25
yeah, why
seconds.
not? Don't have enough time for the SF to come back here. You don't have the Hand of God as well. No tier 5 items for Execration here. And long day just got so much longer for them. Even with ending those earlier games like, at a pretty quick pace. Oh, I can't even say that. KSH, he's just in, and where's the save of Paddles? Finally the RP, but again stolen. Skill Leg, he's coming in to give it back to them. You buy back on the Sven, you still have your God Strength, you didn't get the chance to pop it. YG, they're taking a lot of damage from these kisses, but there's no chase available. Paddles just can't get in because of the gush, and now KSH. Turning around the second roll, Army Paddles, that's the second RP, and he has nowhere to go. This game is done. You don't have your carry, you don't have your SF, and you don't got any more chances. They hang on till the bitter end, but Execration, it'll be the end for them in this game number 2, as what a comeback from YG here. That early game didn't look the hottest, but on the back of KSH and some of these other players coming up big, YG are able to force us to a game number 3.
Yeah, it's just a very, I think, well-executed team fights, you know. There's so many team fights where they actually got so many big spells stolen by the Rubik. Some of them, the Tide, you know, opening the fight really well with the Shira giving vision. And some fights, the Penguin, the Ursa did really well. I wouldn't say every single fight, the same person won them the fight, you know. I think they have like a good balance around everyone doing something different for a different fight. You know, sometimes the Disruptor gets a good initiation with the Agalims. So when it came to the team fight, they outplayed, you know, Execration. Execration just couldn't find the RPs, man. They were just not there, you know. Like a lot of the RPs were just below average. They couldn't really find the right skewers. He was missing some of the horn tosses. They couldn't initiate the fights properly. I think he was just it was just not his best showing, you know, on the Magnus there for Tino.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times, you know, especially today, we've talked a lot about Bob and his flawless performance, but with Execration, it's always been about that offlane duo, especially in recent times. Shanks and Tino putting in the work. This time round, a much quieter game for them both, and hopefully not going silently into the night, not going into the lower bracket. Hopefully Leon Arthur has some words for them during this short break, because when we come back, one of these teams will remain in the upper bracket, so stay tuned to find out which. has been a day of Dota 2, and of course, it's the last series that goes the distance, just the way we like it, right? Winter, back for DreamLeague Season 27, Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers. Yangon Galacticos being the ones to maybe defeat Execration. Not what I would have expected at all coming into today. We saw how good of a form Execration were in, but starting to see a bit of the cracks in the armor here in this game number 2.
Yeah, they have to definitely find something else to pick, for Tino. They need to give him a more comfortable hero. I think overall that is the main takeaway if you're looking at it from the Execration side. Whereas if you're looking at it from the YG side, great, keep things going on the way they have went, so far, protect KSH. Like both games, in the first game and the second game with TA and Ursa, he has been given a lot of space farming up a storm, and he showed that he could carry the games. Even in the first game, it felt like there were times where the TA could actually do really well against the Sven. I think the type of hero that they want to put on KSH has to stay the same kind, the hard carry kind. TA, I think TA, Ursa, maybe Sven might not fit his archetype as much because it's more of like a, I think, initiator, and sometimes you have to play for someone else, So I think Ursa, TA are the type of heroes that they should go back to.
Let's see. What kind of hyper carry are you going to put on KSH? And I really like the Yangon Galacticos adaptation because it's clear they're like, okay, let's just take out the best heroes that Tino likes to play, right? Take out his Lycan, take out his Beastmaster. He loves those guys. They ban out the Mars and they pick the Disruptor for themselves. So now the power of the Glimpses, now the power of the Static Storm will be in the hands of CML.
Give him the Darkseer, man. I think Darkseer is a hero that is in his wheelhouse too. So they definitely should maybe try to consider that. Or maybe even like a Centaur, I think those heroes fit his archetype a lot more. Now Yangon Galacticos going for the MP here, opening up with this hero. I don't know how I feel about carry MP. I think it's actually not that great compared to the TA and the Ursa for the KSH guy. I think MP is
Do you
just
think this
not...
is a carry? Like, can't it potentially be 4 or 5?
Yeah, I mean, it could, but it's also not as great, You don't do a lot. I think this hero is a better call than a support right now. He just doesn't do anything, as a support.
Isn't it kind of like awkward though? Because right now you've basically picked a Nature's Prophet into a Disruptor, and at any point in time you TP into the fight, he could just glimpse you out.
I feel like, it could be
annoying. Is that not relevant, you think?
It's not that it's not relevant, but it's not a very big problem, I think. Because sometimes you can surprise him, and with your ulti, you can actually just kill the Disruptor before he does anything, right? Because he doesn't see where you're coming from, especially if you do it in fog. And yeah, sometimes he just can't react, He just like one stun, he's gone, he's dead. So I don't necessarily think that, it's something that you can't play at all. There are certain matchups where you really want to avoid, like AM against Medusa, but I don't think the Disruptor against MP is that type of matchup.
Ban out the Dawnbreaker, ban out the Mars, ban out the Bristleback. All pretty solid frontliners, all potentially off-lane heroes that Zorin would like to pick up for himself.
We're gonna see like some Centaur Darkseer coming out, or maybe even an Underlord. I think Underlord is nice here for both sides. Underlord deals with the MP, speed pushing. Underlord is great with the Disruptor. You catch with your Air Glimpse to set up for the Glimpse, or vice versa. So I think that it's nice. And even for the Yangon Galactica side, maybe the Underlord could be useful for them also.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, right? Because of the innate as well, the invading force. So every time Nature's Prophet TPs in, he gets like damage resistance and all those extra perks as well.
The main thing is you get a tank, a beefy boy, to tank for you.
That's true.
So
you get an aura boy as well. You get a
so you
lockdown
can
boy.
do the deeps. You want to do the deeps.
You do. Shaker?
There is still Sand
Interesting
King.
here.
There is still
yeah,
Sand
there
King.
is Sand King.
But I do think Sand King is not Bob's hero. He doesn't play Sand King. It's not.
You think so?
Not his type of hero. It's
That's
like,
so strange because I feel like Sand King and Earthshaker are kind of a similar archetype
he doesn't
of
play
hero.
Sand King and Earthshaker. Like, it's not
He literally played Earthshaker.
Wasn't that the off lane? Like in the earlier series?
Am I tripping out of my mind here?
Wasn't it on Tino?
No, Tino was playing the Lycan, brother. He was playing Bob Earthshaker into
Oh,
mid Lewis
okay.
Beastmaster.
My bad.
I think Bob is a little bit of a shaker play, but I kind of get what you mean when you say it's not really a Bob genre hero.
Yeah, Lash is
how's this
Lash
though?
is his type of hero, you know. Lash, Bounty,
Okay.
and Disruptor.
Nice. Okay, so now they got a nice little trio to run around the map and make things happen with. I've been seeing this Disruptor Lash combination a lot more just because whoever glimpses back into a Lash Rex range just instantly dies, right?
You can't fight the Lash. It's the same
You can't, yeah.
logic with the Ursa plus the Disruptor. You're running away from the bear. Oh, guess what? Come on back here.
You ain't going anywhere. And you're always going to get the vision advantage with the Bounty Hunter as well.
When you get to do that, you know, Mike, Glimpse is the most broken spell.
Yeah, no, I get you.
But when you're
you
running
can-
the other way, Glimpse
No,
is like a
yeah, that
useless spell.
doesn't... Yeah, you're like, damn, this shit sucks, man. Where did we see the Bounty Hunter earlier? Was it Reconics that picked it?
Yeah, Bounty, Disruptor, and I think maybe it was
They had a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Storm.
Yeah, in your dream with the Storm Spirit. I mean, the Bounty Hunter looked pretty weak early on, and it kind of goes back to what you were saying about the weakness of the Disruptor. He's a hero that needs a bit of babysitting. I think both these support heroes are kind of similar, right? You ideally would like to just fast track to the part of the game where you both have your level 6s, you both can play the map with your Lash, but if they can somehow on Yangon Galacticos get an advantage in the early laning stage and punish these greedier supports, I mean, now with the Doom, there's a great answer to the Lash as well.
Yeah, this Bane is also a great answer to Bounty. You kind of mirror his movement and you can set up with the sleep into MP TPing in for simple like pickoffs on the supports. And not to mention, later in the game, you are quite useful against the Lash or even the TA right now. You just grip them in the team.
Yeah.
You just hide and you wait until they show and then you just ulti and you grip them. Like even the Amphibious is actually so annoying for them.
Yeah.
The cast,
Yeah,
the
actually,
cast
this
range thing
Bane
is actually so annoying for a Disruptor.
Yeah. Cast range for Disruptor, like even the Lash in a sense, right? Like not being able to send that stun out as far as you want, and the attack range from the TA, like Amphibious is just an annoying spell. And when he gets that grip off from far range, the only thing you have to cancel it potentially is that glimpse, right? You can't really rely on the Lash to already still have a blink and find the Bane in the back lines. It might just have to be something that Tino is able to do.
this is
But without these summons, how are you going to pull that off?
This is a very good Bane game. Like Bane could potentially do a lot of harm in the team fights. But then again, there's the TA with shard with the traps, right? Which could be annoying for Bane. So he has to, I think, be more aware of that. Like the gem timing is going to be crucial. Bounty and the TA traps. So you want to get a gem against those heroes. Yeah. So they ban out the Centaur, which is kind of nice against the Doom. Run away. So Excretion needs to find. They ban out the Darks here, huh?
Yeah,
so they
I was quite...
seem to think the Doom is position 4 or something. I think it's probably a position 4 Doom.
It could also still be a position 1 Doom, which is what we see a lot of Eastern European teams really enjoy. I think it's like Aurora, Bat Boom, who love to play on Pure and Nightfall and the rest. But Nature's Prophet, you know, I know you don't really like it as a position 4, but there's still that option of flexing if they don't feel like the Nature's Prophet is a good enough carry into what they see right now.
Yeah, Execration just needs to find a hero to round up their draft. I mean, everything is already banned, yeah? I'm surprised they banned Darks here. The Darks seems like a very strange ban.
Okay,
alright. So maybe they feel like they already wanted the Enigma, and then they think that Doom can be paused forward, and then with the Darkseer they could counter the TA in the lane with the damage.
Yeah, no, I see that.
Damage over time. That's probably
They're like pre-planning for their last pick, right?
Yeah, that's probably the relevance there.
How is Enigma bounty? Because I feel like on paper, Enigma always wants a melee bodyguard in the lane to try and help him out. But in reality, there's always gonna be a black hole cancel. Or are you not too worried about that and you're just playing it more for, you know, the auras as usual?
Probably both, but yeah, more to the auras because there's Doom and Bane, right? You're going to be gripped or doomed, you know, so you're probably not going to get your black hole off. I think his game here is more towards the aura, and you group up around the Bounty Hunter plus the Disruptor. So the plan is Enigma has a good start with Bounty, You get kills and you ball together with the disruptor. Enemy can't fight you because you have whatever aura items. Then they have to run from you. Guess what? There is disruptor. Haha, glimpse you back. And then they keep snowballing kill after kill. TA is going to give you Tormentor, Roshan. And that's how you, I think, eventually siege the high ground. So that is their plan. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. You have no time to blink. Whereas Yangon Galacticos, they have a very, 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 very slow but methodical lineup. Good team fights, but they have an Earthshaker support, so they are probably not going to win this game, but it will still be fun to watch.
You don't like the Earthshaker support?
Earthshaker support is, I think,
You'll say it's garbage.
going to be pretty close to the gutter or straight up in the gutter because it loses the lane straight up.
Okay, I mean, you
And
could
you're
still
pull-
do
you're gonna
the
pull-
creep cooling.
You're going to be pulling creep against like a very bad hero to pull creep against Disruptor. That's Thunder Strike and the Glimpse, It's very
I
annoying.
kind of see what you mean. And then if you step out of position, if the bounty hunter just makes a smart rotation, he can just completely catch you off guard and kill you too.
Disruptor and Bane, those are the two worst position fights to pull creeps with against.
So Execration going for their sort of, I guess at this point, signature style of dominating the early game and playing to this formula of hitting their timing and running you down. We'll see whether it's possible for them to pull this one off. Game number 3, folks. First one on our stream today, but not the first one for Southeast Asia. We were right, I guess, at the start of the day when we said anything can happen. And what's currently happening in these close qualifiers is Yangon Galacticos are making a run for it, bringing the heat to Execration. Of course, while you're here, it's just the kickoff, right? There's so many more qualifiers and regions popping off right now. But I believe Boom versus Reconics was already finished. There was a 60-minute almost game. Game number 1, Boom Esports were able to take that one. And then they subsequently were able to 2-0 Reconics. What is this? What are they talking about? No more partner to tip.
You are more interested than the all chats, than the actual Dota game, That's what I noticed.
I mean, how often do players be all chatting? We talk about Dota for like 50 minutes at a time.
I mean, do you not understand you're paid to talk about Dota instead of
Oh, damn.
keeping track of who is tipping who?
Okay, sure. Okay, talk to me about the Dota then, Winter. What would you like to discuss?
I would like to discuss the favorite meal of a hero like Bane.
Yes, this is why they pay you the big bucks. Year after year, they invite Chanlit Bin to the International for this very reason. Early game skirmish though, sleep. Loon is just gonna drop to the deck. Way too much damage from this trio. And Palos actually finds a block of Zorain, who is in quite a bit of trouble. I think he should be able to TP out here, but not with Shang still stalking him. So at the very best, this is gonna be an extended chase. Now it's far too late to TP, so you're just gonna have to accept that death. A great early start for Execration.
It's better to die than TP. You're gonna lose so much health. If he started the TP earlier, I think he would have
Maybe made it,
he would have wished that he should have just died.
Okay. Oh, this young PH guy, every single game he's got some issues. I hope his setup, like somebody on Yangon needs to upgrade his setup, because it was microphone one time and then it was microphone a second time, and then you won't believe this, Winter, but I believe his microphone had another problem. And then now he's saying some key problem. Someone please get this man a new setup. If you are a peripheral sponsor or anything like that, maybe YG is a team you want to reach out to. Especially if they start making it deep. I mean, again, we go back to the overall storyline of this team, just not really a roster that has really made waves past close qualifiers, ever. So if they were to defeat Execration here, I think this would be perhaps one of the best performances from them that we've seen.
A breakthrough. They figured something out. The formula is correct this time.
The formula is for Protect 1, just as the way we've played it for 10 years, but this time round we've perfected how to make it work in a meta that people are not even running it. So, honestly, pretty interesting. We'll see how it pans out for them this time round.
The meta feels more like 3 Protect 2.
Yeah.
You have 2 carries on the side lane competing for farm, but they have a truce because there's ancient camps on both sides. So you draw a line and you tell your neighbor, do not cross this line. This is where I'm going to be planting my vegetables. You do not cross this line and use this sword.
Yeah, if I see you pick my peppers, I'm gonna come for your head. Don't play around with me.
Yeah,
I got a farmer's market to
the,
attend, like don't...
And the 3 people in the middle are like constantly trying to stop
Just
them from
non-stop bashing heads, right? Like just fighting non-stop. Stop bullying my farmer!
You want to be in the middle, right? The 6th man in the middle for the map.
Yeah, it's honestly more fun that way. Okay, what would you prefer? Do you prefer being the 6th man in the middle fighting, or do you prefer being the side lane farm?
6th man, bro. Why do you even ask me that question?
No, I mean, some people prefer the peace and quiet of just tranquil farming, and you know, that's like most core players.
I would,
right? They
I would
love to be left
recommend
alone.
Tai Chi.
Nice little morning exercise. Yeah, Dota's not the game for you if you don't want to be stressed, that's for sure. Hard to really remain chill in these high pressure situations. Especially last game, right? I think things got so complicated and convoluted for execution past a certain point. I don't really blame them for slipping up at the end, but
MP,
definitely a
MP's
lot...
coming top. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
No, all good. That's a great shout out. Young PH with the early TP. I mean, we talk about the bounty making early rotations, but the Nature's Prophet, that is a factor as well for him.
Oh, he's in trouble. He just used TP. Bob wants to kill him and dive him without TP, but Bob is... Oh my god, I see the old Bob. I see the shadow of the old Bob.
No, not now, Bob. Stay inside. Don't come out. Gonna be able to TP. I mean, he tried for a...
crazy dive, but it was understandable, but reckless at the same time.
He gets out with his life here. It's almost like nothing happened. He's just gonna miss like maybe a wave or two. Not the biggest of deals.
When he saw the MP using his TP, that's why he thought it was a good moment to
A glimpse in the top lane. Really, I mean, Zorin, he's so tanky with the boots, and hell, they'll even block off CML, the transference. Gonna push Zorin back, but I think it should be enough damage to finish off the Disruptor. Zorin gets the kill first, so he does walk away with the EXP, but that means solo EXP for Palos on the TA.
Yeah, not a good trade, I think, overall. But this is what you get when you have a Earthshaker position 4, right? He doesn't really offer a lot of laning presence. So whatever kill you get for trade, you should just be happy.
This is what you talked about as well, Winter. We're seeing the Bane just mirror the Bounty's movements, preventing him from really getting any ganks off. It must be so frustrating when you're just trying to maybe set up a Janada or some sort of a play, and there's an angry Bane there ready to sleep you.
Angry.
Yeah, it's like it's what we said. Get off my core, man. Like, what do you do? It's my soil.
But Bane doesn't strike me as an angry hero.
Have you heard him laugh? That dude's freaky as hell. Can you imagine pissing Bane off and then he opens his mouth at you?
He's not by default angry. By default angry is like Ursa, you know? Like he just wants to rip people apart, you know?
Sure, yeah, sure. A lot of angsty, edgy voice lines. I can see that.
Or Sven, you know, like yelling all the time.
Ah! Yeah. A lot of edgy heroes in Dota 2
Bane
for sure.
sounds really calm and scary.
Yeah.
It's like walking over, dropping a nightmare on your face, you know, hiding in trees. Nighttime now, you know, this is the best time to hunt people as Bane because you have night vision.
Yeah, or maybe just protect your Sven from the onslaught of Eidolons here. KSH able to waddle away there.
I mean, I
Still
don't know
the Fairy Fire.
what can you do as a Bane against all the Enigma babies.
Yeah.
Not a
I
good
guess apart
place
from
to stay.
Yeah. Nightmare Man versus 6 astronomical babies. Who would win? Whatever the case is, it looks like young PH is not in a winning position. He's gonna get glimpsed back, stunned up. The TPs are coming through, but as you said, it's an Earthshaker support, and his TP is so damn slow. The sleep being disrupted by the Disruptor. Very fitting for him. As CML gonna get... Was that a blood grenade thrown up by Loon? That was certainly ambitious. Maybe hoping for a fissure block of some sort, but Skill couldn't find the angle.
Yeah, he's not used to having a position for support in the game because he knows deep inside his heart that Earthshaker support is not gonna work.
Okay. Still a hater, I see. Not really believing. When he lands a 5-man Echo Slam, that's when you'll regret it.
Yeah, and then you click on his level 5.
Okay, well look at that. Look at that, he's just blocked off CML. The kill would not be possible without him.
What, you're just gonna be on this Earthshaker train the whole game.
I love you've set me up, okay? You know, the fact that you've gone in with this whole Earthshaker hate makes it even funnier to prove you wrong.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, well now they're making a play for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, and because, like you mentioned, Earthshaker is a useless support, he's not able to contest. They're gonna lose that EXP. I mean, they're sleeping the Bounty Hunter now, but there really isn't anything else they can do. Maybe they get a kill onto Shanks. Yeah, okay, there's the Brain Sap. Doom gonna come in as well, still not level 6 himself. He's gonna take a lot of damage. This is not where you want to be, even with the TP on Young PH. Bob, he is putting out way too much, and now he's hiding in the tree line. Palos starting to get the punches out, but I don't know whether he should be sticking around for long. He's gonna try and challenge the Bane. It's a 2v1 situation right now. But Young PH, his damage resistance has run out. The Brain Sap comes into Palos, but it doesn't heal anything into the refraction. And now Palos, he doesn't have a TP, but he has 20 stick and a lot of minus armor. Young PH, I don't think he needs the TP. I think he can go for the kill. The Sprout off the mark and Zorin can't get the catch. Out come the voice lines and Palos, he's feeling good.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling himself right there. They got, what, 2 kills on the TA, they got the Wisdom Shrine. Easy peasy, and on top of that, Tino has claimed the tower.
Tino with the tower take, love to see it.
Yeah, as long as Tino is taking towers and not trying to skewer people, you're happy.
Yeah. No, enough of that trying to land an RP thing. Just, you know, stick with what you're good at. Zorin up here in the top lane, still level 5. Doesn't have the Doom to retaliate, and even if he did, don't think he'd be able to get that kill. Bob coming back up here again, and now they're looking to try and contest the stacks. Teleporting away. Couldn't get the stun off, but the glimpse catches him in time. CML fast on the fingers. My goodness. Very, very nicely done. And the Disruptor train, it's starting to roll, Winter.
Tough. What can you do, you know? Disruptor is gonna... He even has like 2-3-0, you know? He's just splitting the game, you know? Like he knows that they are just gonna be hunting people left and right with the bounty and the lash. So he doesn't even need 1 point in the next game.
No. You don't need to keep them there, because by the time the kinetic field goes up, they'll already be dead.
They're already dead.
Yeah. You're fencing in a corpse or something, it's not gonna move. Doom out onto Tino, he's in a rough spot, and Skillmate, the most useless position for Earthshaker, able to block off that kill. Very nicely done, despite his shortcomings. The Doom already used Godsring coming out, though Bob might be in a bit of trouble there. Able to get the kill with the Sprout damage, and they're gonna claim Shanks as well. So bringing many members of Yangon Galacticos here to respond to the aggression of Execration, that's what you need to do.
Outnumbering, the TA can't really get there in a moment's notice, so yeah, Execration, they're beating more than off they can chew. Trying to just go for that again, you know, the +1. The +1 is always a bait, you know. They killed the first hero, and then they got, I think they lost the Anima from the Doom. They are probably saying that, oh, no more Doom, you know, you can go, you know. And then the Sven shows up.
Yeah, not happening after that, the God Strength. Yeah. I mean, really, good recognition from KSH, right? Because he understands that his damage is relevant here, and he can make an impact if he joins this fight.
Just the God Strength, right? Just by throwing 1 stun actually was, I think, more than enough for that fight. Like, sometimes you just need to be there and tank some damage to throw 1 stun. It's just that, yeah. The good carries know how to use that.
Oh, Young PH being pulled back in, but I guess that's the one downside of not having the kinetic field. You couldn't really keep him in place for the Lash to make ground there. Palos, look at how farmed he is. 1k gold above anyone else in the game. Dragonlance Falcon Blade completed, looking at that Deso now. He is gonna hit some insane timing, similar to KSH in game number 1.
I mean, this is not as straightforward as the first game, yo. Like, if you go late against these Doom, Sven, and the Earthshaker support, you're definitely gonna struggle as the TA. There's too many, like, I think, quote-unquote counters towards you. The Bane Grip, the Doom, the Sven with the armor, and the God Strength. I mean, God Strength, I guess it's not much of a problem because you have Refraction. But even the Nature's Prophet, I think, with the Vessel plus Shard build, this is very annoying for TA in the team fights if you don't have BKB. I kind of like his Zyre MP.
Shard, Blade Mail just being as annoying as possible. Trying to clear out this triangle before the invasion comes in. Here comes Execration though. Is this really a fight you want to take on Yangon Galacticos?
Someone is getting glimpsed who it is.
Well, you can't see anyone else. The teleport away from the Nature's Prophet. He's out to safety. Somehow nobody dies on Yangon.
He's hiding in the trees.
They still catch Zorin. Oh. He's fogging them.
Oh, they found him. How did they?
I don't think they can get him.
I was more curious on how they actually saw him. Might have been the TA's vision.
Yeah, the TA just walked out to the left, right?
don't know if it was the bounty or it was the bounty like giving vision from it. It might have been the bounty.
Like a butt crack in the tree line or something like that, right? Yeah,
Just
now
one moment.
you're gonna try, but that's a tier 2 tower. CML cannot tank that many hits. They're not really gonna get the catch onto Zorin. They've been trying for like 1 minute, sticking out in this top side triangle area, and sure they're controlling the Ancients, but you know, they aren't really finding any kills. Meanwhile, Young PH is farming, the Sven is farming. It's not too bad for Yangon.
I mean, they brought the 2 supports to smoke at bot, you know, so probably anticipating a move here to go on the MP, which is actually quite a logical, I think, anticipation, because usually with all this MP Dawnbreaker Underlord heroes that have a global teleportation, the enemy tends to gank that hero.
Yeah. Zorin. Again being set up on, in comes the blink from Bob. That's the reveal right there. And Zorin thinking about the Doom, but a nice illusion rune confuses him just for a moment. And the rest of Yangon can't come through and help their Bane. They are all busy playing in the bot side of the map.
Looking for that juicy Enigma, yeah?
Yummy.
Wait, Bane is not even level 6, so
yeah.
Even if he finds him, he can ride.
That's that Wisdom Shrine, right? Like, the fact that they lost it, it's slowing down the support's ability to try and find these pickoffs. Mid tower going down as well. Bob feeling very good about himself. All the bits of a recipe for success for Execration.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They are on the move now. And they know that the enemy is on the bottom side because they were at the top side. So if they could find... The Bane is the last person they want to find. They could find... Even the Earthshaker is good. He is so close to Dagger. Quite close to
Oh, this is a good high ground position, but Skillay showing himself on the wave. That's going to be easy. Blink in for Bob. Shanks is looking for more though. They spot out Loon, get the first kill, get the Thunder Strike, and ready for a potential glimpse back. Sleep up the Bounty Hunter, but the track's already out, so they don't really need him for much else. He can just take a little nap while Bob does all the hard work. Double kill for the Lesh as he just finished up his... That was like all the gold for his Kaya. He's going to have that flying out in no time.
Yeah, thanks to the track kills, you know. He has 7 kills. I wonder how many of them had track kills, you know, at least a couple. It's going to be hard for Yangon Galacticos to play the map. They can't really push out creep waves without showing with their heroes. I mean, they can do it with Shaker, but it's a support Shaker, right? So he needs a long time before he can do it. And if you look at the other heroes, like MP has to show, Doom has to show, and nobody has Helm, you know. So I think by that logic, it's going to be very hard for them to play the map.
Yeah, it's a... Actually, it's a helmless game. I thought that the Enigma was gonna... Is it not?
So a helmless game is a harmless game.
Yeah, like nothing's happening. Like we're not playing at the same intensity. Like there's no creeps on the map. There's no like little Pokemon battles happening in lanes and like no heroes showing. There are no helms in this game. Zorin gonna get pulled back. No follow-up though. Able to just movement speed his way out of that. He's got the Cobalt Aura, he's got the Phase Boots, got the drums, got the Cobalt's Cup as well. I mean, he tries. There might be a sleep to save. Loon gonna try. Loon. Oh! That's not what you wanted. And now you'll die. That must have been a... That has to be a misclick.
Yeah, he casted the grip, right? I think he casted the spells...
Did he cast the grip as well?
Yeah, I think he casted his spells in the wrong sequence. That's what happened. I think he messed up his hotkeys or something. Maybe he wanted to... I don't know, like he wanted to do something else.
What it seemed like was that he was trying to cast the Nightmare on the Doom and then grip. But then instead of casting the Nightmare on the Doom, I think he accidentally walked up to the high ground and then in a panic tried to click Nightmare on the Doom, but he clicked it on himself, woke up from the sleep, and then tried to grip and self-cancelled it.
Because he already queued the command before that. That was probably why he gripped after.
That's tough. And sometimes you try and... We talk about how this Bane has the potential to really put a wrench in the plans of Execration. It's not really looking that way, at least not in that engagement.
Well, what can you do, you know? Not a Bane player. Not a...
I wonder about that. But right now, we're sure that Palos is a TA player. He is top of the net worth by 2k. Very, very happy with this game state right now.
And they're gonna get the Roshan. From Dire side, getting the 15 to 20 minute Roshan is always a big bonus. A huge dent into the Radiant side schemes of coming back into the game.
8k gold lead already this early on is kind of detrimental. We talked about how Yangon's draft is slower, and we're seeing that in action.
And you know why? You know why?
Oh, does it have to do with perhaps they're supporting? Okay. On the bright side, all that time, he has Blink now. Copium. I'm sure he will find impact now.
Does he have enough levels? Okay, he has enough levels.
Yeah, he's got levels.
3 points.
He's got
aftershock.
3 aftershock. But he went for the resonating ridge instead of the tectonic implication. Oh, okay. Bot. Losing that Aegis immediately. It's a nice black hole onto 3. Where's the follow-up though? Young PH and Skill controlled in place. They still haven't used the Echo, but now spotted out by the bounty means that that's not going to be very viable. Young PH dropping to the deck, Tino not able to be finished off, and they get the kill onto the Doom as well. Meanwhile, Skill still has the Blink, still has the Echo Slam available, can come in, and it's a huge one! Eliminates the Lash! That's what you're looking for, and the grip onto the bounty as well. Well, turns out this Earthshaker hero's got its merits. KSH being glimpsed back. Can't further the chase though. Still have a Blink. Do you really want to go for this? Is Skill gonna take that regen rune? There he goes.
Palos is gonna slap him one time to kill him.
Yeah, that's true. Here comes Palos, spotted by a ward though. They could set up behind the tree line for him. CML will show now, and CML will go down. This one's easy.
Nice KS.
Lulu gonna sleep him. Tino looking for an angle. Tino, is this really where you want to blink? I guess they'll try. Nice blink away from Palos, getting out of trouble there. Surprised that he even managed to get that off, and Loon is just gonna die to the creeps. God damn.
Oh, he
Palos
died to
with attack range.
he died to the TA trap damage.
I think it was TA traps, and also TA might have been throwing out some auto attacks either onto a trap or either to try and deny an Eidolon. Some very nice plays there from Palos. You can tell that this guy is so comfortable on the hero.
Yeah, I think they were surprised by the dagger. Yes, they definitely didn't know he had dagger there. Now they're gonna be a lot more careful with this dagger. 60 seconds before he has his next Echo Slam out. And TA is practically gonna be able to run in now. He's only worried about the Doom at this point.
There is a Doom available, but they're on different sides of the fight right now, and Palos just instantly cleans up that support kill. Looking at the Doom in question right now, daring him. Why don't you do me? I'm sure you want to. Out comes the spell though. Is this really what you wanted, Palos? Now you're in a compromising position, and now you're dead. Sven's gonna come through the back line, kill off Tino with one swipe of his sword, but Bob's gonna come in as well. Both teams just swinging and missing, swinging and hitting the blade mail, returning a lot of damage onto Bob. This is not a target they can commit onto, and they need to be careful about KSH, but they have high ground vision, allowing for the glimpse. Young PH now setting up onto CML, and KSH, he's found another. Sister Shroud being very, very annoying with the evasion, but still with the sentry lingering in the area, Shanks manages to dive out of that location and put in the Shadow Walk. The Sprout damage, it's still doing it like he cleaves! He cleaves off the creeps and gets that kill. Nice style points there for KSH. He's saying to the TA, you're not the only one with side blades, I got a big blade of my own.
Well, that is some exchange, you know, for YG. Getting themselves back into the game. I think it all started with a Doom on the TA. I think Palos kind of jumped the gun a little too soon there, going for that kill on the Doom, and then he got Doom, and I felt like everything just kind of went downhill there. You know, they lost so many heroes, they lost the Lash, they lost the Disruptor, they lost the Bounty under 4 kills, you know, on the run there.
A large part of that is the vision that they were fighting around, right, in the earlier part of the fight. Yeah. Execration, they were able to establish that high ground ward.
They have to respect the Doom, you know, like the Doom is something that is going to give a lot of problems to TA.
Yeah.
I think that is literally the best way to kill a TA right now if he gets Doom, you know. Even the grip can't be so reliable. There's a lot of ways to cancel it. They have to make sure that does not happen. Enigma actually didn't really get to talk about his items a lot. You know, he's going blue BKB with Midas this game. I don't know if I'm a fan of it. I kind of prefer the Aura build, you know, with Pipe.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's
you're buying BKB into a Bane and Doom, you know. So I'm not sure what's the logic there.
I mean, even at that point, maybe a Linkins would be better, but I guess he's just kind of worried about the long-range Earthshaker cancel, which would be probably feel a little silly.
There used to be a disco pony there.
Yeah, nope, not anymore. Party's over. Bob, you know, probably starting to get a little bit concerned about this current game state. This is where the Earthshaker starts to... all jokes aside though, if you get past the early hump of this support quote-unquote being useless, he gets to his shot, he gets to his blink, and suddenly there is so much disruption in the fights. The fissures can just break things up, set situations up for YG where they can find these heroes, one on a grip on one side, one with the Doom on the other, and these kills will be very hard to pull off. Shanks is on the front line ready to try and break a smoke though. Have that dust, immediate grip out. Blink away from Palos though. Trying to look for more. Young PH pings out the TA here. Do you have a chase? Zorin doesn't have a blink, but he is just trucking forward very quickly. Hurricane Pike available. Tino stopping them with a Malefice and a Glimpse available as well. Here comes Bob though, looking at Zorin, but you gotta be careful. There is a big blade mail there, returning quite a bit of the damage, and the aftershock getting Bob a little bit lower, but it's not going to be enough to finish him off. NP tries to come in, but it's not going to find him. Instead, he finds Tino, and this is not really the target that he wanted, but he's also very difficult to just take down. It has to be the TA to do it, as Young PH in an awful spot. A bit too overambitious there, trying to snipe the back line when the front line wasn't even occupied.
Yeah, even if he gets the kill there, was it going to be worth it there? I'm not so sure. I mean, the Lash is like kind of similar net worth with him, like almost similar. I might always feel like if you're similar net worth and then you go for a trade like this, I mean, I guess the fact that they are behind in net worth quite a bit, you know, so maybe that's what will make it actually worth it if he gets the kill. He was gonna die no matter what, you know, when he went for that play.
There was no extraction plan. He was just
no
all
plan
in
B.
there. No.
No
No
plan
plan
B.
B. Yeah, that's tough. Okay. Well,
you
we're
can say
reaching.
it's no plan B or no plan at all. You know? Yeah, either I get the kill or I don't. You know?
The plan was to TP in and vibe out. Like, we'll figure out what happens afterwards. The blink away just in the nick of time. Nice skill A, getting out with his life there.
Yeah, clears the creep wave, you know. That's what you want to do as Shaker. Delay the game. Just keep clearing the wave, delay the game, get more levels. But again, because he has this this passive is actually, like, I think weaker when you're going to mid lane game. It's better in like the early game when you're low level. You're playing with your fissure, with your support. But when it comes to the mid lane game, it is not as good as the tectonic build up.
Yeah.
And the reason why it's so good late game with the tectonic build up is it works with the fissure. So it's very easy to get a lot of like stun to disable people when they are trying to channel spells around the team fights or just trying to hit heroes in the team fight, you know. Because the AoE is actually so absurd in the team fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be. You already talked about this, but the TA, it feels like the list of problems for her are so long as you get later and later. You got the Doom, you got the Sven, you got the Warcry, you got the Sleep, you got the
Grip.
You know, all the Bane spells, Grip. Yeah, trying to find something here. But Yangon again, they've been really good at dodging these smokes the entire series, win or lose, and now they're ready to fight. KSH looking for a target. KSH, he's found his target. Onto the Disruptor, no chance at a Static Storm. Now TPing in, buyback immediately. Disruptor trying to find an angle. They've slept out the bounty, which means no tracks as well. They still haven't needed to use the Doom or the Echo Slam just yet. Zorin being spotted out, pulled back into the left side of the fight. Not really where anyone can capitalize on. And you've used the buyback at this point on CML. Your bounty's out for 30 and you have found nothing.
They were really, I think, stressing that fight a little bit too much though. Felt like they kind of have to like play around their vision a lot more. They were walking up the ramp with the bounty and he got caught. Like you kind of have to expect there's going to be sentries around those, you know, choke points, you know. That those are very common sentry spots. You know? And then he got caught, he dies. I mean, the Disruptor was dead even before that.
Certainly not playing with the same amount of gusto.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I prefer like them going Aura on Enigma, and then you move to the tower, you group up around the Aura, and then you hit the tower, right? And then you want them to come on you so that you can black hole them. When you're running up blind like this, it's quite difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be the Magnus, but it feels like another game where Tino, he's just struggling to find these angles. You talked about the benefit of the Enigma, right? You can play for the You can play for both the Black Hole and the Auras if you go for that Aura build, but right now he doesn't really have either. He hasn't found the setup and he doesn't really have Auras to back his team out, so they're just getting picked off one by one. Now there is an AD rune on Palos and he's making this Roche work for it. In comes the smoke though, they're ready to try and initiate. TP in from Young PH, trying to find an angle. Palos brings up to the top side, uses that Hurricane Pipe very wisely, but KSH is on the prowl, looking at
Palos
the
is
TA
dead.
and the TA is dead. Zorin just buys all the attention away, and before he goes down, he doesn't even die. Gets the Doom off, he glimpsed him back, but the Pipe Aura keeping him alive. And the Sven, he's just gonna come in and clean up shop. Shanks ends up going down, throws out the Shuriken to get the kill, sure, but it is so worth it, as you can now use the rest of the God Strength, maybe clean up this Roche. I mean, it is expiring, so I don't really know whether you have the damage for it. KSH actually gonna have to pop that BKB to prevent the glimpse. Oh, these games have gotten so messy as we got later and later into the day.
The Shaker is spotted. He's waiting for a glimpse. Does he have a teammate to back him up? Someone's sleeping in. It's the Enigma.
Young PH is still there though. CML, trying to find a glimpse at. Pull back in. Loon there with the sleep save if needed. Try and pop that one out, dodge the last few strikes, but that Midnight Pulse is going to finish the job. Young PH though, speaking of finishing the job, gets the kill on the support, and now Bob, he's dived a bit too deep. He's going to get gripped up and killed. Execration fumbling over themselves here in this game number 3.
Well, this is not looking good at all, you know, even though they have like a 5 carry, but it just feels like the game is already slipping into Yangon Galactico's favor in terms of the lineup right there. Lineup is starting to power up with the support Shaker, the Doom, the Entity. The TA is having so many problems in the team fight. Any one of those things happening, I think the Doom, the Grip, or even getting featured into an actual mean that they were going to lose the team fight. You know. It is
nice play there from Palos. Managed to get the kill onto Zorin, and the Hurricane Pike out to safety on Young PH. I think Young PH, he's reached a point now where he is such a threat. He can just TP in Blade Mail and it's so hard to commit onto him. We'll sleep save him out of that Midnight Pulse. KSH around the area, they spot out the Sven. This could be tricky. They need to watch out for the dive in. KSH already spots out Shanks, trying to find the target. Tino has to dodge out to the side. You have that Doom available, but you also have the Echo Slam, and Tino, he is so wary of that. Making up to the high ground now, still looking for a black hole opportunity, forcing the BKB out from KSH. Full retreat. He black holes the creep wave. That is not what you want. Didn't even need anything to stop it, and Tino, he has just not had a good past few games. Started from the Magnus, it's been a bit weak from him,
he had so many chances to black hole. They gotta know that the Bane didn't have grip, and there was no Doom there.
I mean, they were worried about the Echo Slam, but
they had no way to
how is that gonna happen?
They had no way to cancel the BKB black hole. They just needed to BKB and black hole him, and that was like a kill on the Sven.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the
Execration, they're losing the plot here a little bit.
In like the top fight, right? It was just like a minute ago.
Yeah.
Maybe a minute and a half ago, but they didn't really keep track of it. So it means that they are actually crumbling under the pressure, you know, like it's hitting them, you know. They were really comfortable.
Starting to lose.
Yeah, they
a
were
lot
really
of these,
comfortable in the first game, but then the second game, because of the manner that they lost, it is now getting there.
Yeah, it's definitely rocked their confidence a little bit. The protocols, the discipline, the smart map plays, the precision, everything we've complimented Execration for, starting to slip out of their hands, starting to lose control. And when that happens, you kind of go back, I want to say, to your instincts, and sometimes the instincts don't serve you the best. We've talked about Bob and the shadow of Bob, the player that we used to know, be a bit sort of gung-ho with his dives in, and that's kind of what we've seen a bit more this game, right? He's committing in with the Lash, finding himself in pickly situations that no one can really bail him out of.
Yeah, I also feel like he has to be buying like an armor item, right? He's queuing a Hex, which I don't think is like the problem. It's not the catch, you know. It's more about like surviving, you know. He's dying to the Sven in like a couple of, like, I don't know, like 2 hits, 3 hits, and he's already dead. He needs a plate mail into the Shivas, you know. And right now, Yangon Galacticos, they're sensing blood in the water. One more good fight, they're gonna be in full control this game.
Nice play from CML, breaks the smoke and immediately blinks away, drops a static like thunder strike as well to spot out skill ray. Game is back. Not sure whether you can commit for this kill though, especially the Pipe Aura. Look at Zorin just standing next to his buddy, knowing that his presence alone dissuades the chase.
Yeah, he's using his Aether Lens with the shot on the Thunder Strike very, very well now. He's being constantly annoying. Like disabling daggers and just giving vision.
question is whether annoying is enough, whether annoying can bring you back from this kind of tough position. It's weird to say because Execration, they're still the ones with the gold advantage, but it feels like the game, I don't know whether it's in their control fully anymore.
And the TA just feels like she can't really do everything on her own right now. She needs the black hole to land, she needs Lash to help with some form of damage. I mean, the Enigma mainly has to just land like a decent black hole, you know. He has to find an opening.
Kind of goes back to what we were talking about with the Magnus for Tino last game as well.
And he has the Aghanims completed now. So he has a lot of damage, but it's all about like landing them, you know. If you're not landing them, then it really doesn't matter.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Things are getting very, very tense right now.
Yeah.
Execration can't afford one more wrong move. Whereas
I'm just holding my breath. I feel like Tino, you gotta come up big for the squad. Like the whole of last game, the team was giving you some opportunities to make things happen, and that's the best thing they can do for you right now. Like try and find that vision with the Bounty Hunter and the Disruptor and play off of that. Mid lane, Doom showing, instantly gonna get tracked. The rest of the team off YG showing as well.
There's a gem on the Shaker.
Yeah. That makes things even more complicated. Glimpse in, skill lay. Gonna get caught out, Bob's in. Bob's BKB. They cancel the Fiend's Grip by themselves, but the Doom out onto the Lash. Nice black hole. That catches two. That's what you needed from Tino, and the sleep save's not gonna be enough, but he turns around in the swipes, and the damage, and heals him back up to full. Paddle still looking for an angle, maybe try and turn things around though. Young PH there with the body. Still has this Blade Mail Hurricane Pike available. This is a semi-carry who can do quite a bit of damage himself. The Sven be damned. The Nature's Prophet is here to play. Oh, that was supposed to go so much better. Execration. They finally found that black hole, but they just couldn't finish off the Sven.
Yeah, it was all thanks to the classic sleep save, right? That nightmare save by Lun there at the last moment, dodging, I think, at least one of the right clicks there. And the Sven didn't die, got his Satanic off, and yeah, that was a totally different story after that.
Also, we gotta keep in mind that the Bane somehow cancelled his own Fiend's Grip again for like the second time this game. So not sure whether there's something up with his hotkeys or whether it's tension getting to them. It doesn't seem to matter though, because Yangon Galacticos, they're still holding on.
And they have the benefit of the stronger scaling lineup. So I don't think they are in any hurry right now. The net worth graph might look like it's tilting towards Execration, but this 8-9k lead doesn't really matter that much, you know, in the team fights. I feel like the Doom on the right hero, or even like a big Echo Slam on the Grip, they just have a lot more potential to doing things.
Look at Young PH
to win the team fight. Whereas like this Bounty Disruptor, it felt like their time has already passed, you know.
Yeah, it does feel that way, and you haven't really made it to that next stage where you scale up as well. Meanwhile, look at the Nature's Prophet. Pharasma completed. That is a lot of damage. A little bit awkward on the timing. The Roach gonna start moving. Skill lay coming. Nicely done.
That was... I think he was trying to blink in. That was close.
Yeah. Almost got the Paddles. Gonna come in to try and contest though. Echo Slam onto just the solo TA. The high ground grip. Yeah, this is messy now. Seems like YG, they're the ones being flustered, and now they might be punished for it, trying to preserve the Aegis, but that might not be worth the squeeze. KSH gonna drop to the deck. That's the first life gone. Bob able to finish him off, and Execration, they punch right back. Young PH able to clean up the backline, but Palos right there to meet him. It's a 1v1 between Palos and Young PH. Bob there to even up the score, but the problem is he doesn't have any mana. Buyback now on the Disruptor, but now your TA is in trouble. Blink back up to the left side, dodging away from KSH. Very nicely done, and the Lotus reflects the sleep. Things are starting to fall apart for YG here as they tried to get a Roche. They didn't respect Execration, and now they are on the verge of losing everything. Just when we were starting to count out Execration, they are not to be denied. They will get all 5 heroes and the gem. What a turnaround fight from them.
Yeah, that was a very, very good fight after fumbling the Echo Slam initially. I think Execration realized that they were going to be able to take the subsequent fight with the glimpses, and just running up the ramp there, just instantly realizing weakness, just jumping on, and the Lash got the first kill onto the Sven, and after that, Sven could never fight because he didn't have God Strength. So I think the fight was just really, really straightforward after that. once they realize that.
Execration, they're getting away with murder here. The fact that they were able to win that fight, snatch away the Sven's life not once but twice, and now get a free set of racks to boot, maybe even more. Now, they don't really know what the buyback status is of these heroes, but regardless, it's so many buildings cleaned up because of the TA's physical damage. And all that advantage that Yangon were building up. The Hex now complete for Bob as well. I mean, when the fights go like that, it looks easy. But it's been such a difficult situation for Execration up until this point.
Yeah, this is like a good team fight after like the last, what, 20 minutes? 15 minutes at least. They didn't really find any good openings. They had the advantage, but they couldn't really build on it. Now the pressure pays off, you know. Eventually, you know, humans are gonna make mistakes, right? So if you keep your head up high, you keep pressuring, eventually you're gonna get an opening, you know, and you have to just seize it when you see it.
Yeah. Execration absolutely latch onto that chance, bite on like a hungry dog, waiting for an opportunity this whole time, and they absolutely don't let it go. It's 1.5 lane of racks. And YG, maybe a slap in the face here, maybe getting a bit too carried away. At the end of the day, like you said, Winter, it's this Earthshaker that seems to be the sore spot for this lineup, just kind of whiffing the Echo, getting caught out in front and not really able to find impact. The Hex slightly too late. He did not know that the Nature's Prophet was still waiting there, thought he was a bit further away, maybe on the high ground. Misses out the chance for a big free pickup.
They're still in a pretty good position right now. I mean, what are they waiting? They already have everything they need to. I mean, Enigma has Refresher, right? And you can't really get any bigger than this on the Enigma. Refresher, Aghanim's Dagger with DKB.
It's kind of tough as well, right, for YG now because they lost the gem. So all they can do is group up around this ward that they're trying to play off, because they can't clear these TA traps anymore. So if there's a trap that comes in and scouts them, that's just unlucky. They're holding that position though. This is what they need to do. Fissure comes out, maybe they're just trying to bait Execration in, who are fully smoked right now.
And they're doing the right thing, trying to run up like the mid wave, right? Because the creep wave is going to go into the base. Somebody has to deal with it, and they're going to jump on the first hero that's dealing with the wave.
Eidolon scouting out the Doom now. Bounty, gotta lay a couple of wards down. Forcing Sven away. Sven will just immediately pop his God Strength, go on the Bounty. That could be a dead Bounty. Forced up over to the right side. They can't get him, and the immediate Black Hole holding the Sven in place. There will be enough damage this time round, and silence up on the Doom. He never had a chance to pop his ultimate. They don't even lose the Bounty. Are you serious? 4 heroes out of the picture, and Execration. I mean, they were saying, Yangon, you had a nice little time, you had a nice little dream, maybe staying up in the upper bracket this far. But not this time round. It's not happening, not on our watch. 1 hero left in the Nature's Prophet. What could he alone possibly do? Especially when he gets caught out like this on the vision of the traps. Every single hero is such a free pick-off. He has buyback, you might just have to pop it, but YG, what kind of a defense can they muster? You got most of your heroes coming back in 20 seconds time. But it's the Sven that is the big damage, and he's not here to play.
And they have to be contented in defending against Mega Crits, but Execration, they're gonna just end the game right now. They probably feel like the Sven doesn't have buyback yet.
Yeah, they would have bought back already. But even then, it's Sven without God Strength. Are you really that scared about it? A second Black Hole available for Tino, looking for the game, and they're looking to put them down under YG. There's the stun. Immediately going forward is Zorbe. He just melts! Buyback immediately bopped. He's losing a lot of HP though. Young PH comes back in, but he dies instantly. They didn't have a chance to use the Doom. And the whole time, Tino is still waiting. What can you do here? Sven in 3 more seconds. But Tino, that's what he's saving the Black Hole for. Can you afford to risk it here? Execration wanting to close things out, and the Earthshaker just goes down. Surely you need to pop the Doom now, but he dooms himself, and the Sven comes forward, but that's what they were waiting for. KSH gonna pop that BKB. They still have the Enigma waiting for his chance to come in. The Grip gonna cancel. Palos actually gonna go down. The Grip cancelling the Black Hole. Loon coming up in the nick of time, and KSH might be able to finish the job here. Just needs to find a swipe, needs to find any lifesteal, but he can't find it. And it's just the supports left without their carries. They can't finish the job, and YG, despite a valiant effort, their Execration will steal away this series from right under their noses.
That was definitely a lot closer than I expected the series to be. Like on paper, I
Yeah.
felt like Excretion they were the clear favorites, but YG did put up a hell of a fight here, showing the improvements they've been having for the last couple of months. You already mentioned that they have always faltered in the first couple of hurdles. They didn't really get a lot of wins in the close qualifier stages, and this qualifier seems like it's going to be the one that they are going to be able to do one better than last time, but just fall a little short at the end, towards the end. It was really, really close. I felt like if they would have actually won that last fight after the Roshan, or at least TP on the heroes and they didn't have to stay and fight, I think the game would have been totally different, because you would have an Aegis on the Sven and you are already going back to your base to reset, and everything would have been totally different. But it's a very, very sad way to lose that game.
Yeah, for sure. A lot to learn though for both sides. I think Execration, even in victory, some cracks in the armor, like we keep mentioning, especially in the past two games. Tino, he had some struggles. He manages to come through in the end. But kind of same situation for Yangon, right? The supports this time round really felt a bit more quiet. The Bane clearly was not entirely comfortable. And like you keep saying, the Earthshaker just has such glaring weaknesses. Maybe things for both these teams to figure out, because no one's eliminated just yet. That happens on day number 2. That happens tomorrow. We'll be starting things off in the lower bracket back here on this stream at 12 p.m. Singapore time. That's GMT +8. But for now, there's a whole bunch of other Dota happening. You know where to find it if you're on Twitch, ESL_Dota2, and all the various other streams. Right now, we got Pipsqueak +4 versus Virtus Pro. That's the new Virtus Pro lineup. Pretty exciting stuff. And of course, Avulus versus Passion UA on the ESL_Dota2 stream. So you want to hop on over there, continue catching the Dota 2 action. But for myself and Winter, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. Ta-ta.